Story number 1. Snowman under streetlights in Brooklyn. Aline had always loved winter nights, especially during Christmas. After a long day working at a cafe in Brooklyn, as the city shifted into night and was covered in a blanket of pure white snow, she felt like she was a part of some story, where streetlights cast dim glows and darkness crept into every corner. But tonight, the light from the street lamps wasn't warm enough to chase away the strange feeling inside her. It was a night bitterly cold. The winter of 2003, a Christmas like no other. Aline had just gone through an abrupt breakup, a marriage that never had the chance to end in argument or reconciliation. And now, here she was, walking alone on the quiet streets of Brooklyn, where everything was still. Only the crunch of her boots on the thick snow breaking the silence. She passed old buildings, peering into windows lit from within, where families gathered together, happy. But she only had her lonely footsteps, her wandering thoughts. She gave a weak smile. Was it so easy for people to become lost like this? Alone, silently, unseen by anyone. But then, the streetlight ahead caught her attention. The faint turn. Something lurking beneath the light. She stopped briefly, took a deep breath, and looked forward. A snowman. She wasn't sure why the snowman drew her in. Maybe it was because of its perfect appearance. Or maybe it was simply the way it stood silently under the streetlight, like a stone statue frozen in time. The pure white snow, the dry snowballs stacked neatly, creating the shape of a giant snowman. A pointed cone hat on its head. 2 round eyes like light bulbs, its mouth stretched wide in an odd manner, as if screaming into the darkness. She frowned. Must be some prank, Aline told herself, not wanting to think too much about it. Snowmen were nothing new in this neighborhood. They were just the playful creations of children during the holiday season. But there was something off about this one. The light from the street lamp cast a faint glow on the snowman's face, making its eyes, those strange eyes, seem to glow in the darkness. A red light, fiery red. Aline wasn't sure if she was seeing things. But those eyes, they were unlike any snowman eyes she'd ever seen. There was something too real about them, too alive. And the mouth, stretched open, almost like a smile, but more like a call from the depths. She started walking again, not wanting to pay any more attention to a strange prank. After all, this was Brooklyn. Wasn't this supposed to be a Merry Christmas? But then, a sound broke the silence. The sound of footsteps. Slowly, Aline froze. She could clearly hear each step. Footsteps that weren't her own. It wasn't the sound of her boots crunching in the snow. No, she turned around, her eyes adjusting to the dim light, searching for the figure behind her. First, there was silence. Then, she saw it. The snowman had moved. It wasn't a normal movement, like some snow game or a gentle breeze shifting the snow. No, the snowman had actually moved closer to her. And the light from the street lamp grew weaker. It stood there, in the shadows, but its red eyes were now glowing even brighter. They seemed to be watching her. No, not just watching, they were looking right through her. Aline's heart raced in her chest. She felt a chill run through her. An invisible fear sweeping over her like a cold wave. Her hair stood on end. This wasn't the same snowman she'd seen earlier. No, something inside it. Something deep within the snowman. Like a ghost, a lost soul, was waiting. Don't look back, she told herself, as if by not looking, by not acknowledging it, it would disappear, and everything would return to normal. But that wasn't the case. She heard the footsteps again. The sound, steady, slow, drawing nearer. Aline swallowed hard. She started walking faster, but the sound followed her. With every step, the shadow grew closer. Then, a strange voice echoed in her mind. Not a real sound, but a whisper, soft as the breath of the wind. Don't run. She turned around once again, unable to resist. And this time, the light from the street lamp revealed something she had never imagined. The snowman wasn't standing still like before. It had moved closer, very close now. Its red eyes weren't just glowing. They were alive, ominous. Its mouth was wide open. But it wasn't a cheerful smile like she thought. No, it was more like a mouth screaming, calling out, but without a sound. Aline turned and ran. She couldn't bear to look back, only knowing her legs were moving faster and faster, as if her heart was about to burst from her chest. But the footsteps didn't stop, kept chasing her, never letting her go. Aline couldn't sleep. The strange feeling still clung to her, like a shadow she couldn't shake off. She sat motionless on the fabric-covered chair, holding a cup of tea that had long gone cold, her eyes fixed on the foggy window. Outside, Brooklyn was swallowed by the thick night, snow still falling, quietly, as if it would never stop. But after all, this was Christmas night, and a part of her told her that everything would be okay. The night couldn't last forever, and tonight, everything would go back to the way it was. Still, she couldn't erase the image of the snowman from her mind. It wasn't its comical shape, nor the bright red eyes, but the feeling that it wasn't really a snowman. It was definitely not. Something had moved in that darkness. Something in that quiet street, where every light had slowly faded, had followed her. It must have been my imagination, she told herself. But the words felt like a lie she was telling herself. She set the cup down, her hands trembling. Her footsteps were hurried, growing faster with each passing moment. Aline couldn't stay here any longer. She had to go out. She had to do something to prove that the feeling was just a figment of an overactive mind, a result of the tense late-night nerves. But no. Even as she stepped outside, with the biting cold air rushing into her body, she still couldn't forget those glowing red eyes. The coldness they brought with them, like an invisible hand reaching out from the dark. So, she decided to walk down the narrow street that led to the park, where the streetlights still flickered weakly, but all was drowned in an eerie darkness. The dim light seemed incapable of warming the quiet spaces around her. She didn't know why she was returning to this street, the one where the snowman had stood the night before, staring at her. Maybe it was curiosity. Or maybe it was fear that she wouldn't be able to shake the feeling of being watched unless she confronted it directly. She walked on, even though unease weighed heavily in her chest. The thick air of this dark night made her feel as though something was lurking, watching her from around every corner. When she stopped beneath the streetlight, right where the snowman had been the night before, Aline couldn't help but shudder. No one was there. Only the light from the street lamp reflecting off the snow-covered ground. The streets disappearing beneath a thick white blanket. Everything was silent, so silent that her fear could have burst wide open. But there was something strange. A dark streak, as if something had moved through here recently. Aline looked up, gasping, the feeling of invisible eyes boring into her from the darkness. She took a step back, then another. Suddenly, she realized there was someone standing there. Not the snowman, but a shadowy figure, something undefined. She could feel its presence in the space around her, though she couldn't make out its shape. A sudden cold wind blew, making Eileen's hair flutter, and then she heard it, a whisper, so faint that she had to stop to catch it. "Don't go. Don't leave." The voice wasn't from anyone in the park, not from anyone on the street. No, this voice seemed to come from the very air around her. A strange voice, full of power, yet filled with desperation, as if calling out to her. Aline felt her skin tingle. She turned around to look, but saw no one. "You can't escape," the voice continued to whisper. "We can't escape." She exhaled sharply, telling herself she was just imagining things. But the truth was, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake the feeling. The sensation was like an invisible force tightening around her throat, like a rope being pulled tighter in the dark. She had to leave. She had to go back home. She had to do something to get rid of this feeling. And just as she turned to leave, as her footsteps crunched on the snow, she felt it again. Something was watching her. The sound returned, the footsteps, slow, steady, coming from behind. Aline turned around once more, her heart pounding in her chest. The snowman, This wasn't the rigid snowman she had seen the night before. This was a living creature, as if the snow itself had turned into a conscious body. The shape stood silently beneath the streetlight, but this time, its mouth was no longer just a crack. It seemed to open, not just wide, but as if it were sucking in the air, like a gaping black hole. And the eyes, those eyes, the red ones, the light, red as blood, like the glow of a flame that never extinguished. Aline couldn't stand there any longer. She turned and ran, her feet pounding against the snow, not daring to look back, not daring to think about anything. She only knew that if she didn't run, if she didn't escape, that thing would swallow her up. The thing in the dark would pull her in, and the footsteps kept following her, steady, relentless, a reminder that there was no safe place to run. Aline couldn't look back. With every step she took in the snow, the cold wind blowing through her made her shiver. But it wasn't from the cold. No, the chill was just an excuse. What she feared wasn't the winter frost, but the sensation of something behind her, something watching every step she took in the dark, as if a pair of glowing red eyes were still shining, still trying to pull her back. She dared not turn her head. Each time her foot stumbled in the thick snow, felt like she might fall, as if those eyes were chasing her, pulling her from behind. It wasn't just an invisible shadow in the night. It was an entity, a being that had lived and waited in the freezing darkness for a long time. She ran, but her steps couldn't outrun the strange feeling that clung to her. She could hear the steady footsteps behind her, as though the snowman was following her, step by step, never rushing but never retreating. She tried to quicken her pace, her heart pounding in her chest, as if it would burst. But those footsteps, their rhythm never faltered, seemed to be drawing her back. When she was almost home, a gust of wind suddenly cut through the air, cold as a blade. She screamed not from pain, but from sheer panic. Just one more second, and she would be out of the neighborhood, out of the reach of these empty streets. But then she heard it, a sound, a whispering voice that echoed in her head, like a warning, an irresistible call. Don't go home. The voice wasn't anyone else's. It was from the very shadow that had been chasing her. Aline couldn't breathe. She looked ahead, where her small house loomed, barely visible in the dark. The streetlights scattered, their light unable to pierce the darkness that filled her chest. Her heart felt heavy. Something wasn't right here. It was as if the house itself, with its dark windows, was waiting for her, waiting to swallow her whole, just like the snowman's gaping mouth. She rushed to open the door, darting inside without looking back, without even glancing at the street. But as soon as the door slammed shut, a heavy, oppressive feeling surrounded her. Everything seemed to freeze in the air, as if the space in the room was tightening around her. Aline couldn't stop gasping for breath. Her heart pounded so loudly that she could feel each beat in her ears. She looked around. In the thick darkness of the room, the lights were still on. The door was still tightly shut. But why did she feel like there was someone here? In this very house? This strange, suffocating sensation had followed her from the street into this place. And now it refused to let her go. She opened the living room window, sticking her head outside, trying to get some fresh air. But there was nothing in the space beyond, just the darkness, the falling snow, and a terrible silence. Only darkness. Suddenly, she heard a sound. That whispering voice, the same voice, rang in her head again. It wasn't the voice of a human. It wasn't a normal sound. It was something else. The voice flooded her mind, like a terrible warning that she couldn't ignore. There's no escaping. You can't escape from it. She turned around, but saw no one in the room. Just darkness. Just empty chairs and cold walls. Everything was as usual, but something was weighing down on her heart. Then, once again, the footsteps came, slow, steady, deliberate, not from the door, but from inside the house. Aline stood frozen, her heart missing a beat. She heard the footsteps, coming from the hallway, from behind the wall. These weren't her footsteps, and they weren't anyone else's. There's no one else. She heard the words clearly, not from outside, but from within the room itself. The words, cold and lifeless, felt like a curse that couldn't be erased. The cold in the house grew sharper. The air thickened, viscous like oil, making it hard for Aileen to breathe. She turned to look down the dark hallway, where shadows flickered. No, she couldn't stay here any longer. She couldn't take it anymore. She had to leave the house. She had to run. But as she walked toward the door, she noticed something strange. The door was locked, as if someone had closed it from the outside. And then she heard the laughter. It wasn't the laugh of a person. It wasn't the laugh of a human being. No, it was a terrible sound, like something was rejoicing, victorious, preparing to swallow her into the darkness. She turned around and looked, and in that darkness, at the end of the hallway, she saw a shape, the snowman, not outside, not under the streetlight. It was standing right there in the house, and its red eyes, glowing in the dark, were staring directly at her, as if it had known she would come. She couldn't breathe anymore. She couldn't move. The cold had arrived, and it was swallowing everything. Story number 2. The Snowman with a Black Heart in Albany. Christmas of 1988 arrived in Albany, New York, just as it had every year, blanketing the city with a thick, cold layer of snow. The snow fell silently, making the Thompson family's home even quieter and gloomier. Winters in Albany weren't something everyone could love. The cold, the biting air, not only numbed the bones but seemed to wrap the mind in strange thoughts, as if the chill didn't just seep into the body, but invaded the soul as well. But for the Thompson family, Christmas was a rare opportunity to feel warmth, not from the crackling fire in the hearth, but from the moments spent together. They had planned to build a large snowman in their yard, a tradition they kept alive every year, even if the snow and blizzards made it harder to find enough snow to shape it. Tommy, their only son, stood by the window, holding a mug of hot cocoa. His eyes followed the snowflakes swirling in the air, feeling the softness of the snow as it brushed against the glass. Christmas always brought a sense of wonder, despite the cold, despite the gray sky. But this year, something felt different. A strange sensation lingered, like someone was watching him. It felt as though invisible eyes were staring at the family from the yard. "Are you going outside, Tommy?" His mother, Ruth, called from the kitchen. "We need more snow to finish the snowman." Tommy nodded, though unease gnawed at him. He went outside, following his father, Joe, who had built the best snowman in the neighborhood for years. Joe was a strong, burly man, with rough hands from working hard labor. But every winter, he became an artist. The snowmen he made weren't just big piles of snow. They had eyes, noses, mouths, and details like red scarves and cowboy hats that made the neighborhood kids stop and stare. "We're going to make a really special snowman this year, Tommy," Joe said to his son, gripping a stick to pile the snow higher. "The tallest one on the block." Tommy smiled, but there was something that made him uneasy. As the Thompsons began to build the snowman, a strange feeling crept into Tommy's mind. He sensed an invisible presence in the air, something that didn't belong in this world. The atmosphere around the snowman seemed heavier, as if it wasn't just snow and materials that were being used to shape it. When the snowman was nearly finished, something odd appeared. A large black streak, like a faint mark, suddenly appeared under the snow, drawing a diagonal line from the snowman's belly up to its chest. Tommy caught a glimpse of the black streak just as the snowman's hat was placed on its head and the red scarf was wrapped around its neck. But the feeling he had when he looked at it was indescribable. A strange sense of unease. The black mark, shaped like a heart, seemed to haunt him, as if something was hiding within the snowman, waiting for the right moment to break free. When the family went inside, no one spoke of the black mark, though a part of them felt something was wrong. They continued to enjoy the warmth of their Christmas dinner. But Tommy couldn't shake the image of that black streak. He tried to pretend it hadn't happened, but deep down, A voice in his head kept whispering, "Look back at the snowman. Tommy, look back at it." As night fell, the Thompson family gathered around the dinner table, their laughter echoing in the warm room. But Tommy couldn't stop looking toward the window. The dark night outside seemed longer than usual, and the cold crept through the cracks, bringing a strange sense of loneliness. When everyone went to bed, Tommy couldn't sleep. He quietly crept over to the living room window, pulling the curtains back. The light from the porch lamp illuminated the snowman, making it look more strange than ever. The snowman's stone eyes were no longer lifeless. They seemed almost alive, as if they were watching him from a distance. He shuddered and turned away, but the feeling didn't leave him. He couldn't shake the thought that the snowman was smiling. Each night after that, the laughter grew clearer. A faint laugh echoed from the yard, while everyone in the house slept soundly. Tommy lay awake in his bed, his eyes wide open, unable to close them. He heard the steady sound of snow falling on the roof. But in the darkness, the laughter seemed to come from the snowman itself. He didn't tell his parents because he didn't want to worry them. But one night, unable to bear it any longer, Tommy got up and quietly walked over to the living room window. He pulled back the curtain, and when the light from the porch cast over the snowman, he saw it. The snowman was still there, but this time, it wasn't just standing still. Its mouth, which had previously been nothing but a snow line, now seemed to be curling into a smile. A chill ran down Tommy's spine. He couldn't speak, couldn't move. He could only stand there, staring into the snowman's stone eyes. And then, a whisper came, soft but clear, as if from somewhere far away, drifting into the room. "Tommy, don't hide from me anymore." That Christmas, nothing was peaceful anymore. The winter of 1988 had become a nightmare from which the Thompson family could not wake. Time passed, but in their hearts, that Christmas still remained an unhealed wound. After the night Tommy had seen the strange smile on the snowman, something had changed in him. The cold, indescribable sensation, the feeling as if an invisible hand were caressing his skin, persisted, making him restless. At night, he no longer heard the faint laugh from the yard. But that feeling, the feeling of being watched by the snowman, lingered, relentless. A week passed, but the Thompsons never spoke of the snowman again. Joe, the father, was a practical man who never believed in strange stories or the supernatural. They lived in Albany, where snow was a given every winter, and a snowman was nothing special, just snow and the small joys of a holiday season. But for Tommy, everything had changed. One morning, while Tommy was eating breakfast, he saw the silhouette of the snowman through the window. The sun was high, and the snow still blanketed the yard. But there it was, standing there, right where it had always been, in the middle of the yard. But this time, what terrified Tommy wasn't the smile or the cold, lifeless stone eyes, it was the stillness. It was too still. The snowman no longer seemed like an inanimate object. It stood there like a living entity, a ghost that he couldn't explain. He shuddered and turned away, not daring to look any longer. Tommy knew he had to do something, but he couldn't tell his parents. Everything was too strange, too hard to believe. They wouldn't understand. But he couldn't ignore that feeling. The black streak shaped like a heart was still etched into his mind, and he couldn't erase it. On the next night, Tommy decided he would destroy the snowman. He couldn't bear it anymore. He had to know what was hiding inside, what the snowman was concealing. The fear within him grew stronger, as if some invisible force was pulling him toward it. It was no longer just the curiosity of a child. It was the compulsion of something darker, as if the black heart itself was calling to him. Tommy quietly crept down the stairs and out into the yard. The night sky was freezing, like steel, and there wasn't a sound to be heard. Snow fell like a thick mist, covering everything in sight. The silence was so absolute, it felt as if time itself had stopped. Tommy could feel a cold breath from the yard, deep and bone-chilling. He stepped closer to the snowman, as if entering another world. a space where darkness had already claimed dominion. When he got closer, Tommy stopped. The snowman stood there, motionless. But this time he didn't feel the same. It was like a shadow with life, with its own mind. He crouched down and began to dig around the snowman, his hands trembling, muttering prayers he didn't understand. But he couldn't stop. When his shovel hit something solid inside the snowman, Tommy felt a wave of cold pierce his heart, as though something stiff and long buried in the earth was awakening. He dug a little more, and then it revealed itself. The black mass. It wasn't snow, and it wasn't stone. It was as black as coal, shiny, and shaped like a heart. Tommy stared at it, and he felt the cold seeping through his hands, spreading throughout his body. It wasn't just a physical object. It felt like a living thing, a creature waiting to awaken. Tommy recoiled, and then a sense of guilt washed over him. He shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have touched it. But when he looked back, the black mass had begun to move. The surrounding snow seemed to be drawn toward the black mass, swirling around it like invisible threads. The black heart began to expand, like a crack in space itself, a crack leading to an endless abyss. Tommy couldn't breathe, a strange and overwhelming fear rising in him. He ran back toward the house, his feet heavy, as though someone was pushing him down. But when he glanced back at the snowman, its stone eyes were staring directly at him. That look no longer lifeless, but knowing. In that moment, the eyes seemed to understand exactly what he had done. Tommy bolted into the house, slammed the door shut, and gasped for breath. His mind was spinning. He could hear the wind howling outside the window, but there was something strange about it. The wind didn't sound like snowstorm wind anymore. It sounded like something was whispering, an eerie sound he couldn't comprehend. The next morning, when his parents went outside to check, they found the snowman was gone, but the traces of the black mass remained. A long, black streak, like an imprint in the snow, led toward the corner of the yard, where there was nothing but darkness. Joe and Ruth looked at each other, confused, not understanding what had happened. But Tommy knew. He knew better than anyone, and he could never forget the bone-chilling feeling when he looked into that black heart. Something had awoken, and it would never sleep again. The cold of Albany's winter had begun to become unbearable for the Thompson family. When Joe and Ruth decided to search for the snowman in the yard the next morning, all they found was an eerie silence. There was no sign of the snowman or the black heart-shaped mass. Their yard appeared as if nothing had happened, like it had all been a dream, an illusion born from a snowstorm's night. But Tommy could no longer deceive himself. He felt something dark was lurking, like an unseen ghost hiding in the shadows outside in the yard. That feeling of waiting clung to him, tormenting him every time he looked toward the yard, where the snowman had once stood. That day, Tommy sat in his room, his eyes glued to the window. He couldn't shake the strange thought that the snowman was no mere pile of snow. The black heart inside the snowman, it wasn't part of nature, seemed like a sign, a warning from some unseen force. Tommy tried not to think about it, but every time night fell, he couldn't sleep. Strange sounds echoed in his mind, the faint laugh, the whispers from outside the window, from the yard. It was like a reminder that something was unfinished. On a night when snow fell heavily, while the entire family slept, Tommy heard a soft noise outside the window. He sat up, his body stiff with fear. His mind was foggy, but the cold sensation and the unshakable fear gripped him. He knew, almost instinctively, that the snowman had returned. He quietly crept down the stairs, careful not to make a sound. His heart pounded in his chest. The door to the yard looked like a dark gateway to hell. But Tommy couldn't stop. He had to know, had to understand what was happening. When he opened the door to the yard, the cold wind of the snowstorm slapped him in the face, like an invisible hand. The yard was swallowed in darkness, the only light coming from the outside lamp, casting a faint, blurry shadow. And then, he saw it, the snowman, but not the same snowman as before. It stood there, but no longer as an inanimate figure of snow. The black heart-shaped mass that Tommy had seen before now began to emerge from within the snowman. It was no longer just a dark streak. It was a mass. A black mass that seemed to ooze something wet and slimy. It was like a massive crack. Something rising up from the frozen earth. Tommy felt like he could no longer breathe. That feeling again. The feeling as if invisible eyes were staring at him. Even though he couldn't see anyone, that black mass, that black heart, now seemed alive, breathing, opening up to welcome him. And then, Tommy heard a whisper. "Tommy, you can't run. No one can run." The voice wasn't from anyone inside the house. It came from the black mass in the snowman. From something he couldn't explain. He couldn't move. His body frozen as if it had been encased in ice. The black mass began to expand like a wide, gaping mouth, like a shadow consuming all the air around it. The cold wind cut through him. Tommy felt his hands freeze, but he couldn't turn away. He couldn't leave. At that moment, another figure stepped out of the darkness. Mrs. Wilson. The faint shadow of the old woman from the village appeared through the snow, walking toward the snowman. She didn't look at Tommy, but her eyes locked onto the black mass, the black heart. Mrs. Wilson had a strange appearance, with cloudy eyes and silver hair, as if she had lived too long in this village, witnessing too many strange things. She looked up at Tommy, her voice raspy, like it came from the very bottom of a deep abyss. "This snowman, it's not something you can understand. Boy, it's not a game, not just a snow figure like all the others. This is the snow soul, and the black heart inside it is our life and our death." Tommy couldn't speak. His eyes widened, staring at Mrs. Wilson like a wild animal about to be caught. Mrs. Wilson turned away, walking toward the snowman. With each step she took, she grew farther away, until she was nothing more than a shadow in the thickening snowstorm. Tommy stood there, unable to move, unable to understand what was happening. But one thing he knew for sure. This thing, the snowman, was not just a ghost story. It was something bigger, darker, and it was waiting. When Mrs. Wilson disappeared into the snowstorm, Tommy heard a faint sigh from the direction of the snowman. The black heart-shaped mass was drawing in the light, as if it were consuming the space around it. Tommy could no longer bear it. "Run!" A voice screamed in his mind. He turned and ran back toward the house. But when he slammed the door behind him, he couldn't forget the feeling the snowman had left in his heart. It wasn't just a shadow in the snow. It was a curse, and his whole family could never escape it. Story number 3. The story of the snowman coming to life in Syracuse. In 2001, winter in Syracuse was so brutal that the entire city seemed to have descended into a kind of deathly stillness. The sun barely made an appearance during the day, and even then, its light couldn't chase away the gloomy sky. At night, temperatures dropped so fast that each breath seemed to freeze in one's lungs. A man named Harold Lang lived alone in a small, old house at the end of Glendale Road. He wasn't the type to be easily frightened. Harold had lived his whole life with the cold, with loneliness, and was used to fending for himself in a world that didn't much care. One night, when the snowfall was at its heaviest, Harold had a strange idea. Why not build a snowman? It was an odd thought, especially for a solitary, middle-aged man like him. But then, Harold thought, why not? The backyard was blanketed in pure white snow, and doing something outside might not be so bad. Harold put on his thick coat, warm gloves, and stepped out the back door. He started rolling clumps of snow into a large ball, packing it down tightly as he pushed it back and forth across the yard. Soon, he had 3 solid, round shapes stacked into the figure of a snowman, not too large but sturdy enough. To finish it off, he rummaged through his closet and found an old hat and a red scarf, adding 2 small stones for eyes. The snowman looked quite funny, with its tilted hat, slightly off-center eyes, and bright red scarf contrasting against the white snow. When he was done, Harold took a step back and admired his work. For a brief moment, he smiled, a rare smile he hadn't felt in a long time. He went back inside, feeling the warmth start to settle around him as he closed the door. The sun had begun to set, and the yard was quickly fading into darkness. Harold settled into an old armchair in his living room, sipping a hot cup of tea and feeling at ease. The snowman outside was just an inanimate figure, a small bit of fun on a quiet winter night. The next morning, when Harold woke up, he got out of bed and pulled back the curtains to let in the morning light. But as he looked outside, he froze. The snowman had turned. Its stony eyes were now facing the living room window, staring straight at him, as if it were watching his every move. Must have been a prank, Harold muttered, feeling a bit uneasy. Maybe some kids from the neighborhood had sneaked into his yard and turned the snowman. He reassured himself that he was just imagining things. But as he looked closer, Harold realized that the snow around the snowman was undisturbed. Everything was just as he had left it the night before. There were no footprints. Harold closed the curtains, trying to push aside the unsettling feeling gnawing at him. He threw himself into his daily routine, trying to ignore the thought. But all through the afternoon and evening, one odd question lingered in his mind. How had the snowman turned to face his window without anyone touching it? That night, Harold tried to sleep. Outside, snow continued to fall, creating a misty white veil over everything. But in the middle of the night, he suddenly woke up. There was a scratching sound, a soft, steady scratch, as if something were dragging along the ground. Coming from outside his window, Harold sat up, straining to listen, his heart pounding as fear began to settle over him. The scratching sound continued, rhythmic and unbroken, as if someone or something was moving through the snow. He crept over to the window and slowly pulled the curtain aside. There, in the dim light, he saw it. The snowman had moved again. It was now right up against his living room window, its black stone eyes staring straight at him, cold and expressionless, yet somehow alive. Harold stumbled back, his breath catching, his mind reeling. It was impossible. A snowman couldn't move on its own. But there it was, just outside his window, like a ghostly figure in the winter night. He couldn't tear his gaze away from the snowman's black eyes. They were empty, yet filled with a strange life, as though the figure outside was no longer an inanimate creation but a being with dark intent. Harold slammed the curtain shut, trying to banish the image from his mind. But that night, every time he closed his eyes, the snowman's dark, haunting eyes lingered in his mind, terrifying, chilling, and he found himself unable to sleep at all. Since that night, Harold had been unable to get a peaceful sleep. The image of the snowman standing right by his window, its pitch-black stone eyes staring back at him, haunted his mind relentlessly. He tried to convince himself that it was all just a trick of his imagination, perhaps the result of exhaustion or the bone-chilling cold of a harsh winter. But the haunting didn't fade. It clung to him like a layer of frost on the window, growing thicker each day, impossible to scrape away. Every night as darkness fell, Harold found himself sneaking glances out his living room window. There was a constant anxiety stirring inside him, as though a part of him knew that if he drew back the curtain, the snowman would be standing there. But all he ever saw was his empty backyard, pristine and peaceful beneath the faint glow of the streetlights. One night, just when Harold thought he might finally be rid of his haunting fear, a chilling scratching sound broke the silence. This time, the noise wasn't coming from the living room window but from the back door. Harold listened, his heart racing, and each sound seemed to creep under his skin. It was a long, steady scratching, like nails scraping on frozen ground, or the claws of some creature dragging against the icy glass. He tiptoed down to the kitchen, where the door led out to the backyard. Standing in the dark, he wondered if he should look outside, but a strange curiosity overwhelmed his fear. His fingers trembled as he reached for the latch and cracked the door open just enough to let in the biting cold. The porch light cast a pale glow over the snow, and for a moment, Harold froze. The snowman was standing barely 2 steps from the door, Its stone eyes weren't just lifeless rocks anymore. They gleamed with an eerie glint, as if reflecting light from some hidden source, a light from the depths of darkness. Harold's throat tightened, and he couldn't utter a sound. Those eyes were empty, yet they held an odd, chilling magnetism, an icy, haunting curiosity. Then, as if awakening from a trance, Harold noticed footprints leading from the snowman straight to his door. They were deep and irregular, as though the thing had dragged itself, step by step, toward him. His heart pounded. What was happening here? Was this snowman coming to life? Or had he become so obsessed that he was imagining it all? Quickly, he slammed the door shut and locked it. His hands shook as he stared into the darkness outside, trying to shake the image of the snowman from his mind. He retreated to the living room, heart still racing, and turned on every light in the house as if the brightness might drive away his fear. But the fear lingered. All night, he couldn't bring himself to close his eyes. Each time he tried, he saw those black stone eyes staring right back at him, endless and hollow, devoid of anything human or warm. The eyes of that snowman held only the cold, dead emptiness of the grave. After that night, Harold's nerves were frayed to the breaking point. He began to lose sleep, unable to eat, and every strange sound became amplified in the quiet house. The scratching at the door, the eerie swishing sound on the snow, and sometimes, he thought he even heard faint whispers, as though someone were calling his name from within the cold, merciless wind. A week passed, and Harold was completely exhausted. Every night, he stationed himself by the window, always on guard. But the strange thing was, the snowman didn't appear every night. There were silent, still nights that almost felt normal. But just as he began to believe he'd imagined it all, the scratching sounds would start again, as if to remind him he was never truly alone. Harold couldn't find any explanation for what was happening. He tried calling friends to talk about it, but no one believed him. A snowman can't come to life. Harold, you're probably just stressed out. Get some rest. It'll all pass. But Harold knew what he was facing wasn't just a snowman. It was something darker, as though a spirit or a malevolent force had possessed that mound of snow, bringing with it a grudge from some far-off, shadowed realm. On yet another sleepless night, Harold sat on his old armchair, his eyes wide open, afraid to sleep, afraid to let down his guard. Outside, the snowfall was thick and heavy, blanketing everything. But suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Silence had fallen. Everything was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his chest. And then, in that dreadful silence, a faint whisper drifted through the air, soft but unmistakable. Come outside. Harold. Harold froze, every cell in his body gripped by sheer terror. This wasn't the scratching, it was a voice, soft and gentle, yet utterly haunting. He didn't hear the scratching this time. Instead, there was a gentle, rhythmic tapping from the other side of the door. Come outside. Harold shut his eyes tight, trying to block out the sound. But the voice echoed endlessly in his mind. When he finally opened his eyes again, he knew he had no choice. This snowman wasn't just a lifeless figure of snow. It was something that had returned from the grave, something that had existed here long before him, and it was relentless in its attempt to draw him outside. With trembling hands and a heart pounding with dread, Harold knew that his ordinary life was over. He feared this nightmare would never end, not as long as the snowman remained out there, waiting. Harold could no longer distinguish between day and night. Everything had become a foggy blur, where he was nothing more than a walking corpse, surviving on fear and fitful nightmares. Every night, the knocking came from outside, the whispers growing increasingly intimate, like an eerie invitation drawing him closer to whatever awaited him in the darkness. But Harold could not leave this house. Though he wanted to escape, to scream, he no longer had the strength. He had become the prey of an invisible obsession, something that had gnawed away at him from within, draining his mind and spirit. He was no longer himself. but a man consumed by the image of the snowman outside, its lifeless eyes full of strange vitality, like a demonic creature peering into his very soul. On the final night of winter, Harold knew something was about to happen. A sudden snowstorm swept in, ravaging everything in its path. The snow fell thick and fast, so cold that his windows froze over, blocking out any light from outside. Harold sat in the darkness. The weak light of a desk lamp, his only companion, felt as though the house was shrinking, suffocated by the cold and the darkness, as if it were sinking into another dimension, where only he and that thing existed. And then, the knock came loud, insistent, and stronger than ever. This time, the knock came from the front door. Harold could not resist the compulsion. His legs moved as if controlled by something else, his body walking toward the door while his mind screamed for him to stop. The door swung open, and there, amidst the thick snow, the snowman was waiting. It was no longer a mere snow figure. It had become something from the realm of the dead. His jet-black stone eyes stared at him, deep and endless, like a black hole ready to swallow his soul. The red scarf fluttered in the wind, a symbol of blood and life. Harold froze, unable to move or scream. The snowman's eyes burned into his mind, pulling him into a never-ending nightmare. In that gaze, he saw himself being dragged into another world, standing alone in a vast, empty snowfield, cold and desolate, with no escape. The snowman's eyes were not just stones. They were alive, filled with memories, with souls, and Harold realized they were the souls of those it had cursed before. He tried to break free from that gaze, but the snowman had come too close, its icy snow hand reaching out like skeletal fingers, sharp and freezing. Harold wanted to scream, to step back, but his body was frozen. In that moment, he realized a horrifying truth. This snowman was not just a figure. It was a being, a ghost of winter, something from the darkness that had existed here long before him. The snowman lowered its face close to his, and Harold felt the cold of its snow lips, an icy chill that pierced deeper than anything he had ever known. It whispered into his ear, a voice that belonged to no creature he had ever encountered. "You will never escape me." Then, in an instant, darkness consumed everything. When Harold opened his eyes, he found himself lying in his house, his limbs numb, as though waking from a terrible dream. But he knew it was not a dream. He could feel the cold sinking into his bones, as though the chill of the snowman had seeped into his very soul. The next morning, the snowman had melted. All that remained was a dark, murky puddle and a few indistinct footprints in the snow. But Harold could not forget its gaze. Those eyes, haunting and unrelenting, seemed to be burned into his mind forever. He could not stay in the house for another minute. Gathering everything he had left, he packed his things and left, hoping to escape it all. But no matter where he went, he still felt watched. In his restless sleep, in every cold winter, the image of the snowman returned, its black, empty eyes staring into him from some distant world. And the next winter, Harold heard news of an old neighbor. They said someone had spotted a snowman standing in front of his house, his black stone eyes staring, the red scarf fluttering in the snow. Story number 4. The Snowman's Name in Hudson Valley. The Hudson Valley at Christmas in 1998 was truly beautiful, and Sam and Ellie had decided to spend the holiday in what they thought was the perfect place, a small house nestled quietly by the river, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. The streets filled with Christmas lights and passing cars were no longer part of the life they sought. Here, there were only rolling hills, vast forests, and the biting cold of winter. "We're going to build a really nice snowman, right?" Ellie said, her eyes lighting up like tiny candles in the dark. Sam looked out the window, where snow had started to fall, covering the tree branches like soft white blankets, draping over the forest behind the house. There was something about the pure white light of winter that made him feel at peace, as if this was the only place in the world where they could start over. He nodded. offering a soft smile. "Of course, Ellie," he replied. "A beautiful snowman." That evening, after dinner, Sam and Ellie bundled up in thick coats and went outside to begin building their snowman. The snow had fallen thicker, forming smooth piles of snow that they could easily shape into round balls. Ellie placed 2 black stones for eyes, a carrot for a nose, and an old hat of Sam's that he had found in the closet. They finished shaping the snowman under the dim glow of the streetlight, a silent figure standing in the dark. When they were done, the snowman stood tall, as if guarding the vast forest surrounding them. "It's a work of art," Ellie said, gazing at the snowman in awe. Sam just smiled, but when he looked back at the snowman, an uneasy feeling began to stir inside him. "Yeah, something's not quite right," he frowned, feeling as though the snowman was watching them. But he chalked it up to the darkness, to the fatigue of a long day. They stepped inside, closing the door behind them, leaving the snowman alone in the cold night outside. The first night, Sam and Ellie sat in the living room, curled up on the sofa, drinking wine and telling old Christmas stories. The atmosphere was warm, but outside, the snow kept falling, and the soft sounds of the wind blowing through the nearby branches played like a gentle lullaby. Both of them felt that this was the life they had dreamed of. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside the window. "Ellie!" "Sam!" "Ellie!" Ellie jumped, looking toward the window. Sam paused in the middle of his story, his eyes drifting to the darkness outside, where the snowman stood, unmoving. "It's probably just the wind blowing through the branches," Sam said, trying to reassure his wife, though he couldn't explain why the voice sounded so clear. "That's not the wind," Ellie said, her voice trembling as her eyes remained fixed on the window. "Do you hear it? There's something out there." "It's probably just your imagination." Sam stood up and walked over to the window, pulling back the curtains. But outside, there was only the wind blowing and the snow falling gently. The snowman was still there, standing motionless in the dark. Ellie didn't believe in strange things, but fear was rising in her. She turned back to Sam, her face anxious. "But, Sam, I can't explain it. We heard our names being called." Sam shrugged, trying to dismiss the unease. "It's just the wind, Ellie. There's nothing to worry about." But when he turned back to close the window, he had the distinct feeling that the snowman was watching them, not like a lifeless snow sculpture, but like a living creature, its dark eyes staring intently at them, as if it were waiting for something. That night, neither of them could sleep. The next day, Sam and Ellie decided to go outside and check on the snowman. But when they stepped onto the lawn, the snowman was gone. There were no traces left, only an untouched blanket of snow where the snowman had stood. They looked at each other, worry creeping into their hearts. "Did someone move it?" Ellie asked, her voice trembling with unease. Sam shook his head, feeling an indescribable fear rising within him. Who could move a large snowman like that without leaving a single trace? "Definitely not," he replied. But even he didn't believe his own words. And that was just the beginning, because the next night, as they sat in the living room, the voice called their names again, this time clearer and closer, as if coming from the very forest behind the house. "Sam! Ellie! Sam!" Sam looked out the window. The snowman was no longer there, but the voice still echoed. And this time, it wasn't a coincidence. It was a desperate call, as if someone was standing in the darkness, waiting. "Ellie! Sam! Come here!" The lights in the house dimmed, and in the cold, silent night, they knew that something terrible was about to happen. Ellie no longer dared to step outside into the yard. The chill had seeped deep into every corner of her mind. Every night, the call echoed from the forest behind the house, a soft, alluring voice that also carried an undercurrent of threat she couldn't escape. "Ellie! Sam! Ellie!" Each time she heard it, she felt as if someone were standing right behind her, breathing down her neck, even though she knew Sam was sitting beside her. "It's just someone playing tricks," Sam had said one night, his voice low and weary. "They just want to scare us." He tried to reassure her. But Ellie knew that something far worse was lurking, hiding in the shadows just outside the window, where the snowman had once stood tall. The darkness outside the window grew thicker with each passing night, stretching out like unseen ghosts waiting to swallow everything. They had once thought the sound was just the wind rustling through the branches. But it no longer felt like the wind. The call seemed to come from the shadows, from deep within the forest itself. Someone was calling their names. A week later, on a bitterly cold night, Sam decided he would go outside. Despite the worry gnawing at him, he couldn't continue living in fear, couldn't let Ellie panic any longer. He knew he had to face whatever this was, even though he suspected that what he would discover might not be what he expected. "Are you coming with me?" Sam asked Ellie as he pulled on his thick coat. His voice faltered, and he didn't dare look her in the eyes. Ellie had seen something in his gaze, something she couldn't explain, a deeper fear than anything they had felt before. Ellie shook her head, clutching the pillow tightly. She couldn't go outside anymore. She couldn't face it. She just wanted to run, to bury herself under the blankets, close the window, and forget it all. "Stay here. I'll just check things out for a bit," Sam said, forcing a smile to reassure his wife. But even he wasn't sure he could face whatever waited out there. It wasn't the shadow of the snowman anymore. It wasn't just the cold of winter. It was the call. Sam stepped outside, leaving Ellie alone in the warm house. The snow still fell, blanketing the yard and garden. The night was pitch black, with no light except for the distant street lamp far at the end of the alley. Sam crossed the threshold and carefully locked the door behind him. His breath formed thin clouds in the freezing air as he stepped into the forest. His footsteps echoed strangely on the snow, as if something were following his every move. Every tree, every shadow seemed to twitch, ready to reach out and drag him into the darkness. At first, Sam thought he was imagining it, but then the voice came again, louder and clearer than ever. "Sam, Sam, Ellie." Sam stopped, his heart pounding in his chest. The voice wasn't coming from afar, it was close, right in front of him. He looked around, but all he could see were the black trees standing motionless like silent shadows, watching him in the dark. And then, he saw the snowman. It stood there, in the same spot where he and Ellie had built it the night before. But tonight, it wasn't standing still. The branches of the trees around it seemed to bend, falling under the weight of something unseen pulling it out of the ground. The snowman's eyes, those black eyes, glowed in the dark. Sam felt as though he were being pulled in, like the snowman was staring into his mind, drawing him into a world from which there was no escape. He couldn't move. Those deep, black eyes seemed to peer into the depths of his soul, forcing him to stand still, forcing him to hear the call. "Sam, come here." "Ellie." He wanted to turn around, to run back to the house, but his body wouldn't obey. His feet were like lead, each step bringing him closer to the snowman, closer still, walking through the bone-chilling cold. Sam felt as though he was walking toward a deep hole, a place where the darkness would consume everything. His lips trembled as he felt something filthy, something dark, slithering out from the ground. And then, as he reached the snowman, he heard a deep, drawn-out sigh, a sigh that felt like some kind of monster had awakened in the darkness. Suddenly, Sam felt a strong force pushing him forward, as though someone were shoving him from behind, urging him toward the snowman. He tried to turn back, but his legs refused to cooperate. He wanted to scream, but the words caught in his throat. At that moment, he knew for certain this wasn't a joke. It wasn't the wind or some figment of his imagination. It was something real. As his eyes met the snowman's, he realized those weren't just ordinary black stones for eyes. They were glowing now, filled with a power so dark and cold, felt like death itself. And in that instant, Sam heard a faint sound, so small yet so clear, ringing in his mind. A call. Come here, Sam. Come here. Ellie. He no longer had the strength to resist. The cold was invading every muscle, every fiber of his being. His vision started to blur, and in the weak light of the distant stars, he knew he had stepped into another world, a world where the snowman, no longer a lifeless figure, but a terrifying creature, had called his name. In that moment, Sam knew there was no turning back. All he could do was move forward. Sam awoke in the dark. The night was pitch black, but it wasn't because the sky had grown darker than usual. It was the cold inside the house, a cold that the outside air couldn't compare to. It seemed to seep into every corner, creeping through the thick curtains, penetrating the walls, and drifting into the very cracks of his heart. Sam sat up in bed, dazed, looking around. Ellie, he called softly, but his voice sounded weak, raspy, as if something had sucked the breath right out of him. His head throbbed, heavy, as if someone had struck him hard. He raised his hand, but his fingers trembled, unable to grasp the bed's edge. Only the cold remained, like a haunting presence tightening around him. Sam got up and walked out of the bedroom. Everything around him seemed normal, but it was anything but. He entered the living room, and as the light from the table lamp illuminated the space, he saw Ellie sitting there, like a ghost, her eyes empty, staring through him as though she no longer recognized his presence. Ellie, Sam stammered, but she merely looked up, her vacant eyes fixed on him, as though searching for something behind him. Don't you see it? Ellie whispered, her voice echoing in the darkness, cold like the air outside. It's out there. The snowman. It's not a normal snowman. It's watching us. A chill ran down Sam's spine. He quickly moved toward the window, but when he looked outside, there was nothing. The familiar scene of the yard and the trees lay still beneath the thick snow. But he knew, deep down, that something terrible was waiting for them out there, waiting for the moment they stepped outside to continue the unfinished story. The smell of cold wasn't just winter's chill. It was something else, something that wasn't human, seeping into his mind. Sam turned back and saw Ellie standing there, her eyes still hazy, no longer sharp as they once were. Ellie, are you okay? She didn't answer. She only shook her head lightly, as if a part of her had been pulled away by something else. And then, the call came again. This time, it wasn't from the forest. It wasn't from the snowman. It came from their own shadow in the house. Sam, Ellie, come here. The voice echoed again, soft but clear. But when Sam turned to look, he saw a tall figure standing in the corner of the room, a shadow of the snowman. But it wasn't the same one that he and Ellie had built the day before. Its eyes weren't just black. They were glowing, red like fire. A massive, grotesque grin spread across its snow-white face. Its mouth didn't close, and its eyes never left them, as if waiting for something terrible to happen. Sam flinched, but his feet wouldn't move. A cold hand touched his shoulder. But when he turned, no one was there. Only laughter echoed in his mind, as if the thing were mocking him, jeering at him. Ellie, we have to go now. Sam panicked, grabbing his wife's hand, but she remained still, unblinking. Don't you see? It's not a snowman anymore. It's something else. She finally tore her eyes away from the figure, but her gaze was no longer bright. Her eyes had dulled, as if the light in her life had faded. It's out there, Sam, Ellie said, her voice low and hoarse, as though she was speaking from a place far away, a place Sam couldn't reach. He looked out the window. The night was dark and cold, but there was nothing. The snow still fell, but the dim light from the street lamp couldn't pierce the darkness that surrounded them. He could feel something in the air, something drawing closer. And then, he heard footsteps. The footsteps weren't anyone else's. They were his own. They grew louder, step by step, slow and steady, not hurried. When he turned, he saw the snowman's shadow, now moving inside the house, walking slowly but surely, as if searching for something. Ellie, he shouted, but not in fear. He called out to her, part of him wanting to pull her out of the trance, wanting her to see the truth. But as he got closer, he realized she was no longer Ellie. She wasn't his wife anymore. She was a puppet, a soulless shadow, standing still under the control of something invisible, as if the cold in the house was draining the very soul from her. "Ellie!" Sam screamed, rushing toward her. But when he touched her, Ellie collapsed to the floor, and at that moment, he heard a horrifying laugh, full of mockery and cruelty. The dark shadow stood there. "Ellie, Sam, you will be mine." At that moment, Sam could no longer run. The door to the house slammed shut behind him, and in the dark of Hudson Valley, the call still echoed, steady and unrelenting, like an invitation that couldn't be refused. Story number 5. Snowman in abandoned house in Buffalo. In the icy winter of 1992, in Buffalo, New York, a group of friends, Kyle, Eric, and Mark, decided to take on a dare they thought would be the boldest prank yet, entering an abandoned house on a night of heavy snowfall. For years, rumors had surrounded the house, whispers of eerie happenings. Locals said that anyone who entered felt an unusual chill, as if a winter ghost still lingered within. Despite the stories, the friends were determined to enter. Before going in, Kyle came up with a daring idea. They would build a snowman right in front of the house. They wanted to create a guardian, a silent witness to their fearless prank. Eric and Mark eagerly joined in, gathering snow to craft a towering snowman with coal-black eyes and an old hat on its head. They broke off 2 branches for arms, angling them forward as if the snowman were waiting in the dark. The 3 stepped back, admiring their work under the moonlight. The towering snowman stood silently, its empty coal eyes staring back at them, a silent but chilling symbol against the snowy backdrop. "Now we've got ourselves a guard," Mark laughed, but the sound quickly faded into the cold air, leaving a chilling silence. Crossing the old wooden threshold, the friends immediately felt an unnatural chill. Everything was darker and quieter than it should have been, as if the air had thickened with cold. Dust covered the floor, and the peeling walls revealed rotting wood beneath. Every footstep creaked loudly, echoing through the empty rooms, as if they had disturbed something that had been lying dormant. They didn't plan to stay long, just snap a few pictures to prove they'd completed the dare. But before they could take a photo, they heard a light scratching from outside the window. At first, they thought it was just a branch brushing against the glass in the wind, but the sound grew more distinct, as if something was scratching with intent. Eric, the most curious of the 3, leaned closer to the window to peer outside. "It's probably just the wind," he scoffed, though a hint of doubt tinged his voice. Just then, a heavy, rasping breath echoed from the front door. It sounded close, urgent, and cold, as if someone were waiting just outside, ready to come in. Fear gripped them. Kyle, bold as ever, decided to open the door and check. But when he swung it open, the sight made him freeze. The snowman they had built minutes ago had shifted positions. Instead of facing the road, it was now turned toward the house. Its coal-black eyes stared directly at the door, and its branch-like arms were lifted, as if it were knocking. Kyle's heart pounded as he struggled to stay calm. His gaze locked onto the snowman. "Mark, Eric, come here and look at this," he called out, his voice shaking. When Mark and Eric came outside, they too were stunned. The snowman stood motionless, but something was unmistakably wrong. Its dark, empty eyes seemed to hold a strange power, keeping them transfixed. "We should leave," Mark whispered, afraid that even a loud sound might awaken whatever was lurking in the house, or in the snowman's form. No one argued. They all turned and walked quickly away. But as soon as they turned, they felt something following. The scratching sound from before now shifted to a light crunching of footsteps in the snow, soft but persistent, as if something was pacing right behind them. They didn't dare look back, feeling that if they did, whatever was following would seize them immediately. They just kept running, fleeing the haunted house and the snowman they had crafted with their own hands. They bolted down the snowy path, across the street, and only when they reached a busier area did they finally stop. Panting, their hearts racing. None of them said a word, but they all knew they had encountered something beyond understanding. A cold, malevolent force that didn't belong in this world had followed them from that abandoned house. That night, none of them slept. Each time they closed their eyes, they saw the snowman turn toward the house, its dark, hollow eyes watching, his branch-like hands raised as if waiting. And in the silence of the night, they could still hear the scratching at the door, the heavy, frosty breathing, and the sound of footsteps trailing them in the snow. After the terrifying events of the previous night, Kyle, Eric, and Mark couldn't shake the haunting images of the snowman and the abandoned house. Every time they closed their eyes, they saw the snowman turning toward the house, its arms raised as if scratching at the door. These memories jolted them awake, leaving them pale and exhausted, with dark circles under their eyes the next morning. Despite the fear, part of them was determined to make sense of what had happened. Perhaps the snowman had shifted due to strong winds, or someone had pulled a prank on them. To find answers, they decided to return to the abandoned lot, this time in daylight, hoping that the sun would dispel their irrational fears. But deep down, each of them knew they were facing something beyond their comprehension. As they approached the lot, they saw traces of the snowman still there, but it had collapsed into a pile of scattered snow. All that remained were two black coal eyes glinting in the weak winter light. Staring at the melted heap, Mark felt a chill run down his spine. He recalled the hollow, lifeless gaze of the snowman that had pierced them last night, a stare devoid of life, yet somehow filled with an eerie presence. "It's just a pile of snow," Kyle tried to reassure the group. Though his voice trembled, they turned back toward the house, pushing the door open, immediately feeling the icy chill radiating from within. This cold was different, not just from the snow or the season. It seemed to seep from the walls, from the shadows, as though the house harbored loneliness, resentment, and a darkness they couldn't fully understand. Trying to appear calm, they lit a small flashlight to brighten the room. But soon, strange noises began to echo from outside. The scratching at the window, the sound they had heard the night before, returned, steady and relentless, as if something or someone were trying to get inside. The scratching grew more intense, like claws raking against the glass, making their skin prickle. "It's probably just a tree branch," Eric tried to convince himself, but none of them truly believed it. Then, almost compelled by some force, Eric glanced out the window. What he saw froze him in place. Outside, the snowman they thought had collapsed was now standing tall, fully rebuilt. But this time, there was a chilling difference. The snowman was no longer facing the road. It had turned fully toward the house, his coal-black eyes fixed on Eric's. Eric staggered back, his face pale. It's back," he stammered, pointing to the window. Kyle and Mark rushed over and saw it too. The snowman stood still, yet possessed a disturbing, almost living energy. They felt as if those hollow black eyes were boring into them, waiting for them to come outside. Fear filled each of them. The heavy breathing they'd heard before now returned, louder and more chilling than ever. The sound was deep and close, as if coming from a giant, frigid creature whose breath was filled with snow and ice, spreading throughout the house and deepening the darkness. It felt as if the snowman's very breath was surrounding them, an inexplicable, malevolent force. "Let's get out of here," Mark whispered, his eyes wide with terror. No one disagreed. They rushed out, hoping to escape whatever was waiting in the shadows. But as they stepped outside, they faced the snowman. Despite the absence of wind, they heard a faint, mocking laughter from somewhere, as if something were sneering at them. Though no one else was around, they all felt the unmistakable presence of an invisible, chilling entity. Mark couldn't bear it any longer. He turned and ran. Kyle and Eric quickly followed, afraid to look back. As they sprinted across the snowy street, they could hear footsteps trailing them, the soft crunch of snow giving them the dreadful sensation that the snowman was following, closing in with every step. They ran until they finally stopped, gasping for air, yet the feeling of being watched remained. None of them dared look back. None of them spoke a word, but the image of the snowman with its dark, coal eyes and haunting presence was seared into their minds. They all swore to never return to that house, to never build a snowman in Buffalo again. But deep down, they knew what they'd seen was not just a snow figure. It was something that had awakened, a being not of this world, something that, no matter how far they ran, would keep haunting them in the night, forever. Time passed, but the haunting memory of the snowman at the abandoned house lingered in Kyle, Eric, and Mark's minds. After that terrifying night, all three vowed never to return to the property. Yet, the memory of the snowman continued to haunt them. In their dreams, they would see those hollow, black eyes staring at them from afar, and with each night, it seemed the snowman crept closer. Months later, local authorities demolished the abandoned house. The strange tale of the three young men quickly became a local legend. A chilling rumor whispered on cold winter nights. Locals began to say that if anyone dared to build a snowman on that land, it would shift on its own through the night, inch by inch, as if it were searching for the one who summoned it. Haunted by his experience, Kyle felt an intense urge to return to the empty lot and face his fears. He wanted to know if the curse was real or if it was merely a trick of their minds. After convincing a new group of friends, Kyle decided to test their courage once more. This time, he wanted to prove that the snowman was not a supernatural entity. On a bitterly cold winter night, Kyle and his new friends returned to the empty lot. They built a snowman right in the middle of the land, purposely recreating the eerie shape that Kyle and his former friends had made years earlier. They gave the snowman black coal eyes, twig arms, and an old hat, exactly as the snowman that had haunted Kyle for months. At first, the group joked around, trying to keep their nerves at bay. But as night fell, a strange atmosphere settled over the lot. The sky was pitch black, and the air grew eerily silent, as though every sound had been sucked into a void. The chill emanating from the snowman they had built began to seep through the air, making everyone shiver. By midnight, as the group sat in darkness, someone suddenly whispered, "Look, the snowman, it's moving." Kyle turned and was horrified to see that the snowman appeared to have shifted slightly closer. It was only a small distance, but clearly, it was no longer in the exact spot they'd left it. His black coal eyes remained fixed on them, as if watching their every move. The group began to grow uneasy, though none dared speak, fearing it would stir something even darker. Suddenly, a scratching sound echoed from behind them, the same sound that Kyle, Eric, and Mark had heard on that fateful night. The scratching filled the air, each scrape seeming to dig deeper into them, leaving them feeling surrounded by an unseen force. One of the group couldn't take it any longer and screamed, bolting away. The scratching abruptly stopped, but an ominous silence blanketed the area, and every footstep seemed to echo from afar, as though something was moving along with them in the shadows. None dared to look back, but Kyle knew that the snowman was still there, with its glowing red eyes of fury and its arms reaching toward them. It felt as though a winter phantom trailed them. A curse awakened within the form of that snowman. Those red eyes were not symbols of ice and snow, but of a smoldering hatred, burning in the shadowy depths. After running some distance, Kyle glanced back, but the snowman was no longer where it had been. The snow had refilled the spot, leaving only large tracks in its place, a stark reminder that this ghostly entity could move through the darkness of night. From that night on, the group was haunted by the terrifying memory of the empty lot in Buffalo. They never returned to that land, but each one knew the snowman's curse lingered there, waiting for the next brave or foolish soul to awaken it again. And the tale of the Buffalo snowman remains, a cursed warning amid the eternal winter. Story number 6. Snowman in Central Park, New York City on a winter night in 1983. A snowstorm blanketed every road, rendering Central Park eerily deserted. In the biting cold of December, few dared to step foot in the park after midnight, except for Harold. Harold was a homeless man in his 60s, with hands that constantly trembled from the cold and eyes that hid behind a worn-out coat. He had wandered the streets of New York for years, witnessing all the city's strange happenings. But tonight, he would encounter something beyond anything he'd ever imagined. As the storm intensified, Harold wandered into Central Park to find some shelter. His feet sank deep into the fresh snow, and the silence was so complete he could hear his own breathing as it frosted the air around him. And that's when he saw it. At first, Harold thought he was mistaken. A tall, white figure stood motionless among the trees, just 20 yards away. But something was wrong. The figure was unnaturally tall, not quite human. Harold squinted, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. His eyes, they glowed in the darkness, burning red like embers in the frozen night. His heart nearly stopped when he realized the figure was moving. Strangely, there were no sounds of footsteps, no crunching snow. The giant snow-white figure glided silently between the trees, pausing only to turn its head in Harold's direction. As if watching him, its red eyes followed his every move, like a predator patiently stalking its prey. Paralyzed with fear, Harold tried to back away, his legs feeling like ice. Every instinct told him to run, yet those red eyes held him in a grip of terror. He had never seen anything like this, a creature that seemed born of winter's most fearsome nightmares. At last, driven by a rush of panic, Harold turned and ran, refusing to look back. He dashed along the park paths, his breathing frantic and labored. He heard the faint crunching of snow behind him, as if the figure was following, just out of sight. Though he could not see it, he felt its gaze boring into his back, tracking his every step. When he finally burst out of the park, he stopped to catch his breath and glanced back. Central Park lay dark and silent, blanketed in snow, but he knew what he'd seen was real. Those red eyes remained etched in his mind, a haunting warning that the ghost of winter would not let him rest. The next morning, Harold sat on a bench outside the park, his gaze empty and haunted. He recounted his tale to anyone willing to listen, describing a towering snowman-like figure with blazing red eyes, a creature not of this world, seemingly conjured from the snowstorm to hunt those who dared step into Central Park. Most people who heard his story merely chuckled, dismissing it as the hallucination of a homeless man wandering through the cold. But some didn't laugh. They had heard whispers too, rumors shared in coffee shops of a mysterious entity in Central Park on snowy nights, a creature that left enormous footprints in the snow, instilling terror in those unlucky enough to cross its path. One listener was David Grant, a local journalist. He wasn't easily swayed by urban legends, but there was something in Harold's eyes that stirred his curiosity. It wasn't the look of a delusional man. It was the look of someone who had faced his darkest fear. David decided to investigate further. He met with Harold, interviewed him, and recorded every detail of the encounter. The more he listened, the more convinced he became that Harold's terror was genuine. This wasn't just a story. Harold was reliving every harrowing moment. That night, David ventured into Central Park armed with a camera and notebook as the city settled into sleep. Snow covered the ground in thick layers, and the sky was black, with no hint of moonlight. The park was silent, only the crunching of snow beneath his boots breaking the stillness. Yet David sensed something in the air, a tension, as if the park itself was holding its breath, waiting. As David ventured deeper into the park, he began to feel eyes upon him. A chill ran down his spine. He paused, scanning the darkness, but saw only shadows among the trees. All was quiet. Then, in the dim light, he glimpsed a towering figure moving among the trees. David held his breath, staring intently. The figure was nearly twice the height of a man, its snowy white form blending with the winter landscape. And its eyes, two glowing red embers that pierced through the dark. Like hot coals against the cold. A flood of fear surged through David. Mixed with a strange thrill, he raised his camera, but his hands trembled too much to steady the shot. In that instant, David realized the creature was watching him, its eyes fixed upon him, unblinking, as if assessing him, waiting. Finally, as fear overwhelmed him, David turned and ran, just as Harold had. He could feel those red eyes still upon him, and the soft crunch of snow behind him. The park seemed to close in around him, darkness pressing in like an invisible trap. He burst out of the park, collapsing onto the snowy sidewalk, his hands numb with cold. When he looked back, there was nothing, no red eyes, no towering figure, but deep down, he knew something was haunting Central Park, and that night was only the beginning of a hunt he would never forget. David Grant had escaped the park, but the story was etched into his mind. He knew he had to go back, to confront the ghostly figure and uncover the truth, no matter the cost. David couldn't stop thinking about the encounter in the park that night. Although he'd escaped those glowing red eyes, the images of the giant snowman haunted him in every dream, like a dark shadow pressing down on his mind. He told himself he couldn't be the only one who had seen it. Someone else must have encountered it, heard it, or left behind clues he could follow. Determined to uncover the truth, David began searching for information on strange occurrences in Central Park. He interviewed Harold once more, trying to record every detail of his experience. Harold recalled how the snowman had moved silently, leaving giant footprints, and how he had felt hunted. His words were tinged with horror, and his eyes stared into the distance, as though he was reliving every terrifying moment. While combing through old files at the city library, David found a short newspaper clipping from 1897. The article described a giant creature, called the Snow Ghost, that had instilled fear in the locals after being sighted in the park on a winter's night. It was said to resemble a moving ice sculpture, its eyes glowing in the dark, and it appeared only during the city's fiercest snowstorms. According to the article, people believed the Snow Ghost was a supernatural entity, a winter demon that emerged only in the bitterest cold. A chill ran down David's spine as he read. Could the Snow Ghost still be around? Had it haunted Central Park for centuries? He knew he was stepping into a dark and dangerous mystery, but he couldn't turn back now. The old article, Harold's interview, and the mysterious footprints in the snow. They were all pieces of a puzzle revealing an ancient and malevolent presence. On the second night, David decided to return to Central Park. Armed with a camera, flashlight, and voice recorder, he told himself he'd capture proof of the snowman if it truly existed. The sky was pitch black, and tonight's blizzard was even more intense than the previous night. The wind howled through the bare trees, like the cold breath of winter itself. David stood in the middle of the park, every sense heightened. The park was eerily silent, with only the thickly falling snow and the eerie whistle of the wind. He could feel something unusual, a heavy, chilling presence enveloping the entire area, making his heart pound. A suffocating feeling crept in, as though he had stepped into someone else's territory. In the faint beam of his flashlight, David spotted massive footprints pressed deep into the snow. The footprints were enormous, far larger than any human or animal he had ever known. He crouched down, placing his hand over one print. It was several times wider than his hand. Swallowing hard, David's eyes followed the tracks as they disappeared into the dense woods, where darkness thickened like a wall, stopping him in his tracks. Suddenly, from within the darkness, a faint whisper echoed, a chilling call from the frost. The whisper was too low to understand, but it sent an icy shiver down David's spine. He swung his flashlight forward, eyes straining, and there he saw it, a towering dark shape gradually emerging between the trees. It was the snowman. There it stood, motionless amid the trees, its enormous form glowing white against the darkened forest. But this time, David felt an unmistakable aura of chilling. dangerous life emanating from the creature. Its gaze seemed to pierce through him, making him feel small and powerless. He was frozen in place, held captive by those glowing red eyes. The snowman began to move slowly toward him, each step silent, the only sound the crunching of the snow beneath its weight. David took a step back, trying to keep calm, but he could feel the creature's presence overtaking the space around him, as if it filled the entire park. His camera trembled in his hands, but he managed to snap a photo. As the flash went off, the snowman paused, its red eyes fixated on him, almost as if it understood his actions. David took another photo, but this time, the snowman seemed to grow angry. It advanced faster, its eyes blazing like twin fires in the darkness. David could feel its deadly intent, the predatory energy radiating from it like an ancient hunter, a winter demon resurrected to chase down any intruder. He started to run, weaving through the snow-laden trees. Every path seemed to disappear, and the darkness around him grew deeper, blocking his way. The heavy thuds of the snowman's footsteps echoed behind him, like the drum of a snowstorm, each step a countdown to the end. Finally, when David felt he had nowhere left to go, he turned and shone his flashlight toward the snowman. But the light was swallowed by the darkness, and all he could see were those burning red eyes fixed on him. They seemed to draw him in, pulling him into a realm of cold and shadow, where the snowman was the only ruler. And then, abruptly, the snowman stopped, mere steps away. It stared at him for a long moment, then slowly dissolved into the shadows. Like a wisp of mist, David collapsed onto the snow, panting, his hands trembling from both fear and cold. He knew he had barely escaped, but he also understood one thing: the snowman wouldn't let him go so easily. David returned home, but the image of the snowman continued to haunt him. He felt as if he had unlocked a doorway to another world, a place filled with shadow and frost, where the snowman dwelled, waiting. The footprints in the snow and those burning red eyes lingered in his mind, a warning that this story was far from over. His room grew colder, and in every gust of winter wind that blew past his window, David could still hear the snowman's footsteps, like whispers from a living winter, ready to hunt again. David couldn't escape the haunting presence of the snowman. Every night, he heard those heavy footsteps echoing like a snowstorm in his mind. Long after he'd left Central Park, those red eyes, too cruel, soulless flames, seemed to follow him wherever he went. David knew he couldn't ignore it any longer. The snowman wasn't a mirage, nor was it just a fable spun by Harold. It was real, and it was hunting him. Finally, David decided to return to Central Park and confront the thing that had invaded his thoughts. That night, a brutal snowstorm once again swept through New York, covering the city in thick layers of snow. His heart pounded as he entered the park, transformed into an icy labyrinth, a kingdom ruled by the invisible power of the snowman. David stopped on a snow-covered path. Everything was blanketed in a ghostly white, and the bitter wind howled like resentful whispers. He gripped his camera tightly, flashlight trembling in his hand, as he cast its beam toward the trees. Standing in the dead silence, he strained to catch any sound around him. And then, he heard it. Footsteps slow, steady, and echoing in the darkness like a grim drumbeat. David felt his whole body freeze, not from the cold, but from the fear flooding his veins. The footsteps drew closer, and then he saw it. The giant creature emerged from the shadows, towering and fierce, its body covered in a thick layer of ice and snow, like a living monument of frost. Its red eyes glowed in the freezing night, cruel and malevolent. The snowman stopped and looked straight at David, unflinching. That stare bored into his mind as if it could strip away his every thought and feeling. David tried to lift his camera to take a shot, but his hands shook uncontrollably. He knew he only had seconds before this creature would come for him. He forced himself to breathe, but the air felt frozen in his chest, and he realized he was nothing more than a fragile being, helpless in the face of this malevolent shadow. In a deep, cold voice, The snowman muttered something David couldn't understand. But even so soft, that sound pierced through the snow and burrowed into his mind, like an ancient curse from which he could never escape. David turned and ran toward the exit of the park. But the snowman's footsteps echoed right behind him, steady and relentless. Every time he glanced back, the snowman was closer, as though nothing could stop its approach. Its icy aura swallowed everything, turning Central Park into a desolate, frozen kingdom. In his panic, David stumbled onto the snow, gasping and exhausted. He knew he didn't have the strength to keep running. When he looked up, the snowman was towering over him, its red eyes blazing like fires from the underworld. David couldn't look away from that stare, a gaze devoid of life yet full of wrath and malice, as though the snowman embodied every fear and anguish born from endless, brutal winters. He had no choice left. In a final moment of desperation, David clutched his camera and snapped shot after shot, hoping the flash might somehow drive it back, or at least leave evidence of its existence. But each time the flash lit up, the snowman seemed to grow angrier. His red eyes flared, and in that last instant, David felt a chilling force seep through his body, as though the snowman was absorbing him into the blizzard. The next morning, Central Park lay under a strangely serene blanket of thick snow. But early walkers in the park noticed something odd. A camera lay discarded on the snow, dusted with frost. They opened it to find a series of blurred photos of a towering figure, burning red eyes, and enormous footprints stamped deep into the snow. David Grant never returned, and no one knew exactly what had happened to him. But from that night on, stories of the malevolent snowman spread across New York. People said that sometimes, during a fierce snowstorm, a towering figure could be seen moving slowly among the trees of Central Park, its red eyes watching anyone brave enough to venture in after dark. The story of the Central Park snowman became a legend, but for those who truly believed, it was a warning. Some spirits of winter never die, they only wait in silence, in the heart of the snowstorms, leaving a trail of giant footprints and an unholy red stare, ready to hunt lost souls. Story number 7. Snowman of Times Square. Times Square, December 1995. The entire square glittered with Christmas lights, bustling with crowds, laughter, and lively holiday music. Amid the festive atmosphere, a group of street artists decided to add to the holiday spirit by creating a giant snowman in the center of Times Square, a fully handcrafted masterpiece that immediately drew all eyes. The snowman stood tall and imposing, with a round, thick body sculpted from layers of dense snow. Its eyes were two coal-black buttons, deep and hollow. Atop its head sat an old knit hat, and around its neck was a striking red scarf. Towering over the crowd, the snowman became a captivating Christmas symbol amid the lively scene of Times Square. Curious onlookers gathered around, taking photos, smiling, and reaching out to touch its cold, frosty surface. But as night fell, the snowman began to change. Around midnight, the crowds had thinned, leaving the square unusually quiet. A few remaining passersby noticed something odd. They saw that the snowman seemed to be breathing. White misty breaths rose from its mouth, forming faint clouds in the frosty air. A few people paused, watching closely, tilting their heads as they tried to find a logical explanation. But the longer they watched, the more unsettling it felt. A young woman stopped in her tracks. Thinking she saw the snowman shift slightly, she rubbed her eyes, telling herself it was just an illusion caused by the twinkling lights reflecting off nearby buildings. But she couldn't shake the feeling that this inanimate figure was somehow alive. A chill ran down her spine. She walked away quickly, trying to forget the eerie image behind her. But an uneasy feeling lingered with her all the way home. At that moment, an older man named Johnson, just off his late shift, happened to walk past the snowman. The twinkling lights cast shadows across its icy form, and its coal-black eyes seemed to be staring right at him, tracking his every move. He stopped, feeling an inexplicable urge to get closer, to reach out and touch the snowman. Johnson approached, his breath fogging in the frigid air. He leaned in, staring into the snowman's eyes. As he got close enough, he felt an intense, bone-chilling cold radiate from the snowman, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Those coal-black eyes, they seemed to be moving, a dark, bottomless void that he couldn't look away from. Then he saw mist rising from the snowman's mouth in slow, regular puffs, as though it were breathing. He staggered back, falling into the snow, his eyes wide with fear. He swore he had just seen the snowman's eyes blink, like those of a living creature. But there was no one else around to see it, no one to confirm that his fear was real. Trembling, Johnson got to his feet, backing away from the square, glancing over his shoulder every few steps. The snowman remained motionless, its coal-black eyes following his retreat as if it were committing his face to memory in a way that sent chills down his spine. The next morning, Times Square was bustling once again, but something strange caught everyone's attention. The snowman had vanished. There was no trace of it on the snowy ground, no footprints, no sign of it being moved or destroyed. Those who had seen the snowman the night before began to share their stories. Some claimed they saw it breathing, while others insisted it had shifted, and Johnson, still shaken, told anyone who would listen that the snowman's eyes had come to life, blinking as though it were truly alive. The tale of the Times Square snowman quickly spread. People were curious, and some laughed it off, chalking it up to holiday exaggerations. But those who had witnessed it firsthand, like Johnson, felt a haunting unease. They sensed that something sinister had been left behind, that those coal-black eyes were still watching them from somewhere, waiting for another night when the Christmas lights would fade, and darkness would descend once more. It seemed that the chill of winter had brought something across from another realm, something no one could fully understand. Rumors about the mysterious snowman in Times Square quickly spread across the city. Everyone was talking about the living snowman that had appeared and vanished so mysteriously. Some thought it was a prank by a group of street artists, while others believed it was a supernatural occurrence. But for those who had actually witnessed the snowman that Christmas night, they knew something was wrong, and fear clung to them with every passing moment. Among those witnesses was Rachel, a young woman who worked in the city center. She recalled that when she passed by the snowman on Christmas night, she felt an unusual chill run down her spine. Unlike the ordinary winter cold, she stopped, staring into the snowman's coal-black eyes, and swore they moved. "I saw them shift," she insisted, her eyes wide with unease. "I'm not sure if it was real or just an illusion, but those eyes followed my every move. And as I walked away, I felt like someone was trailing behind." A young boy named Billy, who had been with his mother that night, recounted that he saw the snowman smile under the faint glow of the Christmas lights. Billy noticed a tiny crack on the snowman's face, slowly curving into an eerie smile. When he screamed, his mother dismissed it as him being spooked because it was so late. But for Billy, the empty gaze of the snowman and that strange smile were now etched in his memory. Gradually, the tale of the snowman became more than just a holiday rumor. Witnesses started feeling that what they'd seen wasn't merely a bizarre event, but also an omen. Mr. Johnson, the older man who had seen the snowman breathe and stare at him, began to have nightmares. In his dreams, he would return to Times Square, and there, the snowman still stood tall, its black eyes following him intently. The nightmare repeated night after night, each time the snowman moving closer, as if it were about to step out of the snow and drag him into the shadows. Soon after, Michael, a young journalist at a local newspaper, caught wind of the story. Passionate about mysteries, Michael was drawn to the tale of the strange snowman. He went to Times Square, meeting with each witness and listening to their accounts with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. He met Mr. Johnson at a small cafe, and the older man recounted every unsettling detail. "You may not believe me," Mr. Johnson said, his voice trembling, But I know it was watching me. Those eyes, they couldn't belong to something lifeless. There was something inside, something waiting, looking into Mr. Johnson's tired, strained eyes. Michael felt an unsettling chill begin to creep over him. Michael also met Sam, a homeless man who lived near Times Square. Though Sam was often dismissed as a rambling old fool, he had stories that no one else knew. Sam claimed he had seen the snowman disappear into the night, dissolving into the air as if it had never existed. He was adamant that the snowman was not a man-made work of art but a cursed being. There's a secret file on Times Square mentioning something called the frost spirit, Sam whispered, his eyes filled with worry. That thing wanders in the winter, watching anyone brave enough to look it in the eye. The snowman is only its temporary form. You understand? It's no joke. Michael shivered at Sam's words. A frost spirit, living through the winter, using the form of a snowman to exist and spread fear. The idea made him feel as if he were stepping into a nightmare with no way out. But as a journalist, he knew he had to see the story through to the end. The next night, Michael decided to stay in Times Square, hoping he might witness something himself. The streetlights gradually dimmed as it grew late, and the square became eerily quiet. Michael sat on a stone bench, keeping his eyes fixed on the area where the snowman had once stood. The air grew colder, and a strange sense of unease began to envelop him. Suddenly, for just an instant, he caught sight of a shadow moving across the ground, as if a towering figure were approaching. He felt an icy chill wrap around him, and the lights from the buildings seemed to fade. Michael shot up, his eyes scanning the darkness, and he felt a pair of eyes watching him, those coal-black eyes, empty yet filled with malice. He lifted his camera, but each time he clicked the shutter, the flash distorted the image, leaving blurred, ghostly shapes. With each photo he took, the shadowy snowman seemed to appear and then vanish in a flicker, like a ghost without form. The snowman's cold presence seeped into every part of him, making Michael feel as if he were freezing from the inside out. In a panic, Michael turned and ran, feeling as though the snowman's eyes stayed locked on every step. He only stopped when he reached the edge of Times Square, his breaths coming in rapid gasps and his heart racing. He felt as if those eyes still watched him from afar, a reminder that he had awakened something that should have remained untouched. From that moment on, Michael knew that this snowman wasn't a mere Christmas decoration. It was the embodiment of a deep darkness, a cold, eternal entity, and its eyes would never cease watching those who had dared to disturb it. Michael knew he couldn't escape the haunting presence of the Times Square snowman. Ever since that night when he'd confronted those coal-black, bottomless eyes, he'd felt an unshakable chill following him. Every time he closed his eyes, those empty, hateful eyes appeared in his mind. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't rid himself of the feeling that something had been watching him since that night, like a nightmare that clung persistently to his every thought. Michael knew he had to face his fear. On one frigid night at the end of the year, with winter winds howling through the city's towering buildings, he decided to return to Times Square in search of the truth. He prepared everything: camera, flashlight, and a thick coat, then made his way to the square close to midnight. Though the city lights shone brightly as usual, they seemed incapable of pushing back the bone-chilling cold in the air. As the clock struck midnight, the square fell eerily silent. The cold seemed to settle over everything, as if the very air around him had frozen with the presence of some unseen force. Michael stood in the middle of the square, his eyes scanning the surroundings, waiting for the snowman to appear. And then, emerging from the winter fog, Michael saw it. The snowman loomed in the empty space, ghost-like, as if it had always been there, waiting for him. Its towering form was motionless, but its coal-black eyes this time, they were more than just lifeless pieces of coal. They seemed to be alive. Those dark, empty eyes stared straight at Michael, as if they could see into his very thoughts and fears. The thick, suffocating chill surrounded him as he stepped closer. With each step toward the snowman, the air grew colder, tighter, trying to keep calm. He raised his camera, snapping a photo, but every time the flash went off, those black eyes remained unaffected, as if no light could penetrate the dark abyss they held. In that harrowing moment, Michael watched as the snowman's mouth slowly parted into a faint, eerie smile so cold it made his heart race. Then, from that open mouth, a white, frosty breath billowed out, reaching toward Michael like an invisible hand poised to drag him into a freezing darkness. Michael stepped back, but his eyes couldn't tear away from the snowman's gaze. He felt a chill run down his spine as he realized the snowman was no mere holiday figure. It was the embodiment of something ancient and malevolent, something rooted in the city's winter, now seeking souls to satiate its icy hunger. Fear flooded him, but Michael forced himself to remain calm. He turned, planning to flee the square, but the sound of a chilling hiss behind him made him freeze. Looking back, he saw the snowman had drawn closer. Though he hadn't seen it move, Michael knew the distance between them was shrinking, inch by inch. Out of the darkness, Sam, the homeless man Michael had spoken to, suddenly appeared, grabbing Michael's arm. "Come on! You can't just stand here," Sam shouted, pulling Michael away from the square. Together, they ran through the dark streets, their footsteps echoing on the cold, wet pavement, neither daring to look back. When they finally stopped at the corner of a street far from Times Square, Michael, gasping for air, looked at Sam with a mix of fear and gratitude. "Sam, what was that thing? It's not just a snowman," Michael stammered, his voice still trembling. Sam stared into the empty space ahead, his eyes haunted, as though recalling some long-buried horror. "I don't know exactly, but they say it's the spirit of the lost, those who died in the winter's cold. It's not just an ordinary snowman. It's a cursed entity, something we should never provoke." Sam explained that every winter, when snow blanketed the city and the cold seeped into every corner, that snowman would rise from the shadows, searching for the souls of anyone who dared get too close. "Once you lock eyes with it, it won't ever leave you alone. It'll follow you, every step, every breath, waiting for winter to end or for you to disappear," Sam whispered, his voice fading like an echo into the night. A wave of dread washed over Michael. He looked back toward Times Square, where just minutes before, he'd confronted those dark, hateful eyes. He knew he had escaped that place, but he also knew this nightmare would never release him. No matter where he went or what he did, he would always feel the snowman's chill and its dark gaze, a silent curse clinging to his every step. A few days later, Michael left New York. He couldn't stay in the city any longer. No matter where he went or what he did, he always felt that empty gaze following him, that coldness lingering like the specter of a winter spirit that would never rest. The story of the Times Square snowman quickly became a legend, a cautionary tale about the sinister creatures lurking in the winter night, ready to awaken if disturbed. People say that every winter, the snowman rises once more, stalking the footsteps of the unfortunate, leaving them with an unshakable fear that will never fade. And on another cold winter night, in the heart of Times Square, under the dazzling lights, a giant snowman was once again seen, its coal-black eyes fixed on the crowd, as if waiting for its next victim. Story number 8. The Haunted Snowman in Rochester. Winter in 1987 blanketed the city of Rochester, New York, with snow piled up to the ankles. The Thompson family had just moved into a small house on a quiet street and was excited to spend their first Christmas in their new home. Frank, the father, wanted to make this holiday memorable for his family. So on a chilly afternoon, he, his wife Linda, and their young daughter Emily decided to build a large snowman in their front yard. The three of them worked together, shaping the snow into round mounds and stacking them to create the massive figure of a snowman. Linda added coal-black eyes to its face, and an old, dark red beanie was placed on its head. Emily, especially thrilled, wrapped her own red scarf around the snowman's neck. giving it a friendly appearance that she adored. As night fell, the giant snowman stood quietly in the yard, its empty coal eyes gazing toward the house. The family only felt joy as they admired their special Christmas creation. It was the perfect snowman for the holiday season. But that night, when the family had fallen asleep, Emily suddenly woke up. She looked out her window to see the snowman standing silently in the yard, bathed in the pale moonlight. Yet something about it felt strange and eerie, sending a chill down her spine. She rubbed her eyes and looked closer. The snowman's coal-black eyes seemed to blink at her. Emily screamed and called for her parents. Frank and Linda rushed into her room, asking her what was wrong. In a whisper, Emily told them the snowman had winked at her. Linda gently stroked her daughter's hair and smiled reassuringly. "You must have been dreaming, sweetheart. If the snowman moved, I'd know." Emily nodded, trying to convince herself that it was just her imagination. But the snowman's gaze lingered in her mind. The next morning, as Frank went outside to get the paper, he noticed something odd. The snowman seemed to have shifted slightly, moving a little closer to the house. Frank frowned, assuming the snow might have caused the snowman to slide a bit, or that someone might have played a prank overnight. But there were no footprints around it, just cracks in the snow around its base. He shrugged it off, convincing himself it was just a strange coincidence. Over the following nights, Emily remained haunted by the snowman in the yard. She would often peek out her window at night, only to see the snowman still there, its coal-black eyes seeming to watch her. Each morning, the snowman appeared to be a little closer to the house, as if it were a living creature quietly closing the distance. One late night, Linda lay in bed and heard a faint crunching sound outside the window, like footsteps on the cold, icy ground. She crept out of bed, peering through a small crack in the curtains, and gasped as she saw the snowman. It seemed to have moved even closer, its dark eyes faintly visible in the shadows, almost as if it were staring directly into their bedroom. A shiver ran down her spine, but she told herself it was just her imagination, stirred by the lateness of the hour and the cold air. Despite her attempts to reassure herself, Linda couldn't shake the feeling that there was something unnervingly odd about the snowman, as if it possessed some sort of awareness. Every morning, she would notice signs of it having moved, as if an invisible force were pushing it closer and closer to the house. Frank, too, began to notice the strange occurrences, but he chose to keep silent, not wanting to frighten Linda or Emily. In the nights that followed, the Thompson family began to feel an unusual chill in the house. Despite the fireplace being constantly lit, the air within carried a biting cold, as though an unseen door had been left open to the winter outside. Emily woke up again, but this time she heard a faint giggling sound outside her window, soft yet clear, as if someone were standing very close. The next morning, the snowman had moved several more feet, now looming near the front door. Its hollow coal eyes seemed to hold something dark and sinister, though none of them spoke about it. Each family member felt that something inexplicable and ominous was happening. Frank decided they would dismantle the snowman on Christmas morning. He couldn't stand the feeling of constantly being watched by it. The thought of a pair of invisible eyes following their every move left him feeling suffocated with anxiety. Linda and Emily agreed, though they were both deeply unsettled. But none of them could have prepared for what awaited them on Christmas Eve. That Christmas Eve, the Thompson family felt an unsettling unease. Frank and Linda tried to act as if everything were normal, but the atmosphere in the house was chilling and oppressive, as if an invisible cold was seeping into every corner. Even with the fireplace blazing, they couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. They all knew that the snowman outside had moved closer, but no one dared to say it out loud. At midnight, Emily was awakened by a strange whisper. This time, it wasn't just a figment of her imagination. It was clear and closer than ever before. She got up, went to the window, pulled back the curtain, and looked down at the yard. The sight made her scream. Linda and Frank rushed into their daughter's room just in time to see what had terrified her. The snowman was now standing right by their front door. Its once coal-black eyes had turned a burning red, like two glowing embers. Its gaze was no longer empty or hollow. It was filled with something cold and full of hate, staring directly at the house. "Frank?" Its eyes, "They're red," Linda whispered in horror, clutching Frank's arm tightly. Frank tried to keep calm, but fear flickered in his eyes. He felt that something sinister, something from beyond this world, was now residing in the snowman. He pulled his family close, trying to reassure them that everything would be fine, though deep down, he knew they were facing something beyond explanation. Determined not to let the snowman cast any more shadows of terror, Frank decided he would destroy it on Christmas morning. He believed that by dismantling the strange figure, he could put an end to whatever curse or nightmare was haunting them. But when morning came, the scene at their doorstep was even more horrifying. The snowman had moved right up to the front door, so close that opening it would bring them face to face with it. Emily's red scarf had darkened into a deep, eerie shade, as if soaked with something unnatural, and those red, burning eyes still glared at their windows, as if waiting for the family to step outside. Frank couldn't wait any longer. Grabbing a shovel, he stormed out of the house in a mixture of anger and fear. Linda and Emily watched through the window, trembling as they followed his every move. Standing before the snowman, Frank was met with those red eyes, but he no longer cared. He raised the shovel and began breaking apart the snowman's body, sending chunks of snow scattering across the yard. But as he struck the snowman's head, something thick and black splattered out, staining the snow and his clothes. The dark substance pooled on the snow, viscous and greasy, like congealed blood. An unnatural stench filled the air, making Frank step back in disgust. Frank continued smashing the snowman, but each hit released more of the strange black sludge, splattering everywhere. When he was finally done, he looked down at the grotesque mess left behind. The snow was marred with black stains that clung to it as if they could never be washed away. Linda and Emily stepped outside, staring in horror at the dark stains in the snow. Emily clung to her mother, shivering, while Linda tried to hide the fear in her eyes. "We're going to be okay now, right?" Linda whispered, her voice tense as she looked to Frank. He forced a reassuring smile, but he wasn't sure if the nightmare was truly over. That evening, they tried to scrub the black stains from the yard, but no matter how hard they scrubbed, the strange black substance clung to the snow like a curse that refused to fade. Frank began to sense that something was very wrong, that his family was facing something beyond their understanding, something they couldn't simply escape. Christmas Eve ended in an eerie silence. The family lay in their beds, but none of them could sleep. It felt as though something was surrounding the house, an icy presence encircling them, as if the snowman were still out there, watching them from the shadows. Emily whispered to her mother that she could hear faint giggling outside her window. When Linda checked, there was only darkness and the soft crunch of snow around the yard footprints, large and scattered, encircling the house as if something had come by in the night. Frank understood that these strange happenings were far from over. Despite destroying the snowman, the sensation of being watched and the haunting memory of those red eyes lingered. A nightmare was unfolding, and they had only scratched the surface. The next morning, the family began to feel that they were no longer safe in their own home. Christmas morning passed, but an oppressive, eerie chill hung over the Thompson home. Despite having destroyed the snowman, the dread remained. Outside, the dark stains from the snowman's remnants clung stubbornly to the snowy ground, like an unbreakable curse haunting them. Frank, Linda, and Emily all sensed something watching, lurking around their home, a horror from which they couldn't escape. As night fell, they locked every door and window, trying to create a feeling of safety in their warm, cozy home. Yet, despite the fireplace roaring, a freezing chill pervaded the house. Linda had the unnerving sense of invisible eyes watching them from outside. Every time she looked out the window, there was only darkness, yet the terror seemed to be lying in wait. ready to consume them at any moment. That night, Emily awoke once more, hearing a soft, chilling whisper by her ear, as if someone were standing right beside her. Shivering, she looked out the window and immediately let out a scream that echoed through the house. Linda and Frank rushed into Emily's room, but when they looked out the window, they, too, were horrified. In the yard, right where they had smashed the snowman, it now stood once again, larger and more menacing than ever. This time, it was different. Its eyes burned an even brighter red, and a sinister smile had cracked across its face, a jagged line splitting the dark coal mouth. Linda quickly pulled Emily close, trying to shield her from the terrifying sight. But the little girl's gaze seemed transfixed on the snowman's glowing red eyes. Frank felt a chill so deep it seemed to reach his bones, knowing they could no longer avoid what was coming. "We need to leave right now," Frank said, his voice trembling, his gaze never leaving the snowman outside. Linda nodded frantically, grabbing their essentials while Frank guided Emily out of the room. As they stepped outside, the biting wind whipped around them, and the shadow of the snowman loomed in front of them, as if waiting, its blazing red eyes fixed on each of them, glinting with unmistakable malice. Linda held Emily tightly, while Frank stepped forward to confront what he knew was something not of this world. In desperation, Frank grabbed the shovel, swinging it down onto the snowman in hopes of finally destroying this nightmare. But instead of crumbling into harmless snow, the snowman only shuddered slightly, then stood still, as if mocking his attempts. Frank backed away, his hands trembling as he realized that this thing could not be destroyed. It was something eternal, a winter phantom, the embodiment of cursed souls. A faint, eerie laughter echoed from the snowman, as if coming from some distant, haunted place, resonating across the yard. Linda screamed, pulling Emily toward the car. They scrambled inside, shut the doors tightly, and Frank sped away, his eyes glued to the rearview mirror. As they left, the snowman gradually faded from view, but its red, fiery eyes remained etched in their minds. Although the house grew distant, the feeling of being watched lingered. Frank knew the snowman was still there, standing ominously in the yard, its hollow eyes filled with an inexplicable hatred. The next morning, neighbors saw the Thompsons leaving their home for good. Nobody fully understood why, but rumors began to spread. Some swore that on the coldest winter nights, when the wind whipped around the houses, they could hear faint laughter coming from the empty Thompson yard, and sometimes they would glimpse a snowman standing there, its eyes glowing red in the darkness, as if waiting for a new family to haunt. The tale of the haunted snowman of Rochester became a terrifying local legend, a reminder that sometimes the things we create in the cold of winter are not just lifeless figures. They might serve as gateways for cursed spirits to return, with eyes that burn with hatred and a chilling laugh, forever haunting the unfortunate souls who cross their path. Story number 9. The Snowman of Lake Placid. Winter of 1971 cast a blanket of snow over Lake Placid in upstate New York. The lake was frozen. Cozy wooden cottages nestled beneath heavy snow, and the whole area was locked in a bone-chilling cold. The Walker family, Ray, Sarah, and their 2 children, Ben and Lucy, lived in a small house overlooking the lake. They were accustomed to the harsh winters, the endless nights, and the sound of the wind howling through the bare trees surrounding their home. One snowy afternoon, as the flakes continued to fall thickly, the family decided to build a large snowman by the lake. Ray and Sarah helped Ben and Lucy pile up heaps of snow, shaping it into a tall figure with a rounded body and rough, chunky arms. They dressed the snowman with Ray's old woolen hat and Lucy's bright red scarf, transforming it into a cheerful symbol amidst the stark white landscape. Lucy hugged the snowman, giggling with joy, and they all headed back to the house as darkness began to descend, pleased with the perfect snowman they'd created for the winter. But the next morning, a strange sight awaited them. The snowman was no longer where they had left it. It had been moved or dragged closer to the lake. leaving a long trail in the thick snow. Ray frowned, a feeling of unease creeping over him. No one in the family had moved the snowman overnight, and there was no one else around in their secluded area. The family approached the snowman, trying to figure out what had happened. Lucy's red scarf, which had been bright and cheerful the night before, had turned an unusual dark shade, as if something had seeped through every fiber. The red stain on the scarf seemed to drip downward, resembling blood splattered across the white snow. A shiver ran down Sarah's spine. Maybe it's just someone's idea of a joke. Ray tried to reassure them, but he couldn't shake his own sense of discomfort. Who would drag the snowman all the way to the lakeside? And how had Lucy's scarf become stained like that? He brushed off his worry and led the family back to the house. But a vague fear lingered in his mind. That night, as the family settled into bed, the house felt strangely cold. The wind howled violently outside, making their little wooden home seem more fragile than ever. Sarah lay awake, feeling uneasy, as if someone or something was watching them from the shadows outside. Around midnight, an eerie sound broke the silence near the house. It was a faint, unsettling giggle, strange and soft, yet loud enough to awaken Sarah. She sat up, her heart pounding, straining to hear in the quiet of the night. The giggle echoed again, as if it was coming from outside the window, sending a chill down her spine. She shook Ray awake, but when he sat up to listen, only an oppressive silence remained. The next morning, Lucy told the family that she had seen the snowman moving outside her window during the night. Its eyes had been empty, but it leaned toward the house, as though it was staring directly at them. Sarah didn't want to believe it, yet the strange signs only deepened her sense of unease. Not wanting to worry his family further, Ray decided to check on the snowman again. But when he stepped outside, he found it in a different spot, closer to the house. Lucy's red scarf was now almost black, and Ray's hat was tilted at an odd angle, as if the snowman had wriggled closer to them. A cold shiver ran down Ray's spine, but he kept his composure, convincing himself it was all just a coincidence. He took a shovel and dismantled the snowman, smashing it into chunks until only a pile of scattered snow remained. But even then, Ray felt as though its empty eyes were still watching him, as though its spirit lingered in the harsh winter air. That night, the house became unnervingly cold, as if the outside chill had seeped through every crack and crevice. Sarah sat with Ben and Lucy by the fire, trying to keep it burning, but something still felt wrong. A strong, unseen presence seemed to hide in the shadows and the biting wind. As she drifted into sleep, Lucy began to giggle in her slumber, an eerie sound echoing throughout the room, startling Sarah awake. She saw Lucy gazing dreamily out the window, her eyes fixed on the darkness that blanketed Lake Placid. Somewhere by the lake, the empty eyes of the snowman seemed to be watching them, a creature not of their world. The walkers didn't realize that night was just the beginning. Their nightmare had only just begun, and the snowman, something they had thought was merely a playful creation during a winter storm, would soon bring greater terror as it crept closer to their house. With an icy consciousness and a dark soul emerging from the depths of Lake Placid, ready to reclaim something they would never fully understand. The horror was slowly creeping into the Walker family, like a silent warning that some things in winter should never be disturbed. In the nights that followed, the Walker family's home remained engulfed in a strange, bone-chilling cold. Even with the fireplace blazing, the house exuded an eerie, penetrating chill, as if the air itself was filled with the dark, icy shadows of Lake Placid. Every night, Ray, Sarah, and their 2 children struggled to sleep. Whenever they closed their eyes, faint, childlike giggles echoed from the darkness, leaving them with a sense that an invisible presence was lurking outside. One afternoon, David, a longtime friend of Ray's, came to visit. David, an older man who'd lived in the area his entire life, was familiar with the local legends and folklore. When Ray shared the strange events happening around the house, David listened in silence, his face growing more serious and troubled. As Ray finished, David stared at him, then spoke in a near whisper, as though afraid his own words might conjure something terrible. Ray, you know Lake Placid isn't an ordinary place. David murmured, his voice barely audible. There are stories about this area, stories that people don't like to talk about. They say the lake is haunted by winter spirits, souls trapped in the cold, never finding release. David recounted tales of children and wanderers who had gone missing near Lake Placid over the centuries, especially during snowstorms and dark winter nights. Locals believed these unfortunate souls had become part of an endless winter, transformed into wandering ghosts, cold entities searching for warmth and light, but forever lost. Anyone who creates a snowman on a winter night, especially by the lake, may unknowingly summon a spirit in the form of that snowman. David said, his eyes grave. Your children's snowman isn't just a lifeless figure. It's the embodiment of those souls taken by winter. Sarah felt as if ice water had been poured down her spine. She glanced at Ray, hoping he would laugh and brush off David's words. But Ray's face mirrored her own doubts and fears. He felt as though they had unwittingly opened a door to something dark and uncontrollable. After David left, the walkers tried to go about their daily routines. But the strange occurrences only intensified. That night, as the family gathered in the living room, a faint giggling sounded just outside the window, right at the edge of the forest. Sarah jumped up, her face pale with fear. The laughter was familiar now. It sounded like a child's giggle, playful yet chilling, as though it came from a shadowy realm far removed from this world. Determined to uncover the truth, Ray grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside. When the beam cut through the snow, he saw something that made his blood freeze. Large footprints pressed deeply into the snow, leading from their home to the lake's edge. The prints unmistakably belonged to the snowman. They encircled the house as if it had been watching them throughout the night. In the following nights, the walkers noticed that the snowman seemed to inch closer to the house each day. In the evening, they would see it standing motionless by the lake. And the next morning, it would be a few feet nearer. Ray and Sarah were driven nearly mad by the relentless signs. But what frightened them most was how Lucy, their young daughter, seemed to grow stranger with each passing day. Lucy frequently sat alone by the window, her eyes transfixed on the snowman with an expression of fascination. She told her mother, "The snowman knows the secrets of Lake Placid. It's already told me everything." When Sarah asked her what those secrets were, Lucy only giggled, a sound so chilling that it sent a shiver down Sarah's spine. Lucy began talking to an invisible friend late at night, whispering words no one else could understand. Her brother, Ben, tried to eavesdrop but couldn't make sense of her muttered phrases. One night, Ben heard Lucy's eerie giggle from her room. When he entered, he found her huddled by the window, her eyes blank, staring at the snowman standing silently outside, its red scarf now darkening to the color of fresh blood. Terrified, Ben ran to get their parents. But when they arrived, Lucy sat silently, her hollow eyes still fixed on the darkness beyond. Ray realized they couldn't simply sit by and wait for things to worsen. He tried to destroy the snowman again, but every time he shattered it, by the next morning it reappeared, fully intact, taller, stronger, as if breaking it only made it more powerful. He couldn't tell if it was merely made of snow and ice or if it held a sinister spirit summoned from the depths of winter. The signs grew clearer each night. Ray knew something far more horrifying waited for them in the shadows. The snowman by Lake Placid, an embodiment of a cold, malicious spirit, wasn't just a snow figure. It was something that belonged to the eternal winter, a place where death and darkness mingled, where the laughter of lost souls echoed in the freezing wind. As Ray looked into Lucy's eyes, he knew he had to do something. He had to protect his family from whatever was watching them, demanding something from them, something they could never give. Ray Walker awoke in the dead of night to the eerie sound of distant laughter echoing through the darkness. The sound was both distant and strangely close, as if it came from every corner of the house. seeping through the wooden walls and filling the air with a cold, oppressive chill. He sat up abruptly, his heart pounding as he felt the thick, suffocating cold around him. Sarah was awake too, her eyes wide with fear. "It's that laughter again," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Ray, we can't stay here any longer." Ray nodded, a feeling of dread gripping him. It was as if something malevolent was closing in on his family. A dark presence from the depths of Lake Placid breathing its icy breath just outside their windows. But just then, he heard a faint whimper from Lucy's room. Hurrying to his daughter's room, Ray and Sarah were met with a horrifying sight. Lucy's window was wide open, allowing the frigid night air to pour in, and the snowman was standing right outside, so close that its hollow eyes seemed to stare directly at Lucy. The snowman's red scarf had darkened completely, as if stained with blood, fluttering slightly in the breeze. Lucy sat on her bed, her eyes vacant, a strange smile on her lips, as though she were under some kind of spell. "Lucy, we have to go," Ray called, trying to pull her out of her trance. But she didn't respond, her gaze fixed on the snowman outside. In that moment, Ray realized that the figure was not merely made of snow and ice, but was a living entity, filled with hatred and sorrow. It was drawing Lucy toward it, using the bone-chilling cold it carried to capture her soul. The snowman's hollow eyes bore into Ray's, delivering an unmistakable message. "Leave her with me, and your family will be spared." Unwilling to lose his daughter, Ray grabbed a flashlight and a wooden stick, determined to confront the snowman. "Sarah, stay with Lucy," he said, his voice trembling yet resolute. "I'll take care of this." He stepped out into the freezing night, the snowstorm raging harder than ever, and saw the snowman standing still among the trees near the lake. His form was tall and menacing, cloaked in snow, but Ray could feel a dark power lurking inside it. Each step he took crunched loudly in the snow, bringing him closer to what felt like certain doom. Just then, David, Ray's old friend, appeared out of the darkness. He had returned, carrying an oil lantern and what looked like a wooden talisman carved with strange symbols. "Ray, I knew you'd come out here," David said, his voice soft but grave. "That snowman is no mere winter creature. It's the spirit of those abandoned, the children and lost souls who died in the freezing cold, never to find peace. We have to stop it before it takes anyone else." The two of them faced the snowman, whose glowing red eyes burned with pure malice. David began to murmur ancient words, his lantern flickering under the gusting wind, casting a dim light that suddenly flared up powerfully. The snowman let out a low, rasping moan, as if in pain from the light. It moved closer, its rough, claw-like hands stretching out as if to grasp them. Ray and David raised their sticks, attempting to drive the creature back. Ray struck the snowman hard, breaking off chunks of snow, but each time he shattered a piece. The snow seemed to reform, as though the snowstorm itself was rebuilding it. David held out the talisman, chanting ancient incantations, but the snowman only grew more violent. It emitted a chilling shriek, like the cries of 1,000 lost souls, forcing both Ray and David to stagger back, the freezing cold biting into their bones. "Ray, we can't destroy it completely," David panted, his voice filled with despair. "We have to leave, we have to take Lucy far from Lake Placid. Its spirit will linger as long as winter reigns here." Ray knew they had no other choice. He dashed inside, pulling Sarah and Lucy out into the snowstorm. They all piled into the car, and as Ray drove, he couldn't help glancing into the rearview mirror. There, he saw the snowman still standing, watching them, its burning red eyes blazing in the darkness as if to promise it would never let them go. The next morning, when a few townspeople ventured out to Lake Placid, they discovered the snowman's tracks, large footprints pressed deep into the snow, stretching from the lake's edge to the walker's abandoned home. And by the shore, the snowman stood once more tall, unmoving, with its red-stained scarf and hollow eyes gazing out over the frozen landscape. They say that on the nights of the heaviest snowstorms, when the cold is so fierce it seeps into every home, the snowman rises, like a ghost of winter. The legend of the Lake Placid snowman spread quickly, a chilling tale of the abandoned souls taken by the winter cold, transformed into a snowman searching for something it could never reclaim. And the people around Lake Placid knew that whenever the snow blanketed everything in white, they must stay far from the lake, where a towering shadow waited with burning red eyes. Lake Placid's snowman, forever hunting any soul foolish enough to awaken it. Story number 10. I never imagined that moving to Colorado would lead to the most terrifying experience of my life. My husband, David, and I decided to leave the bustle of Chicago for the serene landscapes of Boulder, hoping that the fresh mountain air would be good for our 8-year-old son, Michael. We found a charming house on the outskirts of town, a 2-story, rustic place with a spacious yard, surrounded by towering pines and the kind of tranquility we'd only dreamed of. Our first Christmas in the new house was approaching, and we were eager to make it special. The snow had fallen steadily for days, blanketing everything in a thick layer of white. Michael was thrilled, spending his afternoons building forts and making snow angels while David and I decorated the house. On Christmas morning, I was awakened by Michael's excited shouts. "Mom! Dad! Come look!" he yelled from downstairs. David groaned beside me. "What's he gotten into now?" We threw on our robes and made our way to the living room. Michael stood by the window, his small face pressed against the glass. "There's a giant snowman in our yard," he exclaimed. I exchanged a puzzled glance with David. We hadn't built any snowmen, and as far as I knew, neither had Michael. We joined him at the window, and my breath caught in my throat. There, dominating our front yard, was a massive snowman unlike any I'd ever seen. It stood at least 10 feet tall, with a bulging body made of uneven snow mounds. Its face was grotesque, a crooked grin carved too wide, coal eyes sunk deep into misshapen sockets, and a carrot nose that curved unnaturally to the side. What unsettled me most were the arms. Long, gnarled branches that jutted out at odd angles, resembling clawed hands reaching out. "Did you build that?" David asked Michael. He shook his head vigorously. "No, I just saw it now." David frowned. "Maybe some kids from the neighborhood did it as a prank." I felt a shiver run down my spine. "But why our yard? And how did they do it without us noticing?" David shrugged. "Maybe we were just too tired last night to hear anything." The day went on, and despite the odd appearance of the snowman, we tried to focus on enjoying Christmas. Michael was thrilled with his new toys, and David seemed content watching football by the fire. But I couldn't shake the unease that clung to me. As evening fell, I prepared dinner while the boys set the table. The snowman loomed outside the kitchen window, its shadow stretching ominously as the sun dipped below the horizon. "Can we take it down tomorrow?" I asked David quietly. He looked up from his plate. "The snowman? Why? It just gives me the creeps." He chuckled. "It's just snow and sticks. Anna, harmless." I forced a smile, not wanting to spoil the mood. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, I found myself tossing and turning. The house was silent except for the soft ticking of the clock on the bedside table. Unable to sleep, I decided to get a glass of water. As I descended the stairs, a faint scratching sound caught my attention. I paused, listening intently. It was coming from the living room window. My heart began to race. Cautiously, I approached the window and peeked through the curtains. The yard was bathed in the pale glow of the moon, casting long shadows across the snow. The snowman stood where it had been. But something was different. The right arm, the branch, was now raised, pointing directly at the house. I gasped, stumbling back. "That's not possible," I whispered to myself. "Mom?" A small voice called from behind me. I jumped, turning to see Michael rubbing his eyes. "What are you doing up?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "I heard something," he mumbled. I forced a reassuring smile. "Just the wind. "Sweetheart, let's get you back to bed." I tucked him in and returned to my room, debating whether to wake David. I didn't want him to think I was being irrational, but every fiber of my being screamed that something was wrong. Sleep eventually overtook me, but it was restless, plagued by unsettling dreams of twisted branches and hollow eyes. The next morning, I rushed to the window, hoping that the snowman would be gone or at least returned to its original state. To my dismay, not only was the arm still raised, but the head had tilted to the side, as if watching us. "David, please," I urged over breakfast. "Can we take it down today?" He looked at me thoughtfully. "If it bothers you that much, sure. Michael and I will handle it after we eat." Relieved, I busied myself with chores while they bundled up and headed outside. From the kitchen, I watched as they approached the snowman. Michael seemed hesitant, hanging back as David inspected it. David touched the raised arm, and it snapped off easily. He tossed it aside and began to dismantle the body. As he worked, I noticed Michael staring up at the snowman's face. Unmoving, a sense of dread filled me. I stepped outside onto the porch. "Michael, honey, are you okay?" He didn't respond. "Michael," I called again. David looked over. "Hey, bud, give me a hand here." Michael blinked, as if snapping out of a trance. He shook his head and helped David push the middle section off the base. Within minutes, the snowman was reduced to a heap. That evening, the mood in the house was lighter. We played board games by the fire, and even I managed to relax. But as night fell, an uneasy feeling settled over me once more. Around midnight, a loud thud jolted me awake. I sat up, heart pounding. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to David. He groaned softly, probably just snow falling off the roof. I wasn't convinced. Slipping out of bed, I moved toward the window, pulling back the curtain. I felt my blood run cold. The snowman was back, rebuilt exactly as before, but closer to the house, now standing just a few feet from the living room window. Both arms were raised, branches pointing upward, and the head was tilted sharply to the other side. "David," I hissed urgently. He joined me at the window, eyes widening. "What the hell?" "We need to call the police," I insisted. He nodded, grabbing his phone. After a brief conversation, he hung up. "They said they'll send someone over to check it out." We waited in tense silence, watching the snowman for any sign of movement. 20 minutes later, a patrol car pulled into our driveway. An officer stepped out, shining his flashlight around. David and I went outside to meet him. "Evening," the officer greeted. "You reported some trespassing?" We pointed to the snowman. "Someone rebuilt this overnight, right outside our window," David explained. The officer examined it, a skeptical look on his face. "Could be a prank. Kids around here sometimes get up to mischief." "In the middle of the night?" I challenged. He shrugged. "I'll file a report, but there's not much we can do unless we catch them in the act." Frustrated, we thanked him and went back inside. I double-checked all the locks before heading to bed, though sleep was the furthest thing from my mind. The next day, Michael seemed unusually quiet. He picked at his breakfast, eyes downcast. "Everything all right, honey?" I asked. He nodded slowly. "Just tired." David ruffled his hair. "Maybe we should have a lazy day today." I decided to distract myself by baking cookies, hoping the familiar activity would ease my nerves. As I gathered ingredients, I glanced out the kitchen window. The snowman remained, unchanged. A movement caught my eye. For a split second, I thought I saw the branches twitch. I blinked, focusing intently, but nothing happened. That afternoon, I suggested we all go into town, maybe see a movie. David agreed eagerly, but Michael resisted. "I don't want to go," he said flatly. "Why not?" I pressed. He shrugged. "Just don't feel like it." Concerned, I exchanged a look with David. "Maybe one of us should stay with him," I suggested. David sighed. "I'll stay. You go ahead." I drove into town alone, trying to shake off the mounting anxiety. I wandered aimlessly through shops, barely registering the festive decorations and cheerful music. After a couple of hours, I headed back home. As I pulled into the driveway, a sense of dread enveloped me. The house was eerily quiet, and the snowman was nowhere to be seen. I hurried inside. David? Michael? No response. I checked the living room, the kitchen, then ran upstairs. The bedrooms were empty, panic rising. I grabbed my phone to call David, but his cell rang from the kitchen counter. A creaking sound echoed from the basement. My heart leaped into my throat. David, I called out tentatively. No answer. I found the basement door ajar, a faint light spilling out. Steeling myself, I descended the creaky steps. At the bottom, I found them. David and Michael stood facing the far wall, backs to me, motionless. Relief flooded me momentarily. Thank God. What are you doing down here? They didn't respond. I approached slowly. David. As I drew nearer, I noticed their stiff posture, their clothes dusted with snow. Reaching out, I touched David's shoulder. He was cold, too cold. He turned slowly, and I stumbled back in horror. His eyes were vacant, skin pale with a bluish tint. A chilling smile stretched across his face. Join us, he whispered in a hollow voice. Michael turned as well, mirroring David's eerie expression. I backed away, trembling. What's happening? Footsteps thudded above us, heavy and deliberate. The basement door slammed shut, plunging us into darkness. I fumbled for the light switch, but it was dead. Stay with us. Their voices echoed in unison. I bolted up the stairs, banging on the door. Let me out. The handle wouldn't budge. Behind me, their footsteps ascended, slow and methodical, desperate. I remembered the small window near the ceiling at the back of the basement. I raced toward it, clambering over old boxes. The window was tiny, but perhaps I could squeeze through. I shattered the glass with a wrench, shards cutting into my hands. Ignoring the pain, I pulled myself up and wriggled through the opening, falling into the snow outside. Gasping for breath, I scrambled to my feet. The yard was enveloped in an unnatural fog, the cold seeping into my bones. The snowman stood before me, larger than ever, its arms outstretched as if to embrace me. The grotesque face seemed almost alive, eyes glinting with malevolence. Behind me, the basement door burst open. David and Michael emerged, their movements stiff and unnatural. Stay, they called out, voices distorted. I ran toward the street, slipping and stumbling. The fog thickened, obscuring my path. I could hear them behind me, footsteps crunching in the snow. Up ahead, headlights pierced through the haze. Car was approaching. I waved frantically. Help, please. The car screeched to a halt beside me. The driver, a middle-aged man with a concerned expression, rolled down the window. Are you all right? Please, you have to help me, I cried. He opened the door, and I scrambled inside. What's going on? He asked. Just drive. Now. He sped off as I glanced back. The fog was dissipating, and the figures of David and Michael stood at the edge of the road, watching us leave. The snowman loomed behind them, his grin seeming to widen. We reached the police station, and I babbled out my story to the bewildered officers. They sent a patrol car to the house while I waited anxiously. An hour later, an officer returned. Ma'am, we checked the property. There's no one there. That's impossible, I protested. They were right there. He shook his head sympathetically. No signs of anyone. The house is empty. I insisted they search again, but the results were the same. David and Michael had vanished without a trace. Over the following weeks, searches were conducted, and investigations opened. Friends and family offered their condolences, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. Whispers about my mental state circulated, suggestions of stress-induced hallucinations. I knew what I'd seen, unable to bear the memories. I left Colorado, moving back to Chicago. But even there, the nightmares followed. I dreamed of the snowman, of David and Michael's lifeless eyes, of the cold that seemed to consume everything. One particularly cold winter evening, as snow blanketed the city, I returned to my apartment to find a small snowman on my doorstep. It was crudely made, but unmistakable, the same crooked grin, the same hollow eyes. A note was attached. "We miss you." My hands shook as I read it. I looked around, but the street was empty. "They're coming for me." I don't know what that thing was. A spirit, a demon, something beyond comprehension, but it took my family from me. And it won't stop until it takes me too. If you ever find a snowman in your yard that you didn't build, with a face that chills you to the core, don't ignore it. Leave, and don't look back. Because some things aren't just stories told by the fireside. Some nightmares are real, and they can find you no matter where you go. Story number 11. I never thought a simple snowman could turn a peaceful Christmas Eve into a nightmare that still haunts me to this day. It was the kind of winter that wrapped our small New Hampshire town in a blanket of white. The snow piling up in drifts against the old wooden fences and along the quiet streets. The year was 1995, and I was 12 years old, spending the holidays with my best friends, Tommy, Sarah, and Jake. We lived in a tight-knit neighborhood where everyone knew each other, the kind of place where doors were left unlocked and children played outside until the streetlights flickered on. That Christmas Eve, the snowfall was particularly heavy, and school had been canceled for the holidays. The four of us decided to make the most of it. "Let's build the biggest snowman ever," Tommy exclaimed, his cheeks flushed red beneath his woolen hat. Sarah grinned, her eyes sparkling. "Yeah, it'll be our guardian for the night." Jake chuckled. "A guardian snowman? I like the sound of that." I nodded, the excitement infectious. "Then let's do it." We gathered in the vacant lot at the end of Maple Street, a spot we often claimed as our own. The snow was perfect, soft but packable. With mittened hands, we rolled the base, each of us pushing until it was almost as tall as we were. The middle section was equally massive, and lifting it onto the base took all our combined strength. As twilight approached, we gave our snowman its finishing touches. Sarah provided a scarf. Tommy found some old buttons for the eyes, and Jake, ever the joker, placed a battered top hat on its head. "Wait," I said, feeling a sudden impulse. I picked up a stick and carved a broad smile beneath its button eyes. "There. Now he's friendly." Tommy laughed. "Our guardian snowman." We stood back to admire our creation. In the dimming light, the snowman cast a long shadow across the lot, his grin seeming a bit too wide, its eyes a bit too dark. "All right, time to head home," Jake said, glancing at his watch. "Don't want to be late for Christmas Eve dinner." We parted ways, each of us heading to our respective houses, all within a few blocks of each other. The warmth of my home was welcoming, filled with the sense of pine and baking cookies. My parents were busy preparing for the next day's festivities, and I joined them, the earlier unease forgotten. As night settled in, the wind picked up, howling softly against the windows. I was tucked into bed by 10, eager for morning to arrive. Sleep came quickly. At around midnight, I awoke to a faint tapping sound. At first, I thought it was a branch scraping against the window, but then I heard it again, distinct, deliberate knocks. I sat up, heart pounding. "Mom? Dad?" I called out softly. No response. The house was silent. I crept out of bed and tiptoed to the window, pulling the curtain aside just enough to peek out. The street was deserted, illuminated by the soft glow of the streetlights reflecting off the snow. Everything appeared normal until my eyes drifted to the vacant lot. The snowman was gone. I blinked, thinking I was still dreaming, but the empty space where the massive snowman had stood was unmistakable. Only a mound of disturbed snow remained. A chill that had nothing to do with the winter air ran down my spine. I tried to tell myself that it must have collapsed or that someone had knocked it down as a prank. The tapping resumed, louder this time, It was coming from the front door. I left my room and made my way downstairs, the wooden steps creaking beneath my feet. The tapping continued, steady and insistent, reaching the door. I hesitated before peering through the peephole. No one was there. Gathering my courage, I unlocked the door and opened it a crack. The cold air rushed in, biting at my skin. I looked out onto the porch and saw nothing but freshly fallen snow. Then I noticed them, footprints leading up to our door, then away again, disappearing into the night. I shut the door quickly, bolting it behind me. My mind raced with possibilities. Was someone playing a joke? Had one of my friends come by? I decided not to wake my parents, convincing myself it was nothing serious. Eventually, I returned to bed, though sleep eluded me for the rest of the night. Morning came, and the events of the night felt distant, almost unreal. The excitement of Christmas took over, and soon I was unwrapping gifts with my family, laughter filling the room. After breakfast, I bundled up and headed outside, eager to meet up with my friends and share what had happened. As I walked down Maple Street, I noticed something strange. In the vacant lot, the snowman was back, but it looked different. It was larger than before, towering over the spot where we'd built it. The scarf Sarah had provided was now accompanied by additional hats and scarves, none of which belonged to us. The grin I'd carved seemed wider, more sinister. A knot formed in my stomach. I wasn't the only one who noticed. "Hey, did you see the snowman?" Jake called out, approaching me with hurried steps. "Yeah," I replied. "Weird, isn't it? I didn't put those extra clothes on it," he said, concern in his eyes. "Me neither. And it disappeared last night," I added. Before we could discuss it further, Sarah and Tommy joined us, both looking uneasy. "Something strange happened last night," Sarah began, her voice shaky. "My family heard knocking at our door around midnight, but when we checked, no one was there." Tommy nodded. "Same at my house. My dad thought it was teenagers messing around, but there were footprints leading away." We exchanged glances, the realization settling in. "You don't think," I started, "that it's the snowman?" Jake finished. "That's crazy." "Maybe," Sarah said. "But how else do you explain it?" We decided to investigate. Approaching the snowman cautiously, we examined the additional items adorning it. There were 2 hats, a pair of gloves, and several scarves, all different styles and colors. "These look familiar," Tommy said, pulling at one of the scarves. "Wait," Sarah gasped. "That's my brother's scarf." She yanked it off, staring at it in disbelief. "Mine too," Jake said, pointing to a hat. "That's my dad's." A sinking feeling overtook me. "Guys, I think we need to check on our families." We rushed back to our homes. I burst through the front door, calling out for my parents. My mother appeared from the kitchen, relief washing over her face. "There you are. We've been looking all over for you," she said. "Is everything okay?" I asked, scanning the room. "Well, your father's missing his gloves and hat. We thought maybe you borrowed them." I shook my head. "No, I didn't." A sense of dread settled in. I explained what we'd found, and my mother's expression turned from confusion to alarm. "Stay here," she instructed, grabbing the phone to call the other parents. Minutes later, we all gathered at the vacant lot, the parents, my friends, and me. The adults were skeptical, but the evidence was right in front of them. "This is some kind of prank," Jake's father declared, though he didn't sound convinced. "Who would do this?" Sarah's mother questioned. As the adults discussed, I noticed something else. At the base of the snowman, the snow was tinged with red. "Look," I whispered, pointing it out to my friends. They saw it too, a faint, reddish stain mixed into the snow, trailing off into a thin line that led away from the lot. "Is that blood?" Tommy asked, his face pale. We followed the red trail, which led us around the neighborhood, stopping at each of our houses before continuing into the woods at the edge of town. The adults eventually noticed our absence and caught up with us. "What are you kids doing?" my father asked sternly. "There's a trail," I explained. "We think something's wrong." He looked down, his expression shifting as he saw the red streaks. "Everyone, go home now," he ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. Reluctantly, we obeyed, but none of us could shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. That night, the atmosphere was tense. My parents were on edge, whispering to each other when they thought I wasn't listening. I stayed in my room, trying to make sense of everything. Around midnight, the knocking returned louder, more urgent. My parents moved to answer it, but I stopped them. "Don't," pleaded. "Please." They hesitated but eventually decided to ignore it. The knocking persisted, accompanied by the sound of footsteps circling the house. Then came the whispering, a faint, unintelligible murmur that seemed to seep through the walls. "Call the police," my mother urged. My father picked up the phone, but the line was dead. The lights flickered, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Our breath formed clouds in the air. "What's happening?" I whispered. A shadow passed by the window, a tall figure with an unnaturally wide grin. "The snowman," I realized aloud. My parents stared at me, confusion and fear mingling in their eyes. "We have to leave," my father decided. We grabbed our coats and made a dash for the car. As we fumbled with the keys, figures emerged from the darkness. Snowmen, dozens of them, all with that same sinister grin, eyes hollow and dark. They advanced slowly, surrounding us. "Get in," my father shouted. We piled into the car, locking the doors. The engine roared to life, and we sped away, the tires slipping on the icy road. In the rearview mirror, I watched as the snowmen stood motionless, their heads turning to follow us. We drove to the town center, seeking refuge at the police station. Other families were already there, Sarah's, Tommy's, Jake's, all recounting similar experiences. The authorities were skeptical but agreed to investigate. They returned hours later, reporting that they found nothing unusual, no snowmen, no footprints, no red stains. Probably just kids playing pranks. One officer suggested dismissively, but we knew better. The following days were a blur. The town seemed oblivious to the horrors we'd faced. School was canceled indefinitely, and rumors spread like wildfire. One by one, families began to leave, unable to shake the unease that had settled over the community. My family was among them. We packed what we could and moved away, seeking a fresh start far from the snow-covered streets of that cursed town. Years have passed, but the memories remain vivid. Every winter, when the first snow falls, I feel a familiar chill, a reminder of the night when innocence was lost, and the line between the mundane and the supernatural blurred. I've tried to rationalize it, to convince myself that it was all a figment of an overactive imagination fueled by childhood fears. But deep down, I know the truth. Some things are better left undisturbed. So, if you ever find yourself building a snowman on a quiet winter's night, be careful what you wish for, because sometimes the things we create take on a life of their own, and they might just come knocking. Story number 12. I never thought a simple walk home could shatter my sense of reality. But that cold Christmas Eve in 2003 changed everything. I was working late at the advertising agency in Manhattan, trying to wrap up a project before the holidays. By the time I left the office, the streets were quieter than usual, the city subdued under a blanket of freshly fallen snow. I decided to take the subway back to my apartment in Brooklyn. The train was nearly empty, the usual hustle replaced by a peaceful silence. As I emerged from the underground station, the icy wind bit at my cheeks, and I pulled my scarf tighter around my neck. My usual route home took me down Maple Street, a narrow lane lined with brownstones and sparse streetlights. It wasn't the most direct path, but it was the quickest, and I'd walked it countless times without incident. That night, however, the street felt different, eerily deserted. the snow absorbing the sound of my footsteps. As I turned onto Maple Street, the dim glow of the old-fashioned street lamps cast long shadows across the pavement. The silence was almost tangible, broken only by the distant hum of the city that never truly sleeps. About halfway down the block, I noticed it, a snowman standing alone under one of the flickering streetlights. That in itself wasn't unusual. Children often built snowmen in front of their homes, but something about this one was off. It stood directly beneath the lamppost, illuminated in a sickly yellow light. The snowman was taller than most, nearly 7 feet, with disproportionately long arms made of gnarled branches that ended in sharp points. Its eyes were hollow cavities, darker than the night around them, and its mouth was an exaggerated gape, as if frozen in a silent scream. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the winter air. I tried to shake off the unease. It's just a snowman, I told myself, quickening my pace. As I drew nearer, I couldn't help but keep it in my peripheral vision. The closer I got, the more the shadows played tricks on me, making it seem as though the snowman's head was slowly turning to follow my movement. "Get a grip, Emily," I muttered under my breath. I forced myself to look straight ahead, determined to ignore the unsettling figure. But as I passed under the next streetlight, curiosity got the better of me. I glanced back over my shoulder. My heart nearly stopped. The snowman was no longer under the lamppost. It had moved, or at least, it appeared closer than before. It now stood at the edge of the sidewalk, partially obscured by shadows, but unmistakably nearer. Panic began to set in. I scanned the street, looking for any sign of another person, someone who might be responsible for this bizarre prank. But the windows of the surrounding houses were dark, curtains drawn tight. The entire block seemed devoid of life. I fumbled for my phone, intending to call a friend or perhaps a cab, but my gloved fingers struggled to navigate the touchscreen. Frustrated, I shoved it back into my pocket. Just keep moving, I urged myself. I started walking again, my steps faster this time. The snow crunched loudly beneath my boots, each footfall echoing in the stillness. I resisted the urge to look back, focusing instead on the end of the street where it intersected with Elm Avenue, bustling even at this hour. But the feeling of being watched intensified. It was as if a pair of eyes were boring into the back of my head. Unable to resist any longer, I stole another glance behind me. The snowman was even closer. It now stood in the middle of the sidewalk, directly under another streetlight. The gaping mouth seemed wider, the dark eye sockets deeper. The twisted branches that served as arms were raised slightly, as if reaching out. A surge of fear shot through me. This wasn't possible. Snowmen don't just move. Someone had to be behind this. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice echoing unnaturally. No response. "Very funny," I added, trying to inject confidence into my tone. "You can come out now." Silence. I took a tentative step backward, keeping my eyes fixed on the figure. My mind raced through rational explanations, a hidden prankster, an elaborate setup, but none seemed plausible. Suddenly, a soft rustling sound came from behind the snowman, like footsteps shuffling through snow. My breath caught in my throat. "Okay, I'm leaving," I said, more to myself than anyone else. I turned and broke into a run. The cold air burned in my lungs as I sprinted down the street. The end of the block seemed miles away. I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears, drowning out all other sounds. When I finally reached Elm Avenue, I collided with a man walking his dog. "Whoa, easy there," he exclaimed, steadying me. "I'm sorry," I gasped. "There's something back there." He looked down Maple Street, his expression skeptical. "What do you mean? A snowman?" It was moving toward me. He raised an eyebrow. "A moving snowman? I know how it sounds, but I'm telling you, it was following me." He glanced again down the empty street, then back at me. "Maybe you've had a bit too much eggnog?" I shook my head vigorously. "I'm not drunk. Please, just take a look." He sighed but seemed to sense my genuine fear. All right, let's check it out. Together, we walked a few steps back onto Maple Street. The snowman was gone. See? Nothing there, he said, gesturing to the vacant sidewalk. I stared in disbelief. It was right there, under that streetlight. Well, it's not there now, he replied gently. Maybe you just imagined it. I knew what I'd seen, but arguing seemed pointless. Yeah, maybe. Do you live nearby? Want me to walk you home? I considered the offer but hesitated at the thought of leading a stranger to my door. No, that's okay. I think I'll just catch a cab. Suit yourself. Take care. He continued on his way, his dog trotting beside him, leaving me alone once more. I pulled out my phone, grateful to see a signal, and ordered a rideshare. As I waited on the corner, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My eyes darted around, scanning the storefronts and alleys. Everything appeared normal, yet the unease lingered. Headlights approached, and I sighed with relief as the car pulled up. I climbed into the back seat, offering a quick greeting to the driver. Cold night. Ha, he remarked. Yeah, I replied absently, my gaze fixed out the rear window. As we drove away, I caught a final glimpse of Maple Street. For a fleeting moment, I saw it, the snowman standing in the middle of the road, illuminated by the receding taillights. His head was tilted, as if watching me leave. I blinked, and it was gone. Back at my apartment, I double-locked the door and drew all the curtains. The warmth of the heater did little to dispel the chill that had settled in my bones. I tried to rationalize the experience. Perhaps it was a combination of exhaustion and the eerie atmosphere of an empty street on a winter's night. Maybe the shadows had played tricks on my eyes. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. Over the next few days, I avoided Maple Street entirely, taking longer routes to and from the subway station. Life resumed its normal pace, and the incident began to fade from immediate memory. Then, one evening after work, a colleague named Lisa invited me out for drinks. We ended up staying later than planned, and I found myself once again faced with the decision of how to get home. Come on, Maple Street is the quickest way, Lisa insisted. It's freezing out here. I hesitated but didn't want to seem irrational. All right, but let's walk fast. We turned on to Maple Street, the familiar row of brownstones lining the quiet lane. The streetlights flickered intermittently, casting elongated shadows. As we walked, I kept a vigilant eye on our surroundings. Lisa chatted animatedly about office gossip, seemingly oblivious to my anxiety. Then I saw it. Halfway down the block, near the very same lamppost, stood a snowman. It was identical to the one I'd seen before, hollow eyes, gaping mouth, elongated arms made of twisted branches. I stopped abruptly. What's wrong? Lisa asked, noticing my pale complexion. Do you see that? I whispered, pointing ahead. She squinted. The snowman? Yeah. What about it? Doesn't it look odd to you? She shrugged. It's a bit creepy, I guess. Probably some kids messing around. I wanted to turn back, but Lisa took my arm. Come on, we're almost there. Reluctantly, I allowed her to lead me forward. As we passed the snowman, I avoided eye contact, focusing instead on the ground. A sudden rustling made us both jump. Must be a squirrel. Lisa laughed nervously. I glanced back. The snowman's head had turned to face us. Lisa, look! She followed my gaze and gasped. Did that just? Before she could finish, the streetlight above flickered violently and went out, plunging us into semi-darkness. Run! I shouted. We sprinted down the street, our breaths ragged and visible in the cold air. Behind us, I could hear the crunching of snow, as if footsteps were pursuing us. We reached the end of the block and darted onto the main avenue, bustling with cars and pedestrians. The sounds of the city enveloped us, a stark contrast to the oppressive silence of Maple Street. What the hell was that? Lisa panted. I don't know, I admitted, trembling. But it's not the first time I've seen it. We decided to report the incident to the police. At the station, we recounted our experience to a disinterested officer. A moving snowman? He repeated skeptically. You sure you ladies weren't drinking? Lisa bristled. We know what we saw. He sighed. Look, we'll send a patrol car to check it out. But it's probably just a prank. Feeling dismissed, we left the station. Maybe we're overreacting, Lisa said as we parted ways. It could have been someone hiding inside the snowman. Maybe, I agreed half-heartedly. That night, sleep was elusive. Every sound outside my window set me on edge. Around 3 a.m., a loud thump jolted me upright. Heart pounding, I crept to the window and peeked through a slit in the curtain. There, across the street, stood the snowman. It was unmistakable. Even in the dim light, a tall figure with hollow eyes and a screaming mouth. It was closer than ever. Paralyzed by fear, I watched as it slowly raised one of its branch-like arms. Pointing directly at me, I stumbled backward, knocking over a lamp. The crash snapped me out of my stupor. Without thinking, I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. There's someone outside my apartment, I whispered frantically. The dispatcher assured me that a unit was on its way. Minutes felt like hours. I huddled in a corner, clutching a kitchen knife for protection. A knock at the door nearly made me jump out of my skin. Police! A voice called. I opened the door to find 2 officers standing there. Ma'am, we received a report of a prowler. I nodded vigorously. Across the street, a snowman. It was moving. They exchanged glances. Let's take a look, one said. We stepped outside together. The street was empty, save for parked cars and mounds of snow. It was right there, I insisted, pointing. One of the officers walked across the street, shining his flashlight around. Nothing here but snowbanks, he reported. The other officer tried to reassure me. Perhaps it melted or someone took it down. In the middle of the night? I challenged. Ma'am, we're happy to patrol the area, but there's not much else we can do right now. Defeated, I thanked them and returned to my apartment. The next day, I considered staying with friends or even checking into a hotel, but something compelled me to confront whatever this was. I spent hours researching, trying to find any similar occurrences. To my surprise, I stumbled upon a local legend dating back to the early 1900s, a tale of a deranged artist who built grotesque snow sculptures that seemed to come to life. According to the story, he vanished one winter, and sightings of moving snow figures began to surface thereafter. It was a stretch, but it was the only explanation that fit. Determined, I decided to destroy the snowman. That evening, armed with a shovel and a newfound resolve, I returned to Maple Street. The snowman was there, standing ominously under the streetlight. I approached cautiously, half expecting it to move. It remained still, taking a deep breath. I swung the shovel, striking the base. The snow crumbled easily. I continued until there was nothing left but a heap of displaced snow. Feeling a surge of triumph, I turned to leave. That won't stop me, a voice whispered, barely audible over the rustling wind. I froze. Slowly, I looked back. The scattered snow began to coalesce, swirling and gathering into a vaguely human shape. Panic overtook me. I dropped the shovel and ran, not stopping until I reached the safety of my apartment. I didn't sleep that night. By morning, I'd made a decision. Within a week, I'd broken my lease, packed my belongings, and moved out of the city. I never told anyone the full story, fearing they'd think I was insane. Years have passed, and I now live on the West Coast, far from the snow and the memories of that harrowing winter. I've built a new life, one where the nights are filled with the gentle crash of ocean waves rather than eerie silence. But sometimes, on cold, clear nights, I still feel that unsettling gaze and hear the faint echo of a whisper carried on the wind. And I know that some things can't be left behind. So, if you ever find yourself walking alone on a snowy night and notice a peculiar snowman under a flickering streetlight, Trust your instincts. Cross the street. Turn back. Do whatever you must. Just don't look back, because some figures are not what they seem, and once they've noticed you, they might just follow you home. Story number 13. I never thought I'd return to Whittier, Alaska, not after all these years, not after what happened, but sometimes, the past has a way of pulling you back, like a riptide dragging you into cold, dark waters. It was the Christmas of '98 when I was a young man, full of ambition and eager to leave my small-town roots behind. Whittier was a place where secrets were buried under layers of ice and snow, and the nights were long and unforgiving. The entire town lived in a single, towering building, Beach Towers, an old Cold War relic that housed everyone and everything. It was as if the isolation wasn't just physical but seeped into our very souls. I was working at the local general store, saving up to move to the lower 48. The days were short, and the nights seemed endless. Around Christmas, the darkness would stretch for nearly 20 hours a day. The townsfolk tried to keep spirits high, decorating the common areas with lights and tinsel, but there was an undercurrent of unease that no amount of festive cheer could erase. "Have you heard the laughter?" Old Bill asked me one evening as I was stocking shelves with canned goods. "Laughter," I replied, not looking up. "From the snowmen," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I chuckled. "Snowmen don't laugh, Bill." He grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. His eyes bore into mine, wide and bloodshot. "They do here, especially under the moonlight." I pulled away gently. "Maybe you've been hitting the bottle a little early today." He shook his head vehemently. "Mark my words, Alex, stay indoors at night. Don't go wandering near the town square." I brushed it off as the ramblings of a lonely old man. But that night, as I made my way back to my apartment, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling his words had stirred. The wind howled through the corridors of Beach Towers, and the building creaked like an old ship at sea. A few days later, on Christmas Eve, the town held its annual festival. Children and adults alike gathered in the square outside. Bundled up against the biting cold, we built snowmen, each one more elaborate than the last. Some had scarves and hats. Others had buttons and twig arms. The laughter of children echoed through the frigid air, a rare warmth in the perpetual night. "Looks like a good turnout this year," Sarah said, sidling up next to me. She was a local schoolteacher, her cheeks flushed pink from the cold. "Yeah," I agreed, packing snow onto the base of a particularly large snowman. Nice to see everyone in good spirits. As the evening wore on, the festivities moved indoors, where hot cocoa and spice cider awaited. I stayed behind to finish up, enjoying the solitude. The square was illuminated by the soft glow of street lamps, casting long shadows across the snow. That's when I heard it. A faint giggle carried on the wind. I paused, looking around. The square was empty, the snowmen standing sentinel in the silence. "Hello," I called out, my voice muffled by the scarf around my neck. No response. I shook my head, chalking it up to exhaustion, and turned to head inside. Then, another giggle, this time more distinct. It was high-pitched, almost childlike, but with a distorted edge that sent a shiver down my spine. I glanced back at the snowmen. For a moment, I could have sworn one of them had turned its head slightly in my direction. I blinked, and everything appeared normal again. "Get a grip, Alex," I muttered to myself. I quickened my pace toward the entrance of the building. As I reached for the door, I heard the unmistakable crunch of footsteps on snow behind me. I spun around, but no one was there. The snowmen stood as they had before, but something was off. The one closest to me seemed closer. Hadn't it been further away just moments ago? My heart began to race. The wind picked up, whistling eerily through the narrow alleys between buildings. Must be the darkness playing tricks, I thought, but deep down, I didn't believe it. That night, sleep eluded me. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the creaks and groans of the old building. Around 2 a.m., a soft tapping sound echoed through my small apartment. At first, I thought it was the radiator, but the tapping became more insistent. I sat up, my breath visible in the cold air. The sound was coming from the window, gathering what little courage I had. I walked over and pulled the curtain aside. There, standing on the fire escape, was a snowman. It was impossible. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. The snowman wore a crooked grin, its coal eyes glinting with a sinister light. His twig arm was raised, the stick lightly tapping against the glass. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. When I looked again, it was gone. Only the swirling snow met my gaze. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I confided in Sarah. "I think I'm losing my mind," I admitted over a cup of bitter coffee in the communal kitchen. She studied me carefully. "Did you hear the laughter?" I looked up sharply. "You too." She nodded slowly. "Last year, one of my students claimed a snowman followed him home. We all dismissed it as a child's imagination. But now, I don't know. What's going on here, Sarah?" She leaned in, her voice barely above a whisper. "There's a local legend. They say that during the Klondike Gold Rush, a group of miners got lost in a blizzard near here. They froze to death. Their bodies never recovered. Some believe their spirits wander during the long nights of winter, latching onto the snowmen we build." "That's just a ghost story," I scoffed, though unease gnawed at me. "Is it?" she challenged. "Can you explain what you saw?" I couldn't. Over the next few days, more reports surfaced. People heard unsettling laughter when no one was around. Some claimed objects in their homes had been moved. One man swore that a snowman appeared in his backyard overnight, even though he lived alone and hadn't built one. The town's jovial atmosphere turned to one of quiet dread. The residents avoided going out after dark, and the snowmen in the square stood untouched, their cheerful appearance now menacing. One evening, I decided enough was enough. Armed with a flashlight and a sense of determination, or perhaps foolishness, I ventured out into the square. The sky was clear, the full moon casting an otherworldly glow over everything. "I'm not afraid of you," I called out, my voice echoing. Silence. I walked up to the largest snowman, the one I had helped build. His grin seemed to mock me. "You're just snow and sticks," I muttered, reaching out to push it over. Before I could touch it, a cold gust of wind whipped around me, and I heard that chilling giggle once more. I spun around, shining my flashlight, but the beam reflected off the snow, blinding me momentarily. When my vision cleared, the snowman had changed position. His head was now tilted to the side. As if observing me, I stepped back, tripping over my own feet and falling into the snow. Panic surged through me as I scrambled to get up. "Leaving so soon?" a voice whispered, though no one was there. I didn't wait to find out more. I ran back to the building, my lungs burning from the cold air. Inside, I found old Bill sitting in the lobby, a knowing look in his eyes. "You saw them, didn't you?" he said. I nodded, too shaken to speak. He sighed. "They've been here longer than any of us. Best to leave them be." "Why doesn't anyone do anything?" I demanded. "We can't live like this." "What would you have us do?" he replied wearily. "Fight the snow." I spent the next few days holed up in my apartment, avoiding any contact. Sleep was a luxury I could no longer afford. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw their grinning faces. On New Year's Eve, the town tried to reclaim its spirit with a small celebration in the community hall. I was reluctant to go, but Sarah convinced me. "Maybe being around others will help," she suggested. The hall was decorated festively, but the energy was subdued. Conversations were hushed, and laughter was forced. Around midnight, the lights flickered and went out. Nervous murmurs filled the room. "Probably the generator," someone said. Then we heard it, the unmistakable sound of snow crunching underfoot, coming from just outside the hall. The windows were frosted over, obscuring our view. A collective tension gripped us. No one moved. A loud thud resounded as something heavy hit the door. The doorknob rattled, and the door creaked open slowly. There stood a snowman, larger than any I'd seen before, filling the doorway, its arms stretched unnaturally long, twigs clawing at the air. The coal eyes burned with an inner fire, and that grin, wider than ever. Screams erupted as people scrambled to the back of the hall. The snowman stepped forward, leaving wet footprints on the wooden floor. Behind it, more figures emerged, all made of snow yet moving with deliberate intent. I grabbed Sarah's hand. "We have to get out of here." We pushed through a side door, the freezing air hitting us like a wall. The town was overrun. Snowmen advanced from every direction, their movements jerky yet purposeful. "This can't be happening," Sarah whimpered. We dashed toward Beejich Towers, the only sanctuary we knew. Others followed, a frantic stampede through the snow. Inside, the residents barricaded the entrances. The building shook as the snowmen battered against the walls. "How do we stop them?" I shouted to anyone who would listen. Old Bill stepped forward, a solemn expression on his face. "We can't, but maybe we can appease them." "What do you mean?" Sarah asked. He took a deep breath. "They want acknowledgement. Every year, we forget about them, and every year, they remind us. We need to honor those lost souls." "How?" I pressed. "With a ceremony, an offering." Desperate and out of options, we agreed. Under Bill's guidance, we gathered items, tokens of remembrance, candles, and handwritten notes. We set up a makeshift shrine in the lobby. As we lit the candles and stood in a circle, we heard the wind die down. The pounding ceased. A heavy silence enveloped us. "Thank you," a disembodied voice whispered, echoing through the hall. We waited, holding our breaths. Minutes passed, and nothing happened. Cautiously, we unblocked the entrances. The snowmen were gone. Relief washed over the town, but it was tempered by exhaustion and lingering fear. Over the following days, life slowly returned to a semblance of normalcy. But we all knew things had changed. I left Whittier shortly after, unable to shake the experiences from my mind. I moved south, far from the snow and the darkness. Years later, I received a letter from Sarah. The town continued the annual ceremony, and the incidents hadn't recurred. She invited me to visit, but I couldn't bring myself to return. Sometimes, on cold winter nights, I hear faint laughter carried on the wind, and I wonder if the spirits have followed me. I keep my distance from snowmen and avoid looking at their faces, because I know now that some legends are real, and some spirits are restless. So if you ever find yourself in a small town in Alaska during the long nights of winter, and you hear laughter when no one is around, think twice before you dismiss it. And if a snowman ever seems to move when you're not looking, don't stick around to see what happens next. Some mysteries are better left frozen in time. Story number 14. I remember the Christmas Eve that changed everything. The night when the quiet peace of our suburban life was shattered by something beyond understanding. We had moved to the outskirts of New York City earlier that year, trading the relentless pace of urban life for the tranquil rhythms of a small town. Our new home was a charming two-story house with a spacious front yard, a perfect canvas for winter festivities. The snow had been falling steadily all afternoon, blanketing the neighborhood in a pristine layer of white. My wife, Laura, and our two children, Sophie and Max, were brimming with excitement. "Dad, can we build a snowman?" Max asked, his eyes wide with anticipation. I glanced at Laura, who smiled and nodded. "Sure thing, buddy," I replied. "Let's make the biggest one this town has ever seen." We bundled up in our warmest clothes and stepped into the frosty air. The snow was perfect, soft but packable. Together, we rolled 3 enormous snowballs, each one larger than the last. Lifting them into place was a family effort, filled with laughter and a few playful snowball fights. Sophie found 2 smooth, black stones for the eyes, and Max proudly donated a large carrot for the nose. Laura added a scarf and an old hat to complete the ensemble. "He's perfect," she declared, stepping back to admire our handiwork. As dusk settled, the sky turned a deep indigo, and the first stars began to twinkle. We retreated inside, cheeks flushed and spirits high. The aroma of hot cocoa filled the house as we gathered around the fireplace, the warmth seeping into our bones. "That was fun," Laura said, snuggling against me on the couch. "Best snowman ever," Max agreed, his eyelids drooping. "Time for bed, kiddos," I announced. After tucking them in, Laura and I settled in for a quiet evening. The glow of the Christmas tree filled the living room with a soft, golden light. Everything felt right, until, around midnight, a strange noise pulled me from a light doze. It was a faint crunching sound, like footsteps pressing into fresh snow. I sat up, listening intently. "Did you hear that?" Laura whispered, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "Probably just an animal," I replied, though unease coiled in my stomach. We both fell silent as the sound grew louder, more deliberate. It was coming from just outside the front window, curiosity getting the better of me. I moved to the window and parted the curtains slightly. The porch light cast a pale circle onto the snow. But at first, I saw nothing amiss. Then my gaze shifted to the snowman. "Laura," I called softly. "Come here." She joined me, and together we stared in disbelief. The snowman's eyes, once simple black stones, now glowed a sinister red. They seemed to flicker, casting an eerie light onto the snow beneath. "Is that real?" she asked, her voice barely audible. "It must be a reflection," I reasoned, though I didn't believe it. As we watched, the snowman's head tilted ever so slightly in our direction. The glowing eyes remained fixed on us, unblinking. "Did it just move?" Laura grabbed my arm. "It's probably the wind," I suggested, but the words felt hollow. A sudden tap on the window pane made us both jump. It was subtle, like the peck of a bird, but insistent. Then another, and another. "Maybe it's kids playing a prank," I said, more to reassure myself than anything else. Laura shook her head. At this hour? I decided to step outside and investigate. Grabbing my coat and a flashlight, I told Laura to stay inside. "Be careful," she urged. The cold air hit me like a slap as I stepped onto the porch. My breath billowed in front of me as I scanned the yard. Everything was still, the world muffled by the snow. I approached the snowman cautiously, close. The red glow of its eyes was even more unsettling. They seemed to bore into me, alive with some inner fire. I reached out and touched one of the stones. It was cold, just a regular rock. The glow intensified for a moment, and I snatched my hand back. "This is ridiculous," I muttered. "It's just a snowman." Turning to head back inside, I noticed something that made my heart skip a beat. Footprints, large and deep, circled the snowman and led toward the woods behind our house. They weren't there when we'd finished building earlier. "Who's out there?" I called, my voice echoing into the darkness. No response. I followed the tracks a few steps before a sense of dread pulled me back. Something about them was off. They were too big, the stride too long for any human. Retreating to the safety of the house, I locked the door behind me. "Well?" Laura asked. "Nothing. Probably just animals." I lied. She studied me, concern etched on her face. "Let's just go to bed." Sleep did not come easily. I lay awake, listening for any sound, but the night remained quiet. Morning arrived with a gray, overcast sky. The events of the previous night felt like a strange dream. Over breakfast, Max looked up from his cereal. "Dad, where's the snowman?" "What do you mean?" I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. "He's gone." I exchanged a glance with Laura before we all hurried outside. The spot where the snowman had stood was empty, just a rough mound of disturbed snow. "Did it melt?" Sophie asked. "Overnight? In these temperatures?" Laura replied, her eyes wide. The footprints I'd seen the night before were still there, more pronounced in the daylight. They led away from the yard and disappeared into the dense forest. Stay here, I instructed, following the tracks once more. The footprints continued deeper into the woods. Each one pressed firmly into the snow. The trees closed in around me, their bare branches like skeletal arms. After several minutes, the tracks abruptly stopped in a small clearing. In the center stood a crude snowman, smaller than before but unmistakable. His eyes glowed red. A chill that had nothing to do with the cold ran through me. I took a step back, my mind racing. This isn't possible, I whispered. A rustling sound came from behind me. I spun around, but saw nothing. The forest was silent, yet I felt watched. Time to go, I told myself. As I turned to leave, I heard a faint whisper, barely discernible. Stay! I broke into a run, stumbling through the snow until I burst from the woods into our backyard. Dad, are you okay? Max called. I'm fine, I lied, gasping for breath. Back inside, I tried to make sense of it all. Was someone playing an elaborate prank? But who would go to such lengths? Over the next few days, strange things continued to happen. At night, we'd hear soft tapping on the windows, distant whispers carried on the wind. Objects in the house seemed to move on their own. A door left open, picture frame tilted. Laura grew increasingly anxious. We should call the police, she suggested. And tell them what? That a snowman is stalking us? I retorted. Something is not right. I can feel it. She was right. There was a presence, an unseen force that seemed to be closing in. One evening, as we sat down for dinner, the lights flickered and went out. Great, a power outage. I grumbled. I'll get the candles, Laura offered. The kids huddled close as we illuminated the room with a soft glow. A heavy thud sounded from the front porch. What was that? Sophie whispered. Probably just the wind, I said, though I knew better. Another thud, louder this time. I'll check it out. No, Laura grabbed my arm. Don't go. We can't just ignore it. I moved cautiously to the front door, peering through the peephole. At first, I saw nothing but darkness. Then, slowly, a glowing red light rose into view, stopping at eye level. I stumbled back, my heart pounding. What's wrong? Laura asked, fear evident in her voice. It's here. The doorknob began to rattle, a gentle at first, then more violently. Everyone, upstairs. Now! We raced to the second floor, barricading ourselves in the master bedroom. The sounds of the house creaking and groaning filled the air, as if it were alive. What's happening? Dad. Max's eyes filled with tears. Everything's going to be okay, I assured him, though I didn't believe it. The tapping resumed, this time on the bedroom window. The curtains fluttered despite the windows being closed. I knew we couldn't stay there. Follow me, I instructed. We moved to the attic, climbing the narrow staircase. It was dusty and filled with boxes, but there were no windows, a safe haven. Stay quiet, I whispered. We huddled together in the darkness, the only sound our ragged breathing. Minutes passed like hours. Then, from below, a slow, deliberate creaking of footsteps ascending the stairs. Laura squeezed my hand. It can't be. I looked around for anything that could be used as a weapon but found nothing. The footsteps reached the attic door, which shuddered as something pushed against it. Daddy! Sophie's voice was barely audible. The door creaked open, revealing nothing but shadow. A shape emerged, a figure made of snow, taller than any man, its eyes burning like embers. It moved without sound, gliding toward us. Why are you doing this? I shouted, desperation giving me courage. It paused, tilting its head as if contemplating. Leave us alone, Laura screamed. The creature extended an arm, fingers like icicles reaching out. Without thinking, I lunged forward, grabbing a metal rod from an old wardrobe. I swung with all my might. the rod passing through the creature's form and hitting the floor with a clang. A hissing sound filled the air as the creature began to dissolve, melting into a puddle of water that seeped into the floorboards. We stared in disbelief. "Is it over?" Max asked. Before I could answer, the temperature in the room plummeted. Frost spread across the walls, and from the puddle, the creature began to reform. "We have to get out of here," I realized, clambering down the attic ladder. We made our way to the garage. I fumbled with the keys, my hands numb. Come on, I muttered. The car roared to life, and we sped away from the house, the silhouette of the snowman visible in the rearview mirror, its eyes watching us depart. We drove to a motel on the outskirts of town. Exhausted and terrified, we huddled together in a single room. The next day, we contacted the authorities, but our story was met with skepticism. No signs of forced entry, no evidence of any intruder. "Perhaps it was a wild animal," the officer suggested. We knew better. Deciding that we couldn't return, we made arrangements to move. As we packed our belongings under the watchful eyes of movers, I felt a lingering unease. On our last night in town, I took a final drive past the old house. The new owners were already moving in. Children played in the front yard, laughing as they built a snowman. My heart sank. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. There, standing among the trees, was a tall figure with glowing red eyes. It lifted a hand, as if in farewell, or a promise. To this day, I don't know what we encountered. A spirit? A manifestation of something ancient and malevolent? All I know is that it found us, and it hasn't let go. Every winter, when the first snow falls, I feel a chill that has nothing to do with the weather. I watch my children closely, cautioning them to stay away from snowmen, because some things are more than they seem, and some stories are warnings disguised as memories. If you ever see a snowman with eyes that seem to glow, turn away. Do not engage. Do not invite it into your life, because once you do, it may follow you forever. Story number 15. The Mysterious Snowman of North Dakota, 1964. In the winter of 1964, the small, secluded town in North Dakota lay blanketed in a biting cold. Thick snow covered every road, rooftop, and field as far as the eye could see. The dim light from a few street lamps cast an atmosphere both peaceful and somber. Christmas was in the air, but the silence of the countryside added a lonely touch to the season. In a small wooden house on the town's edge, Margaret Thompson awoke with the first rays of sunlight filtering through the curtains. She was a retired schoolteacher, living alone since her husband passed away a few years ago. Her face bore the marks of time, yet her deep blue eyes still held a sharp intelligence and strength. But loneliness always crept into her heart, especially during the holidays. Margaret wrapped herself in a thick wool coat and went down to the kitchen to prepare a hot cup of tea. The fireplace crackled, radiating a comfortable warmth. She sat by the window, watching the snow fall quietly. Everything seemed peaceful until her gaze landed on the front yard. "What is that?" she murmured, frowning. In the middle of her yard stood a large snowman, seemingly built overnight. But the strange thing was, she hadn't made it, and no friends or family had come to visit. She lived alone, and the nearest neighbor was several hundred yards away. The snowman was crafted with surprising detail, much taller than any ordinary snowman. But what sent a chill down Margaret's spine was its face. Its hollow eyes, like two deep, empty pits, were made of dark stones. The mouth, twisted in a disturbing grin, was lined with irregular pieces of coal arranged in a way that made it look anything but friendly. An old, ragged scarf and battered hat only added to its eerie appearance. Margaret stood up and leaned closer to the window for a better look. Who would do such a thing? She wondered. Could it have been a prank by the town's children? But on such a frigid Christmas Eve, it was hard to imagine anyone venturing out to build such a frightening snowman. She tried to shake off the unsettling feeling. It's probably just a harmless prank, she told herself. No need to overthink it. She continued with her morning routine, preparing breakfast and reading the newspaper. But she couldn't help glancing at the window, where the snowman stood motionless in the snowy yard. It seemed as if those hollow eyes were watching her every move, filling her with a growing sense of discomfort. By midday, Margaret decided to go outside for a closer look. She bundled up in her heavy coat, hat, and gloves and stepped out into the yard. The icy wind bit at her skin, and tiny snowflakes settled in her silver hair. Each step left a deep impression in the thick snow as she approached the snowman. Standing before it, she felt an uncanny presence. It was nearly as tall as she was, with a solid, imposing figure. Tentatively, she reached out to touch its arm. The freezing cold seeped through her glove, as if she were touching ancient, solid ice. "This is so strange," she murmured. "Who could have made such a snowman?" She looked around but saw no signs of anyone else, no footprints other than her own. The mystery deepened, leaving her even more unsettled. Back inside, she still felt uneasy. She decided to call her neighbor, Helen, to ask if she knew anything. "Hello, Margaret. Merry Christmas." Helen greeted her cheerfully. "Hello, Helen. Merry Christmas. I wanted to ask you about something," Margaret replied, trying to keep her voice steady. "What's going on?" "Someone built a snowman in my yard last night. Do you know who it might have been?" "A snowman? No, I don't know anything about that. Maybe it was some kids in town?" "Yes, maybe. Thank you, Helen." Ending the call, Margaret felt no better. She decided to brush it off, convincing herself it was just a harmless prank. That evening, she locked her doors carefully and drew the curtains tightly closed. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. Lying in bed, she couldn't fall asleep. The image of the snowman with its hollow eyes and unsettling grin kept appearing in her mind. "It's just my imagination," she whispered. "I shouldn't let trivial things get to me." Eventually, she drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight crept through her curtains, Margaret woke up feeling exhausted. She resolved to destroy the snowman and put an end to her unease. She dressed warmly, grabbed a shovel, and stepped outside. But as she reached the spot where the snowman stood, she was shocked to find it still perfectly intact, showing no signs of melting, despite the slight increase in temperature. "This can't be," she whispered. She began striking the snowman with her shovel. Yet, strangely, each strike felt as though it were hitting something solid. The snowman didn't shatter or crumble, no matter how hard she tried. Worn out and shaken, Margaret stepped back, her heart pounding. What is going on here? A chill ran down her spine. Looking around once more, she still saw no one. The eerie silence hung over everything. She retreated inside, locking the door behind her, and sank into her chair, trying to gather her thoughts. "I can't explain this. Perhaps I should ask someone for help." She picked up the phone, but the line suddenly filled with static, leaving only an ominous buzzing sound. "This can't be." The phone was working fine. Her anxiety only grew as she realized something was deeply wrong. It felt as if she were trapped in a nightmare with no escape. The sky over North Dakota was filled with gray clouds, blocking the faint winter sunlight. The temperature had risen slightly, and snow had started to melt from the rooftops and tree branches. Margaret woke up after a restless night, feeling a heavy exhaustion weighing on her. The eerie image of the mysterious snowman continued to haunt her mind. She decided she couldn't let this situation continue. "I have to do something," she told herself. After drinking a hot cup of tea to calm her nerves, she put on a thick coat, gloves, and a wool hat, gripping a sturdy shovel. She opened the door and stepped outside. The snowman was still there, standing as ominously as before. Its hollow eyes seemed to stare right at her, and its grim smile looked mocking. The snow around it had partially melted, but the snowman itself remained perfectly intact. "This is impossible," she muttered. Margaret moved closer, took a deep breath, and raised the shovel, striking it forcefully against the snowman. The sound of metal hitting something hard echoed, but the snowman didn't crack or break. She struck again, harder this time, but still, nothing happened. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she felt her arms begin to ache. "It can't be," she whispered, her face showing a mix of shock and fear. She tried using the edge of the shovel to scrape away at the snowman's surface, but the blade slid over it as if it were slick, solid ice. When she touched it with her gloved hand, a chilling cold penetrated through her glove, spreading through her whole body. It felt as though she was touching something that didn't belong to this world. Margaret stepped back, her heart racing. "I need help," she decided. She retreated into the house, closed the door firmly, and picked up the phone to call her neighbor, Mr. Peterson, a reliable and friendly man. "Hello, Mrs. Margaret. Is everything okay?" Mr. Peterson's voice came over the line. "Hello, I need your help. Could you come over for a bit?" She tried to keep her voice calm. "Of course, I'll be right there." A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Margaret opened it and welcomed Mr. Peterson inside. "What's going on, Mrs. Margaret? You look a bit worried." "Come with me outside, and I'll explain," she replied, leading him to the front yard. Upon seeing the snowman, Mr. Peterson looked surprised. "Oh, who made the snowman? It looks impressive." "That's the problem," Margaret explained. "I didn't make it, and I don't know who did. Moreover, I can't destroy it. Can you try?" Mr. Peterson raised an eyebrow but nodded. "All right, let me give it a shot." He took the shovel from her, lifted it, and struck the snowman hard. But just like before, the snowman remained undamaged. "Strange," he said, attempting a few more hits, but all in vain. "It feels like it's made of stone or something," he speculated. "But it's clearly snow," Margaret protested. "Touch it. You'll feel it too." Mr. Peterson placed his hand on the snowman, immediately pulling it back. "It's freezing. It feels like touching dry ice." Yesterday, the temperature rose, and the snow around started melting. But this snowman remained completely intact, she explained. Mr. Peterson looked thoughtful. "Maybe someone's playing a prank on you. I'll ask around town and see if anyone knows anything." "Thank you. I'm really worried." That afternoon, Margaret decided to take a walk around town, hoping to find some clue. But everyone was busy preparing for Christmas, and nobody seemed to notice or care about her situation. When she mentioned the snowman, they either shook their heads or chuckled, suggesting she was just overthinking. Returning home with a heavy heart, she felt lonelier than ever. Darkness began to settle in, and the cold wind rattled the bare branches, creating eerie sounds. She closed the curtains, trying to avoid looking out at the front yard. That evening, Margaret sat by the fire with her favorite book, but she couldn't focus. Her attention kept drifting to the faint sounds around the house, the creak of the floor, the wind whistling through cracks in the doors, forming a haunting symphony. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. "What now?" she muttered, struggling to get up in the dark. She fumbled for a candle and matches, lighting a small flame. The dim light cast shadows dancing on the walls. Margaret felt as if someone was watching her. "It's just my imagination," she tried to reassure herself. A faint knock sounded at the door, steady and unnerving. She froze, her heart pounding. "Who's there?" she called, but there was no response. The knocking continued, louder this time. She hesitated but decided to approach the door. "Who is it?" No answer, only the wind howling outside, summoning her courage. She opened the door just a crack and peered out. No one was there, just darkness and the biting wind. But as she prepared to close the door, her eyes landed on the snowman. It had moved closer, now standing right by her doorstep. Its hollow eyes seemed to look straight at her, and its twisted smile had widened, revealing sharp stone teeth. She slammed the door shut, stumbling back. This can't be happening. How is this possible? Overwhelmed by fear, she rushed to her bedroom and locked the door. Gripping the candle tightly, she sat down on her bed, trying to steady her breathing. I have to stay calm. I need to think of what to do. Soft footsteps echoed from the hallway. It can't be, I live alone, she thought. The footsteps grew closer, stopping outside her bedroom door. Mrs. Margaret, a cold, whispering voice called out. She held her breath, her eyes wide with terror. Who's there? Is that you, Mr. Peterson? Silence. Only an eerie quiet. Determined not to sit idly, she opened her drawer and took out a pair of scissors for protection. If anyone's here, I'll call the police. Twisted, childlike laughter rang out, warped and unnatural. Her heart nearly stopped. Suddenly, the door flew open, despite having been locked. A gust of cold air from the hallway extinguished her candle, leaving her in darkness. In the pitch black, she sensed a towering figure standing before her. His hollow eyes glowed faintly. Go away, she screamed, swinging the scissors wildly. No response. The figure moved closer, and she felt the chilling cold engulf her. Then, everything went black as she fell into an endless void. The next morning, Margaret woke up in her bed, with sunlight filtering through the curtains. Was it just a dream? She wondered, feeling a deep weariness in her body. But when she stepped into the living room, she noticed the front door wide open. A thin layer of snow had blown in, covering the floor. She shuddered, recalling the events of the previous night. Determined to seek help, she called the police and recounted everything. But they simply chalked it up to stress and advised her to rest. No one believes me, she sighed, feeling helpless. Looking out the window, she saw the snowman still standing there. This time, his twisted grin seemed even wider, and its hollow eyes had an unnatural gleam. This can't go on, she resolved. I have to uncover the truth. Night fell, and the sky over North Dakota turned pitch black, void of stars and moonlight. Cold winds whistled through the cracks of Margaret's house, creating eerie sounds that resembled the whispers of lost souls. She sat by the fireplace, its flickering flames casting strange, ghostly shadows on the walls. Yet, despite the warmth of the fire, she felt a piercing chill deep within her. Strange. The fireplace is working. So why is it still so cold? She muttered, wrapping her scarf tighter around her neck. She checked the thermometer on the wall, only to see the temperature dropping steadily below normal. It can't be. Maybe it's broken. Margaret decided to go to bed early, hoping that a good night's sleep would calm her nerves. After locking the doors securely, she went to her bedroom, lay down, and pulled the blanket tightly around herself. But even with her eyes closed, her thoughts kept drifting back to the strange snowman outside. Eventually, she drifted into a fitful sleep. In her dream, Margaret found herself standing in the middle of a vast, snow-covered field. Around her, a dense fog obscured her view. Is anyone there? She called, her voice echoing into the void. Suddenly, a familiar shape appeared in the distance. The snowman with hollow eyes and a twisted grin was coming closer. Each of its steps left deep, dark imprints in the snow, as though it was devouring the light around it. Margaret tried to run, but her legs felt frozen in place. The snowman drew nearer, looming tall and more terrifying than ever. It leaned down, its face mere inches from hers. Margaret! A deep, resonant voice echoed as if from a distant place. Why do you want to destroy me? She tried to scream, her mouth open but no sound came out. The snowman lifted one icy arm, its frozen fingers grazing her cheek, sending a bone-chilling cold through her body. I'm lonely, stay with me, it whispered, its breath as cold as a winter storm. Margaret screamed, attempting to back away, but it was futile. The snowman enveloped her, and darkness swallowed everything. Margaret woke up with a start, cold sweat covering her forehead. Her heart was pounding, and she took deep breaths to calm herself. It was just a dream, she told herself, though the fear still clung to her. Looking around, everything was silent. A weak beam of moonlight filtered through the curtain, casting a faint glow. She glanced at the clock. It read 3 a.m. Then, faint footsteps echoed down the hall. The creaking of the old wooden floor seemed louder in the stillness of the night. She listened intently, trying to determine the source of the sound. It must be the wind, she reassured herself, though a sense of dread gnawed at her. The footsteps continued, coming closer to her bedroom. She reached for the flashlight on her bedside table, turned it on, and aimed it at the door. The beam of light illuminated a sliver of the hallway, but there was nothing there. I have to check, she decided, her fear battling with her resolve to find the truth. Margaret quietly slipped out of bed, her bare feet touching the cold wooden floor. Each step she took echoed softly in the silence. Opening her bedroom door, she peered into the long, dark hallway. Her flashlight illuminated only a small part of it, the shadows swallowing everything else. She moved cautiously, her eyes darting around, searching for any sign of movement. There's no one here, she whispered, yet the feeling of being watched intensified. At the foot of the stairs, she stopped. Strange sounds were coming from the living room, like faint whispers. She moved closer, gripping the flashlight tightly as if it were a weapon. When she entered the living room, she saw that the fire in the fireplace had died down. The room was so cold that her breath formed visible white clouds. Moonlight shone through the window, and in the mirror hanging on the wall, she caught a glimpse of something, the shadow of the snowman, reflected in the mirror. She turned around abruptly but saw nothing. Her heart raced, and she wondered if she was losing her mind. It can't be. I'm just imagining things, she told herself. Determined to return to her room, she turned to leave, but at that moment, a sinister, childlike giggle echoed through the room. Chillingly close, she froze, afraid to look back. Margaret! A voice whispered in her ear, icy and haunting. She screamed, sprinting up the stairs and locking herself in her room. Sitting on her bed, she clutched her head and began to sob. What am I supposed to do? Am I losing my mind? The next day, Margaret woke up with puffy eyes and a sense of exhaustion. When she looked in the mirror, her face appeared pale and gaunt. I can't go on like this, she decided. She called Dr. Collins, the town psychologist. Doctor, I need to see you. It's urgent. Of course, Mrs. Margaret. Can you come to my office this afternoon? His warm voice sounded comforting. I'll be there. Thank you. At Dr. Collins's office, she recounted everything that had happened. He listened attentively, occasionally nodding as he took notes. Mrs. Margaret, I understand that you're going through a difficult time. You may be experiencing hallucinations due to stress and loneliness, he said gently. But everything feels so real. Doctor, I feel like someone's watching me. That snowman. It's not normal. We'll work through this together. I suggest you rest as much as possible, and perhaps take some medication to ease your stress. Margaret felt defeated. No one believes me, she thought, but she knew she couldn't force others to believe in things that seemed inexplicable. Back home, she resolved to stay calm. She turned on some soft music, brewed herself a cup of tea, and tried to read. But no matter how hard she tried, the feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. As night fell, she made sure all windows and doors were securely locked. But even within her own home, she didn't feel safe. Margaret went to the bathroom and splashed water on her face to clear her mind. When she looked up, she was horrified to see the snowman's reflection in the mirror behind her. His hollow eyes stared at her, his twisted grin revealing sharp, stone-like teeth. She spun around, but there was no one there. Her heart raced as she stumbled backward, falling to the cold floor. This has to stop, she cried, tears streaming down her face. Over the next few days, her condition worsened. She couldn't sleep, had no appetite, and her health visibly declined. People in town began to notice her deteriorating appearance. "Margaret doesn't look well," Mrs. Helen commented to Mr. Peterson. "Should we do something?" "I'll stop by and check on her," he offered. When he arrived at her house, Margaret answered the door, looking worn and frail. "Hello, Mrs. Margaret. I came to see if you needed any help." "Thank you, but I'm fine," she replied, her voice weak. "You don't seem well. Should I call the doctor?" "No need. I just need some rest." Mr. Peterson looked around, noticing the cold, gloomy atmosphere in the house. "Is there something wrong with your fireplace? It's so cold in here." "It's working, but I don't know why it's so cold," she sighed. "Let me check it for you." He walked over to the fireplace and saw the fire burning normally. Odd. Maybe there's an issue with the insulation. Perhaps. As he prepared to leave, he glanced out the window and noticed the snowman in her yard. "That snowman. Are you keeping it?" Margaret shivered. "I can't destroy it. It won't be destroyed." Mr. Peterson frowned. "If you want, I can help you." "No, don't touch it," she cried, startling him. All right, I'm sorry." After he left, Margaret sat down, overwhelmed by feelings of helplessness and isolation. "What am I supposed to do? No one can help me." That night, she resolved to confront her fear. She sat in her living room with the lights on, clutching her late husband's old Bible. She recited prayers, hoping to find some comfort. But as the clock struck midnight, the lights flickered and went out. Darkness once again enveloped her. Footsteps echoed, louder this time, as if someone was pacing within the house. She held the Bible tightly, trying to stay calm. "Margaret," the voice whispered, closer than ever. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" she screamed. "I'm lonely. Stay with me. Forever." The voice echoed from all directions. She felt a chilling cold envelop her, as though she was surrounded by ice. Her breathing grew shallow, and she collapsed to the floor. Before she lost consciousness, she saw the hollow eyes of the snowman, watching her from within the darkness. The sky over North Dakota was dark and ominous, with thick black clouds blotting out the sun, casting a cold and heavy atmosphere over everything. Margaret awoke on the cold floor, feeling exhausted and sore all over. She managed to sit up, looking around to realize that the electricity was back on. Yet the house remained unusually cold. "Last night, it couldn't have been real," she murmured to herself, though the memories of that whispering voice and the haunting image of the snowman remained vivid. She decided she could no longer face this alone. "I need help," she called the local sheriff, James Miller. "Hello, Sheriff Miller? This is Margaret Thompson. I need to see you immediately." "Hello, Mrs. Margaret. Is everything all right?" His voice held a hint of concern. "Please come to my house. Something very strange is happening." "All right, I'll be there in a few minutes." About 15 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Margaret opened it to welcome Sheriff Miller inside. "Thank you for coming." "Of course. You don't look well. What's going on?" he asked, sensing the unusual coldness of the house. She recounted everything: the mysterious snowman, the strange occurrences in her home, the nightmares, and the whispering voice. Sheriff Miller listened intently, his brow furrowing in concern. "Mrs. Margaret, I understand that you're under a lot of stress, but this might be affecting your health. Have you seen a doctor?" "I went to see Dr. Collins, but he couldn't help. I'm not imagining these things. That snowman, it can't be destroyed, and it's haunting me." Sheriff Miller sighed. "All right, let's go have a look at this snowman." The two stepped outside to the front yard. The snowman still stood there, but it seemed more ominous than before. His hollow eyes appeared even deeper, and the twisted smile revealed sharp, jagged stones for teeth. "It's definitely an unusual snowman," he observed. "Who made it?" "I don't know. It appeared on Christmas morning, and since then, I haven't been able to destroy it." Sheriff Miller approached, touching the snowman, but immediately withdrew his hand. That's freezing, like touching dry ice. See? That's not normal snow. All right, let me try something. Sheriff Miller retrieved a crowbar from his patrol car and struck the snowman with it. Despite his efforts, the snowman remained unscathed. This is unbelievable, he muttered. Maybe we need heavier equipment. Do you believe me now? Margaret asked, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. We'll investigate further. I'll have some officers keep watch over your house tonight. That evening, 2 officers, John and Paul, were assigned to Margaret's house. They set up surveillance cameras around the property and established a monitoring station in their patrol car. Don't worry, ma'am. We'll be here all night, John assured her. Thank you so much, Margaret replied, feeling slightly relieved. As night fell, Margaret tried to relax by reading a book, but she couldn't shake her fear. Outside, the wind howled, its eerie sound amplifying the tension. In the surveillance car, John and Paul watched the monitor. Everything looks fine so far, Paul commented. Yeah, maybe she's just really stressed, John replied. Suddenly, the screen began to flicker. The image turned fuzzy, then went completely blank. What's going on? Paul asked, puzzled. I'll check the system, John said, but he couldn't find any issues. Inside the house, the lights flickered and then went out. Margaret's heart pounded. No! This can't be happening. A loud, persistent knocking came from the door. She approached cautiously, too afraid to open it. Who's there? She called out. Margaret. The familiar voice spoke, but this time it sounded closer, more distinct. She backed away, overwhelmed by fear. Suddenly, the living room window shattered, and a blast of icy wind filled the room, bringing in flurries of snow. Amid the chaos, she saw the snowman standing outside the window, its hollow eyes fixed on her. In the surveillance car, John and Paul sensed something was wrong. Something's not right. Let's go in, John decided. They rushed into the house, finding the front door ajar. Mrs. Margaret, where are you? Paul called out. There was no response. They split up to search the house. When they reached the bedroom, they found Margaret unconscious on the floor. Quick, call for an ambulance, John shouted. Paul radioed the station while John checked Margaret's condition. She's breathing, but barely. Margaret was taken to the hospital, where doctors diagnosed her with severe physical and mental exhaustion. She needed rest and treatment. Meanwhile, Sheriff Miller continued his investigation. He reviewed the footage from the surveillance cameras but found nothing unusual. This doesn't make sense. The cameras malfunctioned right when the incident happened. He decided to consult Father Thomas, the local priest, for advice. Father Thomas, can you help us make sense of these strange occurrences? Sheriff Miller asked after explaining the situation. Father Thomas pondered the situation. Some things cannot be explained by science. Perhaps there is a spirit or entity haunting Mrs. Margaret. So what can we do? I suggest we visit her home and perform a cleansing ritual. The following day, Father Thomas, Sheriff Miller, and several officers returned to Margaret's house. They began a ritual, praying and sprinkling holy water throughout the house. As they approached the snowman, Father Thomas sensed an overwhelming negative energy. This entity is not of this world, he said. He proceeded with the ritual in front of the snowman. But suddenly, a fierce wind began to blow. With no apparent cause, the snow around them spiraled upward, forming a vortex that encircled them. Stay back, Sheriff Miller yelled, struggling to keep his footing. In the midst of the chaos, the snowman began to melt, but not into water. It dissolved into a dark mist, swirling around them before disappearing into the sky. Everything returned to normal. The wind calmed, and the snow stopped falling. What just happened? Asked one of the officers, his face pale. The entity has been banished, Father Thomas replied, though his voice betrayed a hint of worry. but I can't be sure it's gone for good. At the hospital, Margaret gradually recovered. When she heard about what had happened, she felt relieved yet still uneasy. "Is it really over?" she asked Sheriff Miller when he visited. "We did everything we could. The snowman is gone, and hopefully, you won't be troubled anymore," he reassured her. "But I still feel like something's watching me," she whispered. "Don't worry. We'll keep monitoring the situation to make sure you're safe." In the days that followed, Margaret remained unable to shake a lingering sense of dread. Even though the snowman was gone, the nightmares persisted. She dreamed of wandering through a snow-covered maze, lost with no way out, and the snowman appearing at every turn. Her health continued to deteriorate, her spirit drained. The doctors recommended she move somewhere else for a change of scenery. "We could arrange for you to stay at a health retreat in another state," Dr. Collins suggested. "Yes, maybe that's for the best," she agreed, her voice weak. Meanwhile, rumors of the mysterious snowman spread throughout the town. People grew anxious and afraid. Some speculated that Margaret's home was cursed. "We should stay away from that place," Mrs. Helen told her neighbors. "Something's not right there." Margaret prepared to leave. Before she got into the car, she took one last look at her house. "I hope things get better," she thought. But as the car began to pull away, she glanced in the rearview mirror and caught sight of a familiar figure. The snowman stood silently by the side of the road, its hollow eyes watching her. Startled, she turned around, but there was nothing there. "It's just my imagination," she tried to reassure herself, yet the chill lingered. In the last days in North Dakota, the sky remained perpetually overcast, mirroring Margaret's heavy heart. Despite her decision to leave the home she had lived in for so many years, the sense of unease lingered. The nightmares continued to haunt her, and she knew she couldn't live like this any longer. She spent the entire afternoon packing. Memories, both joyful and painful, resurfaced with each item, yet she pushed them aside, focused on her goal. "I have to leave before it's too late," she told herself. As the sun began to set, Margaret prepared for her final night in the house. She locked the windows, drew the curtains tightly, and lit an old oil lamp. Outside, the wind picked up, carrying flurries of snow that drifted aimlessly through the air. Sitting at the dining table with a cup of hot tea, she heard a faint sound outside. The crunching of footsteps on the snow drifted through the stillness. Her heart began to race, but she tried to ignore it. "It's only the wind," she whispered to herself, attempting to stay calm. But the sound grew louder, closer. Unable to sit still, she rose and moved toward the window, gently pulling back the curtain. In the dim light of the street lamp, she saw a familiar shape. The mysterious snowman stood directly in front of her door, closer than it had ever been. Its hollow eyes stared back at her, and its twisted grin widened as if in greeting. "It can't be. I thought it was gone," she whispered, a chill spreading over her. She quickly shut the curtains. A soft knocking began at the door, steady and haunting. "Margaret!" The familiar whisper echoed from the other side of the door. She clutched her chest, taking deep, measured breaths. "Tomorrow I'll leave. This will all be over," she reassured herself, determined to remain calm. That entire night, she couldn't sleep. The wind howled through the cracks, and branches scraped against the windows, creating an eerie symphony. But she decided she wouldn't let fear rule her any longer. The following morning, the sky was mysteriously clear. The weak winter sun cast a peaceful glow over the landscape. Margaret loaded her luggage into the car, took one last look at her home, and shut the door behind her. There was a pang of sadness as she closed it. This house held so many memories with her late husband. "Goodbye," she murmured softly. She climbed into her car, started it up, and began to drive away. As she passed the gate, she glanced back at the yard. The snowman was gone, with only a blank expanse of snow where it had stood. "Finally, it's over," she sighed, a wave of relief washing over her. Margaret's house was soon sold to a young couple from the city, eager to begin their new life in the small town. They were unaware of the strange events that had taken place. "The house feels so cozy," Sarah, the wife, said to her husband. "I think we'll be really happy here." "Me too," Michael smiled. "Let's start decorating for Christmas." In the days that followed, they encountered no unusual phenomena. There was no mysterious snowman, no strange noises. Their laughter and happiness filled the house with warmth and life. As for Margaret, she moved to a small town down south, where the climate was warmer and there was no snow. First, she found a sense of peace in her new life. She made friends with her friendly neighbors, joined community events, and gradually rediscovered joy. However, on quiet nights when darkness fell, the nightmares would return. She dreamed of wandering through an endless field of snow, surrounded by shadowy darkness. The snowman, with its hollow eyes, would appear, drawing closer and whispering words she couldn't understand. She would wake up in a cold sweat. "No, I left that place behind," she would say, her breath heavy with fear. The feeling of being watched also lingered. When she took walks along the quiet paths, she sensed unseen eyes following her. But whenever she turned around, there were only trees, silent under the sunlight. She decided to see a local psychologist, Dr. Emily Harper, for help. "What you're experiencing could be a result of trauma," Dr. Harper said, after listening to her story. "We need to work together to confront and overcome these fears." Margaret agreed to attend therapy sessions. Gradually, she learned to face her past and her fears. Yet, despite all her efforts, the image of the mysterious snowman still lingered in her mind. As time passed, the story of the mysterious snowman in North Dakota became a local legend. People would tell tales of the woman haunted by a strange snowman, as a reminder of the unexplained mysteries in life. Some believed that the snowman represented loneliness and guilt. Perhaps, they speculated, Margaret had unwittingly done something in her past, and the snowman had come to remind her. Others thought it was the restless spirit of someone seeking solace. But no one knew the truth. One afternoon, as the sunset painted the sky red, Margaret sat on a park bench, watching children play. Their laughter brought a warm smile to her face, filling her with a quiet contentment. Suddenly, she noticed a young boy shaping a figure in the sand. The figure reminded her of that snowman from long ago. A chill crept over her. But this time, she didn't run. She stood up and walked over to the boy. "What are you making?" she asked gently. "I'm making a sandman." The boy smiled. "Do you want to help?" She hesitated, then nodded. "Sure, let's make it together." As she helped the boy mold the sand figure, Margaret felt a part of her fear begin to dissolve. Perhaps facing her past and accepting it was the only way to find peace. The story ends with an image of Margaret sitting beside the young boy, both laughing together. Though the haunting memories remained, she had learned to coexist with them and find happiness in life's simple moments. The mysterious snowman in North Dakota became a distant memory, a part of her past. Though no one would ever truly explain the strange phenomenon, it served as a reminder that some mysteries in life are never fully solved. Story number 16. The Snowman with a Black Heart in Michigan, 2001. In the winter of 2001, the small town of Evergreen, Michigan, was gripped by a biting cold. Thick snow covered every road, rooftop, and field. The sky was bleak and heavy with low-hanging clouds, as if something ominous were about to unfold. Still, the Christmas spirit filled the air as houses glowed with colorful lights, and a large Christmas tree stood proudly in the town square. In a cozy wooden house on the edge of town, the Anderson family was busy preparing for Christmas. Mark Anderson, a 45-year-old engineer with bright eyes and a warm smile, was seated at his drafting table, working on a special project. His wife, Linda, a gentle woman with long brown hair, was decorating the Christmas tree in the living room. Their 15-year-old son, Ethan, was absorbed in assembling a new science kit he'd received, while their 12-year-old daughter, Sophie, was playing with their golden retriever, Max. "Everyone, let's do something really special for Christmas this year," Mark suggested, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "What do you have in mind, Dad?" Ethan looked up, curious. "The town is holding a Christmas decoration contest. Let's build a giant snowman. The biggest one ever," Mark said enthusiastically. "That sounds amazing," Sophie squealed. "I've always wanted to make a huge snowman." "I think that's a wonderful idea," Linda smiled. "It'll be so much fun for all of us to work on together." And so, the family set their plan in motion. They gathered supplies, bundled up warmly, and headed out into the yard, where the snow lay nearly half a meter deep. The cold wind cut through the air, but it did nothing to dampen their spirits. "We need to roll some really big snowballs," Mark instructed. "Ethan, you help me with the body. Sophie, you and Mom can work on the head." The family worked enthusiastically, rolling massive snowballs that were heavy and cumbersome. But the teamwork and laughter made the effort seem easy. After a few hours, a towering snowman, over 10 feet tall, took shape, standing proudly in their yard. "Wow, this is incredible," Ethan exclaimed, admiring their creation. "But we need to make it extra special," Mark said, bringing out some mechanical equipment he had prepared in advance. "What are you going to do, Dad?" Sophie asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "I'm adding a few special effects. Tonight, our snowman will light up," Mark explained as he attached small LED lights to the snowman. "That's awesome," Linda praised him. "You're always so creative." "These eyes will be made of black stones for a striking look," Mark said, placing 2 dark stones where the eyes would go. They added a carrot nose and a red knitted hat on top of the snowman's head. As evening fell, the Andersons' giant snowman looked stunning. The LED lights glowed, casting a warm, twinkling light across the yard. Neighbors began to notice and offered words of admiration. "The Andersons' snowman is fantastic," one neighbor said. "They're sure to win the top prize this year." Another agreed. The Andersons headed back inside. Pleased with their hard work, they gathered around the fireplace, enjoying hot chocolate and sharing stories. "I think our snowman is truly special," Sophie said, her eyes sparkling. "Yes, I think we did a great job," Mark agreed. "It feels quieter around town this year than in past years," Linda observed, glancing out the window. "Maybe it's just the cold." "Yes, the forecast says it'll snow even more tonight," Ethan added, checking his computer. "We should turn in early. We've got a busy day tomorrow," Linda suggested. Everyone agreed and prepared for bed. Outside, the wind began to pick up, carrying large snowflakes with it. The sky was pitch black, with no moon or stars in sight. Felt like a storm was brewing. That night, an unexpected snowstorm struck, one that hadn't been predicted. The wind howled, snow fell thickly, blanketing everything in a layer of white. The windows shook under the wind's force. But the Anderson family slept soundly, unaware of the storm's fury outside. The next morning, the dim sunlight struggled through thick clouds. Mark was the first to wake up, and as he looked out the window, he was shocked by what he saw. "So much snow! We're practically buried," he exclaimed. The family quickly gathered in the living room. "Mom, Dad, look at that," Sophie pointed outside. Their giant snowman was still standing, but something was amiss. A dark streak ran down from its head to its base, like a deep crack. In the chest area, there was a cluster of dark snow, forming what looked like a black heart. "What is that?" Ethan asked, puzzled. "Maybe it's soot from the chimney blown over by the wind," Linda speculated. "That's unlikely. The distance between the chimney and the snowman is too far," Mark replied. "Let's go outside and take a closer look," he suggested. They put on their winter gear and trudged outside. The snow was knee-deep, making it difficult to walk. As they approached the snowman, they realized that the black streak wasn't soot or dirt. It looks like black snow, Ethan observed, brushing his fingers over the dark patch. His finger came away with a bit of cold, sticky black snow. This is really strange. Black snow? That's not normal, Mark said, furrowing his brow. This is scary, Sophie whispered, gripping her mother's hand tightly. It's okay, sweetheart. It's probably just some natural phenomenon, Linda reassured her. We'll investigate it more thoroughly later. Let's go back inside for now. It's freezing out here, Mark suggested. They returned to the warmth of the house, but a sense of unease settled over them. Breakfast was unusually quiet as each family member pondered the strange black streak on the snowman. Maybe we should try to clear the black streak off. It might affect the contest, Mark finally said, breaking the silence. I'll help, Dad, Ethan volunteered. No, you stay inside. I'll handle it, Mark replied, not wanting his son to touch the black snow. Mark went back outside with a shovel and some tools. When he tried to scrape off the black streak, the black snow clung to the snowman, refusing to budge. The more he tried, the wider the black streak seemed to spread. This is impossible, Mark muttered. When he touched the black area, a chill seeped through his gloves, like he was touching solid ice. Shivering, he decided to stop. Maybe we'll have to wait for warmer weather to get rid of this, he thought, heading back inside. Did it work, Dad? Linda asked. Not yet. That black snow is stuck fast to the snowman. It's odd, Mark replied. Maybe we should call the contest organizers and ask if anyone else has experienced this, Ethan suggested. That's a good idea. I'll give them a call, Mark agreed. However, after contacting the organizers and asking around the neighborhood, they found that no one else had encountered anything similar. The other snowmen were all completely normal. This is so strange, Linda said, worry evident on her face. It's probably just a temporary phenomenon. Let's not worry too much. Mark tried to reassure his family. But that night, after everyone had gone to bed, Ethan couldn't sleep. Lying there, he thought about the eerie black streak and the chill that came from touching it. He decided to head downstairs and look up information on black snow. Black snow is a rare phenomenon, usually caused by pollution or volcanic eruptions, he read. But that couldn't happen here in Michigan. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind rattled the window. Ethan looked outside and saw the snowman standing tall in the darkness, the black streak appearing even darker. He had the unsettling feeling that the snowman's black stone eyes were staring directly at him. A shiver ran down his spine, and he quickly drew the curtains closed, deciding to go back to his room. It's just my imagination, he told himself, trying to calm down. The next day, Michigan's sky was still bleak, with heavy dark clouds obscuring the sun. Cold winds rustled the bare branches, creating eerie whispers like the voices of lost souls. The Anderson family woke up and began preparing for the day, unaware that darkness was slowly creeping into their lives. When Mark stepped outside to check on the snowman, he noticed something strange. A faint thudding sound, like a heartbeat, pulsed quietly in the air. He stopped, listening carefully. It's probably just a distant noise, he reassured himself. Linda came out carrying a hot cup of coffee. What are you listening to? She asked, noticing her husband standing still. Do you hear that sound? Mark asked, a thoughtful look on his face. Linda paused and listened, but only heard the wind. No, I don't hear anything. Is something wrong? No, I'm probably imagining it. Mark gave a small smile, though he still felt uneasy inside. As the family gathered at the breakfast table, Ethan brought up the dark streak on the snowman. Dad, I think we should find out more about the black snow. I looked online, but couldn't find any information that matches what we saw. Don't worry too much. I'm sure it's just a natural phenomenon, Mark replied, but his expression betrayed a hint of concern. Sophie, are you okay? You look tired, Linda asked her daughter, noticing her unusually quiet demeanor. Last night, I dreamed that the snowman was moving, Sophie whispered. It came closer to my window, and I heard a thudding sound. Ethan looked at his sister, a chill running down his spine. You heard it too? You heard it? Sophie asked, surprised. No, but maybe we should check the snowman again, Ethan suggested. Mark glanced at his children, feeling a surge of worry. All right, we'll go take another look after breakfast. When the whole family stood before the snowman, the thudding sound was unmistakable, like the steady beat of a heartbeat. Coming from inside the snowman, the dark streak near its heart seemed deeper, like a gaping wound. This isn't normal, Mark admitted. We need to understand what's causing it. Ethan stepped closer and placed his hand on the dark spot. He felt a freezing chill, but also something else. I can feel the heartbeat, he said, his voice trembling. Sophie, don't get too close. Linda pulled her daughter back, fear in her eyes. We should destroy it, Ethan suggested. There's something wrong with this snowman. Mark hesitated, then nodded. All right, maybe that's for the best. They brought out shovels and other tools, attempting to break apart the snowman. But as they struck it, the black snow clung to their tools and even their hands. It felt almost alive, wrapping around them and pulling them closer. Oh my God, it won't melt, Linda cried, desperately trying to shake off the black snow. But it wouldn't budge. Everyone, step back. Don't touch it anymore, Mark ordered, trying to keep calm. Ethan looked at his hand, where the black snow seemed to be moving, slipping into the gaps in his glove. A chilling sensation ran down his spine, as if the snow itself were alive. Everyone inside. Now, Mark shouted. They rushed back inside and shut the door tightly. They tried washing off the black snow, but it clung to their skin, refusing to melt, even in warm water. This can't be happening. Linda panicked. What are we supposed to do? We need help. I'll call the police or someone, Mark decided. When Mark picked up the phone, he realized he had no signal. The phone's not working. I'll try the internet, Ethan suggested. Ethan opened his laptop, but the internet connection was down too. No internet. We're completely cut off. This can't be a coincidence, Sophie murmured, staring out the window. The snowman, it's watching us. The family turned to look. Through the frosted glass, they could see the snowman standing tall, its dark eyes gleaming strangely. The black spot near its heart seemed to pulse more intensely, emitting a faint glow. We need to get out of here, Linda said, her voice shaking. Our car is buried under snow. We can't go anywhere, Mark replied, feeling helpless. That night, the Andersons tried to stay calm. They gathered in the living room by the fire, but the warmth did nothing to dispel the creeping chill. The thudding heartbeat from the snowman echoed, like the rhythm of some dark, living heart. I can't stand it anymore, Sophie sobbed. I'm scared. Ethan, take Sophie to her room to rest, Linda suggested. All right, Mom, Ethan agreed, taking his sister's hand and leading her upstairs. With just the two of them left, Mark and Linda looked at each other, worry etched on their faces. What do you think we're dealing with here? Linda whispered. I don't know, but this is definitely not normal, Mark replied, his face serious. What did we do to deserve this? I don't know. Maybe we should go to the neighbors for help. But we can't reach anyone. I'll try going outside and heading to their house. No, you can't go out there. It's too dangerous. Mark thought for a moment and then nodded. All right, we'll wait until morning. The next morning, weak sunlight filtered through the curtains, and Linda woke up to find small, wet black footprints on the floor. Tiny footprints, like a child's, led from the front door to each bedroom. Mark, come here. Quick! She screamed, her voice filled with terror. Mark ran upstairs and saw the unsettling sight before him. What on earth is happening? Ethan and Sophie were awake too, horrified to see the footprints leading into their rooms. Did someone get into our house? Ethan asked, his voice trembling. No one's here. The doors were all locked, Mark said, checking the locks. Then what are these footprints? Sophie cried. We have to leave immediately, Linda decided. They hurriedly packed up, but when they stepped outside, they saw that the black snow had completely surrounded the house, blocking their path. We're trapped, Mark said, feeling a wave of despair. The thudding heartbeat from the snowman grew louder, as if the black heart was furious. They felt a slight tremor in the house, and the furniture began to shake. We can't stay here any longer, Linda screamed. I'll find a way out, Mark said, a determined look on his face. Ethan had an idea. Dad, maybe we could try burning the snowman. Fire might destroy it. That might be our only option. Mark agreed. They gathered gasoline and matches, preparing to face the terrifying snowman. As they stepped outside, the black snow clung to their feet, making them feel heavy and sluggish. Hurry, Mark urged. They poured gasoline over the snowman, but as soon as they lit a match, the flames were immediately snuffed out. The black snow seemed to absorb the fire, completely unaffected. This can't be, Ethan whispered in horror. Suddenly, the snowman turned its head, its dark eyes staring directly at them. A twisted smile appeared on its icy face, sending a chill through their bones. Run! Mark yelled. The family rushed back inside, slamming the door shut. The thudding heartbeat grew louder, as if the black heart were pounding with rage, shaking the house. What are we supposed to do? Linda cried. Mark looked around and came up with an idea. We can try escaping through the old underground tunnel beneath the house. That tunnel has been abandoned for years, Ethan reminded him. But it's our only chance. They quickly gathered what they needed and headed into the narrow, cold, and damp passage. They moved through the darkness, guided only by dim flashlights. The heartbeat still echoed, but it grew fainter as they ventured deeper into the tunnel. Eventually, they emerged at the edge of town. We made it, Sophie shouted with relief, but her joy was short-lived. Ahead of them, the snowman reappeared as if it had been waiting. His black heart pulsed, and a faint glow emitted from its deep, dark eyes. This can't be. It's moving, Ethan gasped in terror. Run that way. Mark pointed toward the road leading into town. They ran with all their might, leaving the monstrous snowman behind. When they reached a neighbor's house, they knocked frantically on the door. Mr. Thomas opened it, looking at them with a surprised expression. What's going on? Please help us. Something is chasing us, Mark said, panting. Mr. Thomas invited them inside, but when they looked back, the snowman had vanished. There's no one out there, Mr. Thomas said, glancing outside. But we saw it. It's not an ordinary snowman, Linda explained. Mr. Thomas gave them a skeptical look. You must all be exhausted. Take a moment to rest. The Andersons realized that no one believed them. They decided to leave the town immediately. They rented a car and drove away that night, leaving behind their home and the terrifying snowman. As they drove further, looking back through the rearview mirror, they saw the snowman standing on a hill, its dark eyes watching them. The black heart continued to beat, each pulse a chilling reminder of what they had escaped from. The sky over Michigan remained overcast, with dark clouds blocking out the sun, casting a cold and heavy atmosphere. The Anderson family had escaped their house through the old tunnel, but the haunting of the black-hearted snowman still lingered. They found a small hotel in a neighboring town to rest and process everything that had happened. In the hotel room, tension filled the air. Mark sat by the window, staring outside with a troubled expression. Linda was quietly praying, hoping the nightmare would end. Ethan and Sophie sat close together on the bed, their faces showing exhaustion and fear. We can't go on like this. Linda finally broke the silence. We need to figure out what's happening to us. You're right, Mark replied, turning to look at his wife. I think we should find a specialist in supernatural phenomena or someone who can help us. But who would believe what we've been through? Ethan asked, his voice filled with doubt. We have to try, Linda insisted. We can't let this thing destroy our family. The next day, Mark went to the local library to research the area's history and possibly find some clues. Meanwhile, Linda, Ethan, and Sophie stayed at the hotel, trying to rest. But even in their sleep, they couldn't escape the nightmares. At the library, Mark met an elderly woman named Agnes, a librarian who had worked there for over 30 years. Looking for something? She asked, noticing Mark poring over dusty old books. Yes, I'm researching the Evergreen area, where my family lives. Mark replied, something strange is happening. Agnes looked at him for a moment, then whispered, You're not the first to tell me that. Evergreen has a dark history few know about. Please, tell me more, Mark urged, his voice filled with hope. Legend says that hundreds of years ago, the area was the site of dark rituals. One of these involved winter sacrifices made to ensure prosperity. The spirits of those sacrificed never found peace, and they haunt the land to this day. Mark felt a chill run down his spine. Do you think this has something to do with a snowman with a black heart? Agnes gasped. A snowman with a black heart? That's the mark of the curse. Whoever creates it awakens the cursed spirits. Oh my God, Mark murmured. We built a giant snowman, and a strange dark mark appeared on it, resembling a heart. You need to leave that place immediately, Agnes warned. The curse has started, and it won't stop until it takes what it wants. What does it want? Usually, it seeks suffering and the souls of those connected to it. Mark returned to the hotel, his face pale. He recounted everything to his family, worry etched into each of their faces. So, what do we do? Linda asked, her voice trembling. We can't go back to that house. We need to leave here as soon as possible. Mark decided. But what if the curse follows us? Ethan wondered. We'll find a safer place and seek help from those who can deal with this, Mark assured his son. The family agreed, quickly packing their belongings. They checked out of the hotel and hit the road, hoping that distance would free them from the curse's reach. As they drove, snow began to fall heavily. The sky darkened, and strong winds shook the car. The weather's getting worse, Linda said, concerned. I'll slow down, Mark replied, focusing on the road. Suddenly, Sophie screamed, Mom, Dad, look! In the middle of the road ahead, the snowman appeared, standing tall with its black heart pounding fiercely. Its dark, hollow eyes stared straight at them, as if piercing into their souls. This can't be. How did it get here? Ethan cried in horror. Mark slammed on the brakes, causing the car to skid on the icy road. Hold on, he shouted. The car spun and stopped by the side of the road. Luckily, no one was hurt. When they looked back, the snowman had vanished. What's happening to us? Linda whispered, terrified. We have to keep going, Mark said, resolutely starting the car again. After hours of driving through treacherous weather, they reached another small town. They found a motel and decided to stay the night. Exhausted and tense, everyone soon fell asleep. But during the night, each of them was plagued by nightmares. They found themselves trapped in an endless field of snow, with the rhythmic thudding echoing from all directions. The snowman approached, its black heart beating violently as if it wanted to consume them. The next morning, the family woke up with tired, anxious expressions. I can't take this anymore, Linda said, tears streaming down her face. The curse is following us. We need to end this somehow, Mark said, gripping her hand tightly. But how? Ethan asked. We don't know what to do. I remember Agnes said that the spirit wants our suffering and our souls. Linda recalled. We can't let it take those, Mark said firmly. Maybe we need to confront it. The family decided to return to Evergreen. Understanding the risks, they believed that facing the snowman and the curse was the only way to end this nightmare. When they returned to their house, Everything looked abandoned. Black snow covered the ground. Surrounding trees were withered, and the air felt heavy and oppressive. "What do we do now?" Sophie asked, her voice shaking. "We'll destroy the snowman again, but this time, we'll do it differently," Mark said, his eyes shining with determination. "I've brought some electronic equipment from the car." They approached the snowman, which looked more menacing than ever. His black heart thudded loudly, the sound echoing through the eerie silence. Mark set up devices around the snowman, hoping that the electromagnetic pulses would disrupt its strange structure. "Everyone, step back," he warned. He activated the equipment. A powerful electric surge pulsed out, directed straight at the snowman. For a moment, the snowman trembled, and the black snow started to melt. "We did it!" Ethan shouted in relief, but their joy was short-lived. Suddenly, the snowman let out a horrifying scream. A black mist exploded from it, knocking them back. When they stood up, the snowman was gone, but the cold, oppressive atmosphere lingered. "Is it over?" Linda asked, hopeful. "I'm not sure, but at least we destroyed it," Mark replied, breathing heavily. However, that night, as they tried to rest, the thudding heartbeat sounded again, louder than ever. The house began to shake, furniture falling over. "No, it's not over," Ethan screamed. The family gathered in the living room, terrified and desperate. Suddenly, the front door flew open, and a gust of icy wind swept inside, carrying flakes of black snow. The snowman appeared at the doorstep, its dark eyes fixed on them. "We need to get out of here now," Mark shouted. They ran out of the house, but the snowman seemed to appear at every turn. They fled into the forest, hoping to escape. In a clearing, they found themselves surrounded by dark shadows. Whispers filled the air. "There is no escape! There is no escape!" Linda clung to her children, tears streaming down her face. "Please, leave us alone." Mark stepped forward, shielding his family. "If you want a soul, take mine. Just leave my family alone." The snowman moved closer, but suddenly, a ray of sunlight broke through the dark clouds, shining directly on its black heart. It began to melt, the heartbeat slowing down. "Look," Sophie pointed. The snowman slowly dissolved, leaving only a puddle of black water on the ground. The air lightened, and the whispers faded away. "What just happened?" Ethan asked, bewildered. "The sunlight, maybe that was the curse's weakness," Mark speculated. The family embraced each other, a wave of relief washing over them. "Maybe it's finally over," Linda whispered. After that ordeal, the Anderson family decided to leave Evergreen forever. They moved to a distant place, far from snow and away from those haunting memories. Their house in Evergreen was left abandoned, and no one dared to go near it. The townspeople spoke of the haunted house and the snowman with a black heart, warning others to stay away. But one cold winter night, a curious child wandered past the abandoned home. In the yard, they spotted a faint figure, a small snowman with a pulsing black heart. The story ends with the snowman reappearing, hinting that the curse was never truly broken. Did the Anderson family really escape, or would the darkness continue to follow them? Story number 17. Snowman in the Maine Woods, 1972. On a winter's night in 1972, the small town of Glenwood, Maine, lay under a pristine blanket of white snow, creating a serene and enchanting winter landscape. Christmas lights twinkled everywhere, reflecting off the snow's surface and transforming the town into a magical kingdom. The crisp, cool winter air mingled with cheerful Christmas music emanating from local shops, bringing a sense of warmth and happiness to everyone in town. In a cozy wooden house on the edge of town, a group of friends, Tom, Sarah, Mike, Jenny, and Lisa, eagerly prepared for the Christmas festivities. Close friends since childhood, they always enjoyed winter activities together. Their bond and friendship created a cozy and loving atmosphere. Tom, the strong and courageous one, was carefully selecting the largest snowballs to form the snowman's body. Sarah, gentle and creative, was arranging accessories like a red scarf and a white fur hat for the snowman. Mike, always cheerful and full of laughter, tried balancing a coffee cup on his head to make the snowman even more unique. Jenny and Lisa, the youngest but full of enthusiasm, worked together to position the hat and decorate the snowman's face with small stones and twigs. "We're going to make this snowman amazing," Mike beamed, glancing happily at his friends. Sarah nodded, her eyes sparkling. "That's right, Mike. This will be the best snowman we've ever made." Jenny and Lisa carefully placed small stones to form the snowman's eyes and mouth, creating a bright, friendly smile. Tom crouched down, adding some branches to complete the snowman's shape, while Sarah gently draped the red scarf around its neck. When they finished, the group decided to take a commemorative photo with their snowy creation. They gathered around the snowman, the Christmas lights reflecting on their faces, creating beautiful, meaningful memories. "This will be a wonderful memory for us," Lisa said, admiring the photo they would capture. Tom smiled and nodded. "Definitely. We'll come back here each holiday season to keep this tradition alive." The friends stood together, laughing and posing with the snowman, capturing moments filled with joy and camaraderie. The warm holiday spirit melted away any worries, filling everyone's heart with peace and happiness. As night began to fall, the moon cast a soft glow over the nearby forest where they'd built the snowman. The silhouettes of the dark, silent trees created a mysterious but not frightening atmosphere. The friends looked up, gazing at the starry sky and feeling the magic and wonder of Christmas. "We did a great job," Sarah said thoughtfully, her voice full of pride. Mike squeezed Sarah's hand, smiling. "Absolutely, but we'll come back here next year, won't we?" Tom and Jenny nodded, while Lisa gazed at the moonlight, feeling a sense of peace in her heart. The friends left the forest, leaving the large snowman standing amidst the glistening Christmas lights. They walked back home together, joy and happiness radiating in their hearts. Yet, just as they walked away, a chilling wind swept through, rustling the fallen leaves and creating a faint whispering sound from the depths of the forest. "It's just the wind," Tom said, trying to sound cheerful. "Nothing to worry about." The group continued walking, but Lily couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. Her gaze lingered on the forest, now shrouded in darkness as they left. She frowned, sensing a strange presence in the quiet, wintry night as the friends stepped inside. The warm glow from the windows reflected on their faces, bringing a sense of safety and comfort. They sat together, sharing happy stories and preparing for their Christmas family celebration. But in the darkness of the winter night, the Maine woods held secrets yet to be revealed, restless spirits, and chilling sounds waiting to emerge. None of them knew that right after this joyous moment, a nightmare would slowly begin to creep into their lives, transforming Christmas Eve into a time of unimaginable horror. The morning after the friends finished building their snowman, the town of Glenwood, Maine, remained peaceful and serene under a thick blanket of snow. The untouched whiteness created a beautiful and tranquil winter landscape. However, the group of friends couldn't shake the lingering image of the large snowman they had built at the forest's edge. Little did they know that eerie events were about to unfold. The night after they built the snowman, as everyone was fast asleep, strange disturbances began. It started with the sound of heavy breathing echoing from afar, as if someone was struggling to catch their breath in the quiet of the winter night. These breaths were unlike any they had heard before, carrying a chilling and haunting tone. Tom, the strongest and bravest of the group, was the first to notice. He lay in bed, trying to sleep but unable to drift off. Suddenly, he heard the deep, labored breathing coming from the direction of the forest. He glanced out the window but saw only the faint silhouettes of pine trees. Nothing unusual. "Do you see anything?" Tom asked Sarah, who was sitting beside him on the bed. Sarah shook her head, though worry flickered in her eyes. "I only hear the breathing," Maybe it's just the wind. But the strange sounds continued, punctuated by raspy whispers, saying, "I'm here." The whispering cast a heavy, eerie atmosphere over the room, making the air feel colder than ever. The next day, the friends decided to return to the forest to check on the snowman. They walked along snow-covered paths, eyes carefully observing everything around them. But when they reached the spot where they had built the snowman, they were shocked to see that it had vanished without a trace. Only mysterious footprints led deeper into the woods, as if someone or something had dragged it away. "This doesn't make any sense," Mike said, holding Lisa's hand and pointing at the tracks in the snow. "Could someone really have taken our snowman?" Jenny, the most sensitive and gentle of the group, felt a surge of fear rising within her. "Maybe we should call the police. This isn't normal at all." Following the snowman's disappearance, bizarre events began to happen to each of the friends. Tom slipped and broke his leg while walking in the snow, enduring not only physical pain but also terrifying nightmares each night. In his dreams, he was dragged into a dark forest where the large snowman mysteriously vanished. Sarah, who caught a severe cold and had to be hospitalized, also couldn't escape frightening experiences. She often woke up in the middle of the night, feeling as though someone was standing beside her bed, touching her shoulder and whispering, "I'm here." Mike, who had a car accident on his way home, felt as though he was constantly being watched while driving along snowy roads. More than once, he caught glimpses of a man dressed as Santa Claus, standing silently by the roadside, staring at his car before vanishing as quickly as he had appeared. Jenny and Lisa weren't spared from strange occurrences either. They frequently heard eerie laughter coming from the forest, resembling Santa's laugh but with a chilling, threatening edge. On several occasions, they even saw the figure of a man dressed as Santa standing silently in the forest, watching them before disappearing before they could react. These strange incidents and mysterious accidents deepened the friends' worry and fear. They began to feel as though a dark force was targeting them, trying to bring harm. This fear not only took a toll on their mental states but also strained their relationships. Light-hearted conversations turned into tense discussions filled with anxiety. "We need to find out the truth," Tom said, his voice shaking with concern. "We can't keep living in fear like this." Sarah nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with determination. "We have to go back to the forest and uncover what's really behind these events." As the friends resolved to discover the truth, their fear and unease continued to grow. Strange signs and disturbing events remained an ever-present threat, making them feel as though there was no escape from the darkness slowly closing in around them. The morning after discovering the snowman had vanished, with mysterious footprints leading deep into the forest. The group of friends, Tom, Sarah, Mike, Jenny, and Lisa, felt a lingering fear they couldn't shake. The strange accidents and eerie laughter had only heightened their anxiety. Determined to uncover the truth behind these unsettling events, they decided to return to the forest to investigate. In the daylight, the main forest was silent and more mysterious than ever. The friends prepared carefully, bringing flashlights, walking sticks, and water bottles. They stepped into the forest, crunching through thick snow, following the unusual footprints that led them further in. "We have to be careful," Tom said, his voice a mix of resolve and unease. "We don't know what we might encounter here." Sarah led the way, keeping the group on track. They passed narrow trails and snow-covered branches, their footsteps echoing in the stillness of the forest. The flashlight beams cut through the canopy, casting long shadows and strange shapes on the ground. After some time, they reached a deeper part of the forest where there was no sign of life. In the middle of the woods, they discovered an abandoned house, covered in thick snow and dense trees. The house looked old and desolate, with broken windows and collapsing doors. A chill ran down their spines as they stared at the place. "We should check inside," Jenny suggested, her voice shaky with fear. The friends approached cautiously, pushing open the old wooden door. Inside, They found dark symbols painted on the walls and strange drawings that created a haunting scene. The air was heavy, with a foul stench that made it difficult to breathe. On a table near the window, they spotted an old, leather-bound journal with weathered pages, damp with age. Tom opened the journal and began to read. December 12th, 1972. I can't believe this is happening. The snowman we built isn't just a festive symbol. It's a gateway to another world. The trapped spirits in this forest don't want to be freed. They'll do anything to keep us here, forcing us into an endless cycle of pain and resentment. Sarah gasped, her voice filled with alarm. This is terrifying. We may have unknowingly triggered a curse. As Tom finished reading the last line of the journal, the air in the house suddenly turned colder. Shadows began to emerge from the dark corners. Moving slowly and indistinctly, they felt surrounded by spirits, each one bearing an expression of sorrow and anger. We need to get out of here right now, Mike said, his voice trembling. This place isn't safe for us. But before they could move, a spirit appeared directly in front of them, his hollow eyes filled with malice. I don't want you to leave, the spirit whispered, its voice like a cold wind rustling through the trees. Jenny and Lisa, terrified, tried to back away, but their feet felt frozen to the snowy floor. Sarah, her determination mingled with fear, raised her hands in a gesture of peace. We're sorry. We don't know what to do. The spirit seemed unmoved, its empty eyes locked onto them, never breaking its stare. Heavy breathing and murmuring continued around them, creating a chaotic and terrifying atmosphere. The friends quickly decided to leave the abandoned house, but as they tried to exit, the windows closed miraculously, forming an impenetrable barrier. They felt trapped in a space filled with spirits and the dark curse of the forest. We need to find a way to break this curse, Sarah said, her voice filled with determination yet tinged with fear. But how? As they searched for a way to escape, the strange laughter and heavy breathing grew louder, making the air even heavier and more menacing. The group felt as if they were surrounded by vengeful spirits, unsure if they could ever make it out alive. Christmas Eve, 1972, had arrived, and Glenwood, Maine, was filled with the festive atmosphere of twinkling lights and cheerful Christmas music. However, the group of friends, Tom, Sarah, Mike, Jenny, and Lisa, could not shake the horror of recent events. Fear and unease clung to them, and they resolved to return to the dark forest to confront the lurking shadows once and for all. That morning, they gathered at Tom's house to plan for the encounter. They packed all the essentials: flashlights, walking sticks, and the materials noted in the old journal they'd found. Sarah, with her creative spirit, had carefully studied the ritual from the journal, which promised to free the trapped spirits. We need to perform the ritual correctly to break the curse, Sarah said, her voice filled with determination. If not, we'll always be haunted by these spirits. Mike, always the optimist, tried to reassure everyone. We've made it through hard times before, and we'll get through this too. Under the faint light of the moon, the friends set off into the forest. The towering branches and dense shadows created an ominous, eerie atmosphere. The howling wind and distant, twisted laughter made them feel like they were being watched. When they reached the spot where they'd built the snowman, the beams of their flashlights cast long, ghostly shadows on the ground. The snowman was gone, leaving only strange footprints leading deeper into the forest. Sarah took the lead, keeping the group together as they navigated the dark trail. We have to find the place where we first encountered the spirit and perform the ritual now, Sarah said, her voice carrying through the silence of the woods. The friends pressed deeper into the forest, following the footprints until they arrived at the abandoned house they'd explored before. Entering the house, they felt the heavy chill and oppressive atmosphere once again. The strange symbols and dark drawings on the walls were still there, creating a threatening, mysterious scene. Sarah began the ritual outlined in the journal while dark spirits appeared around them. The shadowy figures circled the group, letting out eerie laughter and heavy breaths as they tried to prevent them from completing the ritual. "We can't give up," Tom shouted, pushing back against the spirits that attacked them. At that moment, the shadowy figure of the mysterious man in a Santa suit emerged from the darkness, his empty eyes filled with vengeance. "I won't let you escape from here," he hissed, his voice chilling and powerful. As the friends continued the ritual, the dark spirits and John Michaels grew increasingly aggressive. In the chaos, Lisa found herself trapped among the spirits, unable to break free. Sarah saw her friend's desperate situation and chose to make the ultimate sacrifice to complete the ritual. "Sarah, don't do this," Tom shouted. But Sarah had already made up her mind. She continued reading the final lines of the ritual while Mike and Jenny fought to shield her from the attacking spirits. Sarah's final words echoed through the room, and a powerful gust of wind swept through the abandoned house. The light from their flashlights grew intensely bright, shattering the darkness and releasing the trapped spirits. John Michaels, filled with rage and despair, vanished with a last, twisted laugh, leaving only strange footprints on the ground. Exhausted and aching, the friends had succeeded in breaking the curse and freeing the lost souls. They returned home bearing both physical wounds and deep-seated fears, yet also a newfound hope for a peaceful future. It's over. We did it," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling with relief and joy. Tom, Mike, and Jenny embraced one another, feeling a bond stronger than ever. "We made it through together," Mike said warmly, but when they looked back at the abandoned house once more, they noticed that the forest still bore traces of the horrors they'd endured. Strange footprints remained in the snow, and the eerie laughter echoed faintly from afar, as if to remind them that darkness would always linger, ready to return when the next holiday season drew near. Story number 18. The Deadly Snowman of Chicago, 1958. In Chicago, during the winter of 1958, the city lay cloaked in a biting chill. Snow blanketed everything, main streets and narrow alleys alike, casting the world in white. Twinkling lights from shops and homes filled the air with a festive glow, but even they couldn't dispel the pervading cold. In a quiet suburban neighborhood, the Johnson family was preparing for Christmas. Their two-story wooden house nestled among bare trees, and its snow-covered roof created a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Inside, the fireplace crackled, filling the room with a cozy warmth. "Michael, Emily, are you two ready?" called Robert Johnson, the father, from downstairs. He was a construction engineer with a tall, sturdy build and a face that was stern yet kind. "We're coming," came the hurried footsteps on the stairs, as the two children raced down, their faces alight with joy. Michael, 12 years old, had bright, intelligent eyes and neatly combed brown hair. His younger sister, Emily, had a rosy-cheeked, golden-haired innocence. Linda Johnson, their mother, emerged from the kitchen with a tray of freshly baked cookies. "Have a snack before you go outside." "You too." "No, Mom. We want to make the snowman right now," Emily said eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Robert laughed heartily. "All right, let's head outside. But remember to bundle up." The family wrapped themselves in thick coats, scarves, and woolen hats, then stepped into the snow-filled yard. The cold nipped at their faces, making their breath visible in white puffs. "Let's get started," Michael called, beginning to roll a large snowball for the snowman's body. Emily and their parents pitched in, filling the air with laughter. "Our snowman will be the best one on the block," Emily declared proudly. Linda smiled, but she felt a vague sense of unease she couldn't quite place. She glanced around, feeling as if someone, or something, was watching them from afar. Yet when she looked, she saw only silent houses and bare trees. "Sweetie, hand me the carrot for the snowman's nose," she said, brushing away the unsettling feeling. Emily ran over and handed her the carrot and 2 small lumps of coal. "Here, Mom, let me help you make his face." Together, They carefully placed the details on the snowman: coal eyes, carrot nose, and a friendly smile. Robert added an old hat on its head and wrapped a red scarf around its neck. "Perfect!" Michael exclaimed, stepping back to admire their handiwork. But then he frowned. "It kind of looks like his head is tilted." Robert stepped forward, adjusting the snowman's head. "How about now?" "Better," Michael said, though a hint of doubt lingered in his expression. "Come on, let's go inside. It's freezing out here," Linda urged them. The family returned indoors, leaving the snowman standing quietly in the yard. "It's dark." Coal eyes seemed to follow their retreating footsteps. That evening, the wind picked up, howling through the gaps around the doors. Inside, the Johnsons gathered around the fireplace, sharing Christmas stories. But Michael found it hard to focus. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. "Dad, can I look at the snowman from the window?" he asked. "Of course, son," Robert replied, barely paying attention. Michael walked over to the window and pulled back the curtain. Moonlight bathed the yard, casting strange shadows. The snowman still stood there, but its head seemed to have turned slightly, as though it were looking directly at him. "Must be my imagination," Michael told himself, closing the curtain and returning to his seat. "What's wrong, dear?" Linda asked, noticing the troubled look on his face. "Nothing, Mom," he replied reluctantly. That night, as everyone slept, the wind grew fiercer, whistling through the branches. A faint sound rustled outside in the yard, like footsteps crunching through the snow. Emily stirred and sat up, straining to listen. "Michael, do you hear that?" she whispered. "Just go to sleep, Emily." "It's nothing," Michael replied, though he wasn't entirely sure. They lay silently, but the sounds persisted, a soft shuffling and a faint scratching at the window, as if someone, or something, was trying to get in. The next morning, the family awoke to begin their day. Robert opened the front door to fetch the newspaper, but suddenly froze. "What's wrong?" Linda asked from inside. "The snowman. Something's different about it," Robert said slowly. The family stepped out into the yard. The snowman was still there, but now it had an arm made from a dry tree branch, reaching out as if trying to grasp something. "Did we put an arm on it?" Linda asked, her unease returning. "No, we just did the body and head yesterday," Michael said firmly. "Maybe someone in the neighborhood added it as a joke," Robert suggested, trying to rationalize it. "But who would be out here so late?" Emily asked, wide-eyed with fear. "Don't worry, sweetheart. It's probably just a prank," Linda reassured her, though her voice betrayed her worry. Robert decided to remove the strange branch arm. As he touched it, a chill ran down his spine, as if the arm was more than just a piece of wood. "Let's head inside," he said, tossing the branch aside. The day passed with an underlying tension. Michael and Emily were less eager to play. While Linda glanced frequently out the window, Robert tried to focus on his work. But the image of the snowman with its eerie branch arm stayed with him. As night fell, the Johnsons gathered for dinner, an uncomfortable silence hanging in the air. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. "What's happening?" Emily gasped. "It's just a power outage," Robert reassured them. "I'll get the flashlight." As he stood up, a strange noise came from the front door, a soft, steady scratching. "Someone's outside," Michael whispered. "I'll check," Robert said, trying to stay calm. He walked to the door and pressed his ear to it. The scratching continued, like nails dragging lightly across the wood. "Don't open it," Linda warned, holding Emily's hand tightly. But Robert didn't listen. He opened the door, and the darkness outside stretched on. No one was there, yet the snowman had somehow moved closer, now just a few steps from the doorway. Its coal eyes seemed to stare directly at him, and its smile twisted into something unnerving. Robert stepped back, heart pounding. "This can't be. What is it?" Linda asked, her voice trembling. It's nothing, just the wind, making the door rattle, he said, closing the door quickly, trying to mask his fear. The family gathered in the living room, no one saying a word. Outside, the wind howled louder, carrying with it strange, unidentifiable sounds. We're going to be all right, Robert said, but even he wasn't convinced of his own words. Chapter 2. Strange signs begin to appear. The next morning, as dawn broke, the dim light of the sun filtered through thick clouds. Snow continued to fall lightly, covering the landscape in a pristine blanket of white. Linda woke up earlier than usual, the unsettling feeling from the night before still lingering. She went down to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, trying to shake off the strange thoughts clouding her mind. Robert, are you up? She called upstairs. I'm coming down, Robert's voice replied, sounding tired. As the family gathered around the breakfast table, an unusual silence filled the air. Michael kept glancing out the window, a look of worry evident in his eyes. What's wrong, Michael? Linda asked, placing a comforting hand on her son's shoulder. I think there's something wrong with the snowman outside, he whispered. Don't be silly, son, Robert said, trying to keep his tone calm. It's probably just the snow piling up, making him look a little different. But Dad, I swear, I saw him move last night, Michael insisted, his voice trembling. Emily, sitting beside him, looked wide-eyed. What do you mean? Snowmen can't move. Robert stood up, determined to put an end to the conversation. All right, I'll go outside and check. You kids stay inside. Stepping out into the yard, Robert pulled his coat tighter, shivering from the cold. The snowman was still standing there, but its coal-black eyes seemed even darker and deeper, and its smile had twisted into something strange and unnatural. Robert moved closer, noticing that the snowman now had a new arm, but it was oddly uneven. The new arm was longer, stretching out toward the house like a silent warning. What in the world is going on? He muttered. When he touched the arm, a wave of unnatural cold surged through his hand, almost as if the chill was seeping into his bones. He jerked his hand back, heart pounding. Robert, is everything okay? Linda called from the window. Everything's fine, he replied, trying to stay calm. I just need to adjust the snowman a bit. But deep down, Robert knew something was off. He decided to remove the strange arm and threw it in the trash. Before heading back inside, he took one last look at the snowman. Its coal-black eyes seemed to follow him with each step. That evening, the Johnson family sat together in the living room, watching a movie, but no one was truly focused. Michael kept glancing at the window, while Emily clutched her teddy bear tightly, fear written on her face. Mom, Dad, can I talk to you for a second? Michael spoke up as the movie ended. Of course, son. What's on your mind? Robert asked. I think we should get rid of the snowman, he blurted out. Why? We spent so much time making him, Linda said, confused. I feel like he's not normal. I saw him move last night, and today, he had a new arm. It can't just be a coincidence. Robert and Linda exchanged glances. You're just imagining things, Michael. Snowmen don't move on their own, Robert reassured him. But, Dad, that's enough. Let's not talk about this anymore. Robert interrupted, his voice firm, disappointed. Michael stood up and headed to his room. Emily watched him go, then looked at her parents. I'm scared of that snowman too, she whispered. Linda sighed. Robert, maybe we should listen to them. If they feel uncomfortable, we could just take down the snowman. Do you really believe in this nonsense? Robert objected. We can't let baseless fears take control. But what if there's really something wrong? Linda looked him in the eyes. I felt uneasy ever since we made that snowman too. Robert remained silent for a moment. Finally, he sighed. All right, I'll take it down tomorrow. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, a strange sound came from outside. a scraping noise, like something heavy being dragged across the snow. Michael opened his eyes, feeling a surge of unease. He decided to get out of bed and peek out the window. In the pale moonlight, he saw that the snowman was no longer in its original spot. Instead, it had moved closer to the house, only a few feet away. Its dark eyes stared straight at his window, and its mouth, it was now wide open in a menacing grin, showing sharp, jagged teeth made from sticks. Michael stumbled back in terror, his heart racing. He ran to his parents' room, knocking frantically on the door. "Mom! Dad! Wake up!" Robert opened the door, half asleep. "What's going on?" "Michael, the snowman. He moved. He's right outside." Robert sighed. "You just had a bad dream. Go back to bed." "No, you have to believe me," Michael nearly cried. Linda stepped over, placing a hand on her son's shoulder. "Robert, maybe we should check." The three of them went to the window, but when they looked outside, the snowman was back in its original place, motionless. "See, Michael, there's nothing there," Robert said, sounding weary. "But I swear he was closer," Michael stammered. "Son, you need to rest. We'll talk about it tomorrow," Linda said gently. Left with no choice, Michael returned to his room, but he couldn't shake the worry gnawing at him. The next morning, Robert decided to keep his promise and take down the snowman. He put on his coat and went outside, but as he approached, he froze in shock. The snowman had changed again. It was now much taller, with long, stick-like arms ending in sharp claws. His coal eyes were now hollow, empty sockets. His mouth gaped open, lined with sharp rocks, forming a disturbing grin. Robert felt a chill run down his spine. "Who did this?" he wondered aloud. But there was no answer. He began breaking the snowman apart, using a shovel to smash its icy body. But the more he tried, the more it felt as if he was fighting against something not entirely made of snow. Each strike of the shovel was met with a strange, groaning sound, like the wind howling through a narrow pass. Linda and the children watched anxiously from the window, their faces tense. "Will Dad be okay?" Emily asked. "Of course, sweetheart," Linda replied, though her eyes betrayed her own fear. Finally, Robert managed to demolish the snowman, leaving a scattered pile of snow on the ground. He exhaled deeply, relieved. "See? Nothing to worry about anymore," he said, forcing a smile as he returned inside. But as night fell, the fear returned. The wind outside no longer sounded natural, morphing into eerie whispers. "Robert, Linda, Michael, Emily." The voices seemed to call out, beckoning them to come outside. Michael and Emily huddled together in their room. "Will we be okay?" Emily asked, trembling. "I don't know, but I'll protect you," Michael replied, trying to sound brave. In the living room, Robert and Linda sat in silence, listening to every sound. Suddenly, there was a soft, persistent knock at the front door. "Who could be here at this hour?" Linda whispered. Robert stood up, but Linda held his arm. "Don't open the door. We can't just sit here," he replied, determination in his eyes. He moved toward the door and peered through the peephole. There was no one outside, just darkness, yet the sense of dread remained. "There's no one there," Robert said, but then the knocking came again, louder this time. "This isn't normal," Linda said, her voice shaking. Robert decided not to open the door. "Let's call the police." He picked up the phone, but there was no signal. "The phone's out," he said grimly. The lights in the house flickered, then went out completely, leaving them in darkness. "Robert," Linda called, but he was nowhere to be seen. Heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway. "Who's there?" Linda asked, but there was no answer. A shadowy figure emerged, moving closer to her. Its eyes glowed a sinister red in the darkness. The Christmas Eve sky over Chicago was pitch black, thick clouds hiding the moon and casting an eerie, cold atmosphere over the city. A chilling wind swept through the empty streets, carrying with it a sinister whisper, like the murmurs of lost souls. Inside the Johnson family home, the fireplace burned brightly, but it couldn't dispel the deep-seated chill that had settled over the household. The family gathered together in the living room, trying to recapture a sense of warmth and cheer. The Christmas tree was beautifully decorated, its lights twinkling and casting shimmering reflections across the walls. "Would you like to open your presents now?" Linda smiled, looking at her children. "Yes, please," Emily cheered, but her voice held a hint of worry. Michael stayed silent, his gaze fixed on the window. He couldn't shake the unease from the strange events that had been unfolding. The snowman was destroyed, but was that truly the end of it? "Michael, what's wrong?" Robert asked, putting a comforting hand on his son's shoulder. "I just feel like something's still not right," Michael whispered. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Let's enjoy Christmas Eve as a family," Robert reassured him, though he wasn't entirely convinced himself. As the family began opening presents, laughter and chatter filled the room, but the underlying tension lingered. Suddenly, there was a soft knock at the door, a steady, cold sound like the beating of a soulless heart. They froze, exchanging nervous glances. "Who could be here at this hour?" Linda asked, confused. "I'll go check," Robert said, standing up, but Michael quickly grabbed his arm. "Don't open the door, Dad," he warned, eyes wide with fear. "Son, we can't just leave someone out in the cold," Robert replied gently, prying Michael's hand away. He approached the door, peeking through the peephole. All he saw was darkness, no sign of anyone outside. Yet the knocking continued, steady and insistent. "There's no one out there," Robert muttered, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Please don't open it," Linda said again, her voice trembling. But before he could decide, the knocking grew louder, more forceful. The door shook with each pounding, as if someone or something was trying to break in. "What on earth is happening?" Robert exclaimed, stepping back. Suddenly, the lights in the house flickered, then went out completely. The room plunged into darkness, leaving only the faint glow from the fireplace. "Emily, come here," Linda called, pulling her daughter close. Michael ran to the window, pulling the curtain back slightly to look outside. In the dim moonlight, he saw a tall figure standing in the snow. "No way! The snowman?" he whispered, his heart racing. But the snowman had been destroyed. How could it still be there? This figure looked larger, distorted, and more terrifying. Its deep, black eyes glowed with an eerie red light, and its mouth stretched into a monstrous grin filled with sharp teeth. "What do you see, Michael?" Robert asked, moving toward him. "The snowman. It's back," Michael replied, his voice shaking. Robert looked outside, and his eyes widened in horror. The figure was moving, taking slow but deliberate steps toward the house. With each step, the ground seemed to tremble, leaving deep footprints in the snow. "What are we going to do?" Linda's voice quivered with fear. "The phone. We need to call the police." Robert ran to the phone, only to find the line was dead, replaced by an unsettling static. The pounding on the door grew louder and more relentless, as if the door would give way at any moment. The family huddled together in the center of the room, their faces filled with dread. "We need to find a place to hide," Robert said decisively. "Upstairs. Quickly." They hurried up the stairs, but just as they reached the landing, there was a loud crash from below. The front door had been broken open. Heavy footsteps echoed from downstairs, each step slow and deliberate. "In here." Robert directed them into the master bedroom. They dashed inside, locking the door behind them. Linda held Emily tightly, who was now sobbing, while Michael tried to steady his own breathing. "We can't hide here forever," he whispered. "I know," Robert replied, wiping sweat from his brow. "We need a plan." The footsteps stopped just outside the door. An ominous silence settled over them. as if time itself had paused. Then, a soft scratching sound began, like claws scraping against wood. "Please, go away," Linda whispered, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, a deep voice boomed from the other side of the door, a voice that seemed to come from beyond this world. "Johnson family, you cannot escape." Michael felt a surge of fear but knew he had to act. Looking around the room, he noticed a large window leading to the balcony. "Dad, we can get outside from here." He pointed toward the window. "But it's freezing out there, and we have nowhere to go." Linda protested. "We don't have a choice," Robert decided. "Let's go." They opened the window, and the freezing wind hit them. But it was nothing compared to the terror they were fleeing. One by one, they climbed onto the balcony. The snow on the railing made every movement slippery and dangerous. "Climb down using the drain pipe," Robert instructed. "I'll help you all." Michael carefully climbed down first, followed by Emily with her father's guidance. Once they were safely on the ground, Robert turned back to help Linda. "Hurry, please," Linda urged, her face full of fear. But before Robert could join them, the bedroom door burst open. The snowman stood in the doorway, towering and more menacing than ever. Its long, clawed hand reached out and grabbed Robert. "No!" Linda screamed, but it was too late. Robert was pulled back into the room, his scream echoing through the cold night. "Dad!" Michael and Emily cried out in unison, tears streaming down their faces. "We have to go." Linda forced herself to stay strong, pulling her children toward the street. They ran through the empty, snow-covered streets, the snow falling heavier and blurring their vision. The sound of the wind and heavy footsteps followed them, as if the snowman was still giving chase. "In here," Michael pointed to an abandoned house with its door slightly ajar. They rushed inside, slamming the door shut behind them. The interior was pitch dark, only faint slivers of light coming through gaps in the walls. "We can't keep running forever," Linda panted. I think we have to face it," Michael said, determination in his voice. "What do you mean?" Linda asked, horrified. "That snowman. It's not just any creature. It might be connected to something we did." He explained. "What could we have done?" Linda was confused and desperate. "I'm not sure, but maybe we woke it up somehow when we built the snowman. Maybe we need to destroy it again, but in a different way." The sounds outside grew closer. The door shook as if something was about to break it down. "We need fire," Michael suddenly remembered. "Fire could melt the snow. But we don't have anything to burn," Linda said, desperate. Emily pulled a small lighter from her pocket. "I took this from the kitchen earlier," she said quietly. "Good thinking, Emily," Michael praised her. "Mom, we need something to use as a torch." They searched around and found a wooden stick and a torn piece of fabric. Michael quickly wrapped the fabric around the stick and lit it with the lighter. The door burst open, and the snowman entered with a terrifying roar. Michael stepped forward bravely, holding the torch high. "Go back to where you came from," he shouted, thrusting the flame toward the snowman. A shriek filled the air as the fire touched its icy form. The snowman recoiled but didn't melt as they'd hoped. "It's not working," Linda cried. "We need more fire," Michael yelled. But before they could act, the snowman lashed out, knocking the torch from Michael's hand. It advanced, its glowing red eyes fixed on them. "Is this the end?" Linda thought, clutching her children tightly. Suddenly, the sound of a police siren pierced the night, blue and red lights flashing in the distance. The snowman turned to look, letting out a roar of anger. It stepped back, fading into the darkness and leaving behind a lingering, icy fog. The police arrived, their headlights illuminating the area. "Are you all right?" one officer asked, his face full of concern. "My husband, he's still in the house," Linda sobbed. "We'll find him. Let us help you," the officer assured her. Dawn broke over the city of Chicago, but the faint sunlight couldn't dispel the cold, eerie fog that blanketed everything. Snow continued to fall, gently yet persistently, covering the landscape in a pristine white sheet. For the Johnson family, however, that purity only heightened the unease and dread gnawing at their souls. Linda awoke with swollen eyes after a sleepless night. She looked around the room and saw Michael and Emily asleep on the couch, traces of the previous night's terror still evident on their faces. Robert hadn't returned, and no one knew where he was. Maybe the police have found him, Linda told herself. Clinging to a fragile sense of hope, she decided to go out and check, though a deep worry filled her heart. Stepping out from the abandoned house where they'd taken refuge, Linda felt the bitter cold seep into her bones. She scanned the surroundings, but there was no sign of the police or Robert. However, something strange caught her attention. In the spot where the terrifying snowman had stood the night before, there was now just a puddle of melted snow on the frozen ground. How can that be? It's still below freezing. How did the snow melt? Linda muttered in disbelief. She approached the puddle, feeling an uncanny chill. At its center, she noticed something glinting. Kneeling down, she found a soggy piece of paper. As she picked it up, she realized it was part of a family photo. Her heart pounded. This photo, how did it get here? She remembered the picture hanging in their living room, capturing their family in a happy, carefree moment. Now, it was torn, with only a part remaining, and Michael's face had been clawed and scratched. Overcome with fear, Linda hurried back to the house. "Michael! Emily! Wake up!" she called, her voice trembling. The two children jolted awake. "Mom! What's wrong?" Michael asked, eyes wide. "Look at this," Linda said, holding out the torn photo. "I found it out there, where the snowman melted." Michael took the photo, his face turning pale. "This was in our living room, but how did it end up here? And look, Michael's face is scratched out," Emily whispered, her voice as faint as a winter breeze. They looked at each other, dread filling the air. "What do we do now, Mom?" Michael asked, trying to stay calm. "We need to call the police," Linda decided. "Maybe they've found your father and can help us." They went to the nearest police station and recounted the whole story to the officer on duty. But as he listened, his expression grew more skeptical. "Mrs. Johnson, I understand you and your children are going through a tough time, but a story about a snowman coming to life and attacking your family, it's hard to believe," the officer said, his voice sympathetic but tinged with doubt. "But my husband is missing, and we have proof," Linda insisted, holding out the torn photo. The officer examined the picture but shook his head. "This is just a damaged photo. There's no evidence that anyone is threatening your family." Michael's frustration boiled over. "Don't you believe us? We were attacked." "Calm down, son," Linda said, trying to keep him composed. "Sir, please help us find my husband. At least file a missing person report." The officer sighed. "All right, I'll take down your information, but in the meantime, I suggest you go back home and try to rest." Returning to their house, the Johnsons felt a sense of despair and helplessness. No one believed them, and Robert was still missing. The home felt colder and emptier than ever. "We can't just sit here waiting," Michael said, his gaze resolute. "We have to find out what's happening ourselves." "But what can we do?" Linda asked, her voice tinged with exhaustion and hopelessness. "I remember that when we made the snowman, a strange man walked by," Emily recalled. "He stared at us, and I felt really scared." "That's right. He was wearing a long black coat and looked gaunt," Michael added. "Maybe he has something to do with all of this." "We need to find him," Linda agreed. "Maybe he knows something." They decided to walk around the neighborhood, asking if anyone had seen the mysterious man. However, no one knew or remembered seeing him. People looked at them oddly, as if they were the strange ones. "We're wasting time," Michael said in frustration. "Maybe we should just go back home." On their way back, they passed an old, dilapidated house with thick curtains covering the windows. A cold sensation crept over them, causing them to stop. This house. I've never seen anyone live here, Emily whispered. But look, Michael pointed at the front door. There are footprints leading inside. And they look like the ones we saw around the snowman. Linda hesitated. Should we? We have to try, Michael decided, stepping forward to knock on the door. There was no response. The door slowly creaked open on its own, emitting an unsettling groan. Inside, it was dark, and a damp, icy smell hung in the air. Hello? Is anyone here? Linda called out, but only echoes replied. They entered, the dim light from the windows casting shadows over the room. Old photographs lined the walls, and, disturbingly, each one was of their family, capturing moments of joy and ordinary life. How is this possible? Linda gasped. Look, Emily pointed to a small altar in the corner. On it sat a wax figure of a snowman, surrounded by extinguished candles. Michael moved closer, realizing the figure looked exactly like the snowman they had built. Maybe this is the source of everything. Suddenly, the door slammed shut. Laughter echoed throughout the house, as if the walls themselves were mocking them. You shouldn't have come here, a deep voice growled. Emerging from the shadows was the mysterious man, his cold eyes fixated on them. Who are you? What have you done with my husband? Linda cried. I just wanted you to feel the pain I've endured, he replied, his voice laced with bitterness. My family was forgotten, and now, I will take away your happiness. What are you talking about? Michael shouted. We haven't done anything to you. Nothing, you say, while you bask in happiness. I've lost everything. That snowman is a symbol of my suffering. And now, it will destroy you. Linda backed away, overwhelmed by fear. Please, give me back my husband. It's too late, he sneered. Michael glanced around, searching for anything to defend his family. He grabbed a wooden stick and positioned himself in front of his mother and sister. You won't hurt us. We'll see about that. The man advanced toward them, but suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. Police! Open up immediately! A strong voice shattered the tense silence. The man recoiled, startled. You called them here? Impossible! The door burst open, and flashlight beams flooded the room. Freeze! Hands up! Ordered the officer. The man let out a furious roar before disappearing into the shadows. The police pursued him, but found no trace. Linda hugged her children tightly, tears streaming down her face. We need help. Afterward, the police found Robert trapped in a basement room, exhausted but safe. The Johnson family was finally reunited, feeling a mixture of relief and gratitude. However, the mysterious man remained at large. The police explained he was a disturbed individual, someone who had lost his family in an accident and had since lived in isolation, harboring resentment toward happy families. We'll continue searching for him, but for now, it would be safest for your family to leave town. The officer advised. The Johnsons agreed and decided to move away to start a new life. Yet the haunting memory of the deadly snowman lingered, etched into their minds. The story of the Johnson family quickly spread through the neighborhood, filling people with unease and fear. Some began to believe that a dark force was haunting the area. No one dared to build a snowman, and the cheerful winter tradition gradually faded away. The following winter, a new family moved into the neighborhood. Their young child was eager to play in the snow and build a big snowman in the yard. No, dear, we don't build snowmen here, the mother said, her eyes reflecting an old fear. But why not, Mom? The child asked, confused. It's a long story, but trust me, it's better not to. Winter in Chicago continued to cover the city with a thick layer of snow. Yet it no longer brought the joyous feeling of the holiday season. After the horrifying events surrounding the Johnson family, rumors of a deadly snowman quickly spread across the neighborhood. The warm lights from homes couldn't dispel the darkness and fear that seemed to blanket the area. In the days following the Johnsons' departure, Neighbors began to share their own strange encounters. Mrs. Smith, who lived 2 houses away, recounted how the snowman her grandson had built transformed in unsettling ways each night. The small stone eyes shifted positions, as if it were watching their every move. Mr. Brown at the end of the street swore he had seen his family's snowman move from the front yard to the gate on a snowy night. "We can't keep living like this," Mrs. Smith said at a neighborhood meeting. "Something is seriously wrong." Everyone nodded in agreement, exchanging worried glances. "Maybe we should stop building snowmen," someone suggested. "That could be the root of all this." The decision was made. From then on, no family in the neighborhood dared to build a snowman. Lawns lay empty, missing the cheerful winter scenes, replaced by a heavy silence interrupted only by the cold wind whistling through. As for the Johnson family, they had moved to a small town down south. Far from the terrifying memories, their new home was cozy and peaceful, surrounded by green fields. Yet, despite the distance, the haunting memory of the deadly snowman lingered. "I still dream about it, Mom," Michael admitted one evening as the family gathered for dinner. The snowman with deep, black eyes and a terrifying grin. Linda placed a comforting hand on her son's shoulder, her gaze full of love. "I know, sweetheart, but we're safe now. There's no snow here, no snowman to harm us." Robert nodded in agreement. "We'll start a new life. Let's try to put the past behind us." Emily sat quietly, gazing out the window at the sunset casting a warm glow across the sky. "But what if it finds us?" she whispered. "It won't, Emily," Robert reassured her with a smile. "We've left it far behind." Meanwhile, winter returned to the old neighborhood. Snow began to fall gently, creating a peaceful scene. A new family had moved into the Johnsons' former home. The DeVises, a young couple with a 7-year-old son named Tommy, who was full of energy and curiosity. "I want to play in the snow," Tommy exclaimed excitedly, gazing out at the snow-covered yard. "All right, sweetheart," Mrs. Davis smiled. "But make sure to bundle up." "Can we build a snowman?" Tommy asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Mr. Davis exchanged a hesitant glance with his wife. "I heard there's a tradition of not building snowmen in winter here." "Oh, that's just a silly rumor." Mrs. Davis waved it off. "We don't need to believe in superstitions." "Yeah, let's make the biggest snowman ever," Tommy cheered, running outside with a shovel and bucket. The family set to work, their laughter filling the quiet air. Together, they built a tall snowman, dressed it with a wool hat, a red scarf, and a friendly smile on its face. "It's perfect," Mrs. Davis said proudly, admiring their work. "We should take a picture to remember it." After snapping a photo, they returned inside, leaving the snowman standing silently in the yard. However, across the street, Mrs. Smith watched the scene unfold, her face lined with worry. "Why did they build a snowman?" she murmured. "Don't they know what happened here?" That night, after the Davis family had fallen asleep, a chilling wind swept through the neighborhood. The snowman in the yard seemed to shiver slightly. Its small stone eyes reflected the pale moonlight, casting an eerie glow. In his dreams, Tommy found himself standing in a vast, snowy field. His snowman loomed in front of him, its face transformed from friendly to a twisted, sinister grin. "Come play with me, Tommy." A deep, distant voice echoed. Tommy jolted awake, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. "It was just a dream," he whispered to himself, trying to shake the unsettling feeling. The next morning, Mrs. Smith decided to visit the Davis family to warn them. "Hello, I'm your neighbor from across the street," she said as Mrs. Davis opened the door. "I wanted to talk to you about the snowman in your yard." "Oh, is there something wrong?" Mrs. Davis asked, surprised. "In this neighborhood, we have a tradition of not building snowmen," Mrs. Smith explained, carefully choosing her words. "Strange things have happened in the past." Mrs. Davis smiled gently. Thank you for your concern, but we don't believe in such rumors. Everything's fine. Mrs. Smith sighed. I understand, but please, be cautious if anything unusual happens. Day by day, strange occurrences began to affect the Davis family. The snowman outside seemed to shift position slightly each morning. Its eyes appeared to follow them, and its smile grew more twisted and grotesque. Do you think there's something off about that snowman? Mr. Davis asked his wife one evening. I've noticed it too, Mrs. Davis admitted. Maybe we should take it down. But before they could, one night, there was a soft knock at the door around midnight. Mr. Davis opened it. But no one was there, only darkness and biting cold. However, the snowman had moved closer, now just a few steps from the door. This can't be, he murmured, a wave of fear washing over him. And so, the story repeated, and the haunting of the deadly snowman continued to engulf the neighborhood. More people believed that a dark presence haunted the area, and no one seemed able to escape its reach. For the Johnson family, even in their new home, they couldn't forget what they had endured. One evening, as Michael sat in his room, he heard a tapping at the window. Looking out, he saw a large snowflake land on the glass, melting into a face resembling the snowman's menacing grin. No, this can't be happening, Michael whispered, feeling the terror clawing its way back. He decided not to tell his parents, not wanting to worry them, but from that moment on, Michael always felt as though something was watching him, a shadow from a past that couldn't be erased. The story of the deadly snowman in Chicago became an urban legend, passed from person to person. Every winter, as snow began to fall, fear stirred in the hearts of those who had heard the tale. No one knew the true origin of the mysterious snowman or whether it was merely a product of imagination or something supernatural. But one thing was certain: the darkness remained, hidden beneath the pristine snow. And as children innocently began rolling snowballs to create new snowmen, the terrifying story threatened to start all over again.